Anarcho-feministically, in an anarcho-feministic manner. Anarcho-feminists, plural of anarcho-feminists. Anarcho-queer, synonym of queer anarchist. Anarcho-queers, plural of anarcho-queer. Anarcho, lawless, anarchic. Anarchies, the jargon used by anarchists. Anarchio, anarchic. Anarchioe, anarchically. Anarche, relating to, supporting, or likely to cause anarchy. Anarchical, anarche. Anarchically, in an anarchic manner, in the manner of anarchy. Anarchies, plural of anarchy. Anarchize, alternative form of anarchize. Anarchize, simple past and past participle of anarchize. Anarchizes, third person singular simple present indicative of anarchize. Anarchizing, present participle and gerund of anarchize. Anarchism, a political and philosophical belief that all forms of government are undesirable, unnecessary, or unethical, and as such that society would function without a state. Anarchisms, plural of anarchism. Anarchist, one who believes in or advocates the absence of hierarchy and authority in most forms. Compare anarchism, especially one who works toward the realization of such. Anarchist calisthenics, the practice of breaking typically trivial laws and rules to encourage independent thinking and action and to challenge authoritative norms. Anarchist capitalism, anarcho-capitalism. Anarchist capitalists, anarcho-capitalists. Anarchist capitalists, plural of anarchist capitalists. Anarchist communism, anarcho-communism. Anarchist communists, anarcho-communists. Anarchist communists, plural of anarchist communists. Anarchist feminism, anarcho-feminism. Anarchist feminisms, plural of anarchist feminism. Anarchist feminists, anarcho-feminists. Anarchist feminists, plural of anarchist feminists. Anarchist naturism. Anarcho-naturism. Anarchist naturists, anarcho-naturists. Anarchiste, of or relating to anarchism or anarchy. Anarchistical, synonym of anarchistic. Anarchistically, in an anarchistic manner. Anarchists, plural of anarchists. Anarchization, the act of anarchizing. Anarchize, to convert to a state of anarchy. Anarchize, simple past and past participle of anarchize. Anarchizes, third person singular simple present indicative of anarchize. Anarchizing, present participle and gerund of anarchize. Anarcho, anarchy, anarchism. Anarcho-Bolshevik, an adherent or proponent of anarcho-Bolshevism. Anarcho-Bolsheviks, plural of anarcho-Bolshevik. Anarcho-Bolshevism, anarchism with Bolshevik characteristics. Anarcho-Bolshevism, alternative letter case form of anarcho-Bolshevism. Anarcho-Bolshevists, of or pertaining to anarcho-Bolshevism. Anarcho-capitalism, a political and economic philosophy that advocates the elimination of the state and other coercive institutions in favor of individual self-ownership, voluntary society, and free market. Anarcho-capitalisms, plural of anarcho-capitalism. Anarcho-capitalists, of, relating to, or advocating anarcho-capitalism. Anarcho-capitalistic, of, or relating to anarcho-capitalism or capitalistic anarchy. Anarcho-capitalistically, in an anarcho-capitalistic manner. Anarcho-capitalists, plural of anarcho-capitalists. Anarcho-collectivism, collectivist anarchism. Anarcho-collectivists, collectivist anarchists. Anarcho-collectivists, plural of anarcho-collectivists. Anarcho-commie, synonym of anarcho-communist. Anarcho-communism, plural of anarcho-commie. Anarcho-communism, a form of anarchism advocating the abolition of the state and capitalism in favor of a horizontal network of voluntary associations through which people would satisfy their needs. Anarcho-communists, of, supporting, relating to, or advocating anarcho-communism. Anarcho-communists, plural of anarcho-communists. Anarcho-fascism, any philosophy holding both anarchist and fascist positions. Anarcho-fascists, a supporter of anarcho-fascism. Anarcho-fascists, plural of anarcho-fascists. Anarcho-feminism, alternative form of anarcho-feminism. Anarcho-feminists, alternative form of anarcho-feminist. Anarcho-feminists, plural of anarcho-feminists. Anarcho-individualism, individualist anarchism. Anarcho-individualists, individualist anarchists. Anarcho-individualistic, of or relating to individualist anarchism or individualistic anarchy. Anarcho-individualists, plural of anarcho-individualists. Anarcho-quiolac, paradoxically holding both anarchist and bourgeois sympathies, particularly in regards to free territory. Anarcho-leftism, a form of anarchism that emphasizes community and social equality as well as mutual responsibility. Anarcho-libertarian, a supporter of anarcho-libertarianism. Anarcho-libertarianism, a political philosophy advocating individual liberty and the abolition of the state. Anarcho-libertarians, plural of anarcho-libertarian. Anarcho-Marxism, anarchist theory that incorporates Marxism. Anarcho-Marxists, anarchist and Marxist. Anarcho-Marxists, plural of anarcho-Marxist. Anarcho-mutualism, the independent possession by every individual of the means of production in a free market with minimal interest rates. Anarcho-nationalism, an ideology with elements of anarchism and nationalism. Anarcho-naturism, a philosophy combining anarchist and naturist ideas such as the abolition of the state, vegetarianism, and nudism. Anarcho-naturists, of, supporting, relating to, or advocating anarcho-naturism. Anarcho-naturists, plural of anarcho-naturists. Anarcho-pacifism, an anarchist tendency supporting pacifism instead of violence in order to achieve anarchist goals. Anarcho-pacifists, of, supporting, relating to, or advocating anarcho-pacifism. Anarcho-pacifists, plural of anarcho-pacifists. Anarcho-primitivism, an anarchist philosophy that criticizes civilization and advocates for a return to primitive ways of life instead of agriculture, industry, and urbanization. Anarcho-primitivists, of, supporting, relating to, or advocating anarcho-primitivism. Anarcho-primitivists, plural of anarcho-primitivists. Anarcho-punk, pertaining to a subculture with elements of punk and anarchist politics. Anarcho-punks, plural of anarcho-punk. Anarcho-syndicalism, a branch or field of anarchism that focuses on the abolition of capitalism through the organization of revolutionary workers' syndicates. Anarcho-syndicalists, of, supporting, relating to, or advocating anarcho-syndicalism. Anarcho-syndicalists, plural of anarcho-syndicalists. Anarcho-tyrannies, plural of anarcho-tyranny. Anarcho-tyranny, a system of government that fails to enforce or adjudicate protection to its citizens while simultaneously persecuting innocent conduct. Anarcho-capitalist, alternative spelling of anarcho-capitalist. Anarcho-capitalists, plural of anarcho-capitalists. Anarcho-communism, alternative form of anarcho-communism. Anarcho-communists, alternative form of anarcho-communist. Anarcho-communists, plural of anarcho-communists. Anarcho-libertarian, alternative form of anarcho-libertarian. Anarcho-libertarianism, alternative form of anarcho-libertarianism. Anarcho-libertarians, plural of anarcho-libertarian. Anarchology, the study of anarchy. Anarcho-pacifism, rare spelling of anarcho-pacifism. Anarcho-pacifist, rare spelling of anarcho-pacifist. Anarcho-pacifists, plural of anarcho-pacifists. Anarcho-primitivism, alternative form of anarcho-primitivism. Anarcho-primitivist, alternative form of anarcho-primitivist. Anarcho-syndicalism, alternative form of anarcho-syndicalism. Anarcho-syndicalists, alternative spelling of anarcho-syndicalist. Anarcho-syndicalists, plural of anarcho-syndicalists. Anarchotopia, a hypothetical society which operates under anarchism. Anarchotopias, plural of anarchotopia. Anarcho-tyrannical, relating to anarcho-tyranny. Anarcho-tyrannus, plural of anarcho-tyranny. Anarcho-tyranny, alternative form of anarcho-tyranny. Anarcho-tyrant, one who supports anarcho-tyranny. Anarcho-tyrants, plural of anarcho-tyrant. Ars, plural of anarch. Anarchy, the state of a society being without authorities or an authoritative governing body. Anarchy of production. According to Marxist theory, the chaotic and volatile nature of all commodity production based on private property as opposed to planned economies. Anarchy symbol, a circumscribed uppercase A denoting anarchy. Anarchy symbols, plural of anarchy symbol. Anarolate, that lacks aviolas. Anargyro, plural of anargyros. Anargyros, synonym of unmercenary saint who performed good deeds without accepting payment. Anarchitid, any member of the anarchitidi. Anarchitids, plural of anarchitid. Anarrhythmia, a pathological inability to count. Anarrhytai, a therapeutic hormone. Anarchid, an immature or uninformed anarchist. Anarchidy, synonym of anarchid. Anarchidis, plural of anarchidy. Anarchids, plural of anarchid. Amarsa, a sweet pastry made with rice, jaggery, poppy seeds, and milk. Anarsas, plural of anarsa. Amarvaria, a speech impairment in which the ability to articulate is lost completely. Anarthria, of, relating to, or suffering from anarthria, unable to articulate owing to muscle weakness. Anarthritic, not arthritic, not associated with arthritis. Anarthrous, not having an article especially of Greek nouns. Anarthrously, in an anarthrous manner, without an accompanying article. Anarthrousness, the state or quality of being anarthrous. Ana, plural of ana. Anada, a barangay of Calag, Quezon, Philippines. Anasarga, severe generalized edema. Anasargas, plural of anasarca. Anasargas, belonging to or affected by anasarca or dropsy, dropsical. Anasazi, synonym of ancestral publone. Anasais, plural of anasazi. Anaskin, any member of the Anascus suborder of Baeozoans. Anaskins, plural of Anaskin. Anasco, a town and municipality of Puerto Rico. Anascape, of scientific forms of thinking which strongly focus upon the individual or its smaller components, such as the body, an organ, tissue, cells, etc., and look from that point of view toward bigger wholes. Anaseisme, moving up and down, set of earthquake shocks. Anashid, plural of nashi. Hanaspauen, a mixture of lanolin and Vaseline used as a basis for ointments. Amaspepte, very distressed. Anaspidation, any crustacean of the order Anaspidacea. Anaspidations, plural of anaspidation. Anaspidian, a marine mollusk of the clade Anaspidia. Aspidians, plural of Anaspidian. Anaspidid, any crustacean in the family Anaspididae. Anaspidids, plural of Anaspidid. Anastasia, a female given name from ancient Greek, variant of Anastasia. Anastasio, a surname. Anastasios, plural of Anastasio. Anastaltic, static. Anastaltics, plural of anastaltic. Anastamos, alternative spelling of anastamos. Anastamos, simple past and past participle of anastamos. Anastamoses, third person singular simple present indicative of anastamos. Anastamosing, present participle and gerund of anastamos. Anastomosis, misspelling of anastomosis. Anastomate, misspelling of anastomotic. Anastasis, plural of anastases. Anastasi, a male given name from the Slavic languages. Anastasia, a female given name from ancient Greek. Anastasic, pertaining to resurrection. Anastasio, a surname from Italian. Anastasios, plural of Anastasio. Anastases, a recovery from a debilitating condition, especially irradiation of human tissue. Anastasias, a male given name from ancient Greek of mostly historical use. Anastae, one of a series of substances formed in secreting cells by constructive or anabolic processes in the production of protoplasm. Anastates, plural of anastate. Anastasia, a female given name, variant of Anastasia. Anastatic, of or pertaining to anastases. Anastatically, in an anastatic way. Anaselon, an angiostatic fibromptin. Anastenaria, a religious ritual performed in southern Bulgaria and northern Greece involving trance and dancing on fire. Anastenarai, a man who takes part in the anastenaria. Anastenarides, plural of anastenarai. Anastenarissa, a woman who takes part in the anastenaria. Anastenarissas, plural of anastenarissa. Anastra, Anasteroside, a particular steroid glycoside. Anastigmat, an anastigmatic lens. Anastigmatic, free from astigmatism. Anastigmats, plural of anastigmat. Anasto, retraction of the edges of a wound. Anastome, alternative form of anastomotic. Anastomize, alternative spelling of anastemize. Anastomized, simple past and past participle of anastemize. Anastomizes, third person singular simple present indicative of anastemize. Anastomizing, present participle of anastemize. Anastemize, to carry out an anastomosis. Anastomized, simple past and past participle of anastemize. Anastamos, to join two or more things by anastomosis to interconnect, forming a network. Anastamos, simple past and past
Build a website you love with Wix. For your words, create your brand, your opportunity, your breakthrough. Feeling a vibe? Run with it. From can't look away to got to have it. Make every detail yours. Bring out what's hot. Remove what's not. Crystallize it. Instantly set a tone that speaks in your voice to your audience. Keep moving. Your site grows with you. Add solutions that meet you where you are and take you where you want to go. Smooth to make, easy to love.
Anastrophin, galactin 3-AS4R7-AS4-ethanol 4,7-8-ethyl 3-A5-6-7 tetrahydro 3-H1-benzofuran 2-1 present in the pheromone of some male fruit flies. Anastrophe, unusual word order often involving an inversion of the usual pattern of the sentence. Anastrophes, plural of anastrophe. Anastrophic, of or relating to an anastrophe, having an unusual word order. Anastrazo, a non-steroidal aromatase inhibitor CHN5 trademark aromatics used to treat breast cancer after surgery and for metastasis in postmenopausal women. Amastellosis, the reassembly of ruined monuments or other artifacts from remaining fragments in an archaeologically responsible way with use of modern materials when needed. Anastellate, relating to anastellosis. Amasonia, name of the wife of sage Atri. She had 3 sons, Dattatraya, Durvasa, and Chandra. Anasynthesis, a problem-solving approach that consists of analysis and synthesis, often also including modeling and simulation. Anasya, the gesture of lifting up the skirt or kilt to expose the buttocks or genitalia. Anaseamata, plural of Anaseama, and that an ancient Semitic goddess of war and fertility. Amat, abbreviation of anatomical. Alternative form of anata. Anadabine, the alkaloid 2R plus 1,2,3,6 tetrahydro 2,3-bipyridine present in the nightshades. Anatase, a blue or brown mineral, a form of titanium dioxide used as a pigment. Anatases, plural of anatase. Anataxis, difference in ordering between consecutive syntactic layers. Anaectic, of or pertaining to anaexis. Analophase, a combination of anaphase and telophase. Analophases, plural of analophase. Anatexis, plural of anaexis. Anaexis, the metamorphism of plutonic rock into magma in the lower levels of the crust. Annexite, any rock produced by annexis. Annexites, plural of annexite. Annexitic, relating to or composed of annexite. Nath, alternative form of anat. Anathema, a ban or curse pronounced with religious solemnity by ecclesiastical authority, often accompanied by excommunication, something denounced as accursed. Anathemas, plural of anathema. Anathemata, plural of anathema. Anathematic, having the characteristic of anathema. Anathematical, anathematic, anathematically, in an anathematic manner. Anathematization, alternative form of anathematization. Anathematizations, plural of anathematization. Anathematize, non-Oxford British English Standard spelling of anathematize. Anathematized, simple past and past participle of anathematize. Anathematizer, alternative spelling of anathematizer. Anathematizers, plural of anathematizer. Anathematizes, third person singular simple present indicative of anathematize. Anathematizing, present participle and gerund of anathematize. Anathematism, a formula of words used to cast anathema upon heretics, etc. Anathematisms, plural of anathematism. Anathematization, the act of anathematizing, vigorous denunciation. Anathematizations, plural of anathematization. Anathematize, to cause to be or to declare as an anathema or evil. Anathematized, simple past and past participle of anathematize. Anathematizer, one who anathematizes, is severe critic. Anathematizers, plural of anathematizer. Anathematizes, third person singular simple present indicative of anathematize. Anathematizing, present participle and gerund of anathematize. Anatheme, anathematic. Anathemization, alternative spelling of anathemization. Anathemizations, plural of anathemization. Anathemize, alternative form of anathemize. Anathemized, simple past and past participle of anathemize. Anathemizes, third person singular simple present indicative of anathemize. Anathemizing, present participle and gerund of anathemize. Anathemization, the act or process of anathemizing. Anathemizations, plural of anathemization. Anathemize, to declare to be anathema, to curse and reject. Anathemized, simple past and past participle of anathemize. Anathemizes, third person singular simple present indicative of anathemize. Anathemizing, present participle and gerund of anathemize. Anathermy, insensitivity to heat. Anatomical, misspelling of anatomical. Anatherosis, the ancient method of dressing the joints of stone blocks in dry stone construction. Any member of the family entity of ducks and close relatives. Anatidophobia, the fear that one is being constantly watched by a duck. Anadeds, plural of anatid. Anidiferous, producing ducks, formerly used of barnacles, since it was believed that they produced ducks and geese. Adin, being of the family Etidae, comprising the swans, geese, and ducks. Anation, the replacement ducks and geese. Adin, being of the family Etidae comprising the swans, geese, and ducks. Anation, the replacement of a ligand especially of water by an anion in a coordination compound. Anational, not national. Anations, plural of anation. Anatype Stafford disease, a form of septicemia in ducks caused by the bacterium Remarella anatype Stafford. Anabun, the doctrine that there is no transcendental ego or soul, that the perceived true self is an illusion, corresponds to the Hinayana or the Theravada Buddhist doctrine of anatta. Edo, alternative form of anatodai. Anatocism, compound interest. Anatole, a male given name from ancient Greek. Anatoly, a transliteration of the Russian male given name and or acute iktakui Anatolage. Anatolia, a peninsula in Western Asia comprising most of the modern Republic of Turkey, bounded by the Black Sea to the north, the Immediate Hellene to the east, the Mediterranean Sea to the south, and the Aegean Sea to the west. Anatolia Edelfi, any of Urian mal of the family Anatolia. Anatolia Edelfids, plural of Anatolia Edelfi. Anatolian, of or pertaining to Anatolia or its people, culture, etc. Anatolian hieroglyphs, the ideographic script used to write the Luwian language found in several inscriptions across Anatolia. Anatolian shepherd, any dog descended from regional Turkish livestock guardian dogs, particularly the Kangal shepherd dog, but also the Akbash. Anatolian Turkic, synonym of Turkish. Anatolian Turkish, synonym of Turkish. Anatolianess, someone who advocates for a sense of Anatolian cultural unity as a nation. Anatolianists, plural of Anatolianists. Anatolians, plural of Anatolian. Anatolias, plural of Anatolia. Anatole, relating to Anatolia. Anatolias, a male given name from ancient Greek, of only historical usage though its cognates are common given names in Eastern Europe. Anatoly, alternative spelling of Anatoly. Anatoly, alternative spelling of Anatoly. Anatomy, of or pertaining to anatomy and dissection. Or to individual structures of the anatomy. Anatomic dead space, the volume of conducting airways of the lung as measured by a cast of the airways. Anatomic dead spaces, plural of anatomic dead space. Anatomical, of or relating to anatomy or dissection. Anatomical dead space, alternative form of anatomic dead space. Anatomical position, the position of the human body standing erect with the face directed anteriorly, the upper limbs at the sides and the palms turned anteriorly supinated, and the feet pointed anteriorly, used as the position of reference in description of site or direction of various structures or parts as established in official anatomical nomenclature. Note, the palms are toward our view and we cannot see the back of the hands. Anatomical snuffbox, a triangular deepening on the radial dorsal aspect of the hand, bounded by extensor pollicis longus and extensor pollicis brevis. Anatomical snuffboxes, plural of anatomical snuffbox. Anatomically, pertaining to the anatomy. Anatomically correct, accurately depicting or replicating the body or a body part of a human being or animal. Anatomicity, the state or condition of being anatomic or anatomical. Anatomico, anatomy. Anatomico-biological, relating to anatomy and biology. Anatomico-medical, relating to anatomy and medicine. Anatomico-pathologic, relating to anatomy and pathology. Anatomico-pathological, relating to anatomy and pathology. Atomico-physiologic, relating to anatomy and physiology. Atomico-physiological, relating to anatomy and physiology. Anatomico-surgical, relating to anatomy and surgery. Anatomid, NEC male in the family Anatomidae. Anatomids, plural of anatomid. Anatomies, plural of anatomy. Anatomos, having no clear anatomy. Anatomize, alternative form of anatomize. Anatomize, simple past and past participle of anatomize. Anatomizer, alternative form of anatomizer. Anatomizers, plural of anatomizer. Anatomizes, third person singular simple present indicative of anatomize. Anatomizing, present participle and gerund of anatomize. Anatomism, the application of the principles of anatomy as an art. Anatomes, one who studies, teaches, writes on, or does research on anatomy and anatomical structures. Anatomists, plural of anatomists. Anatomization, a process or act of anatomizing. Anatomizations, plural of anatomization. Anatomize, to inspect or investigate by dissection. Anatomize, simple past and past participle of anatomize. Anatomizer, one who carries out dissection. Anatomizers, plural of anatomizer. Anatomizes, third person singular simple present indicative of anatomize. Anatomizing, present participle and gerund of anatomize. Anatomo, anatomy. Anatomofunctional, relating to both anatomy / form and function. Anatomopathology, alternative form of anatomopathological. Anatomopathological, relating to both anatomy and pathology. Anatomopathologically, in an anatomopathological manner. Anatomopathologist, a pathologist whose specialty is anatomopathology. Anatomopathologists, plural of anatomopathologists. Anatomopathology, anatomical pathology. Anatomophysiological, anatomical and physiological. Anatomotype, a type of an organism that has a particular anatomical feature. Anatomotypes, plural of anatomotype. Anatomy, the art of studying the different parts of any organism's body to discover their situation, structure, and economy. Anatomy of function, a branch of kinesiology that studies the configuration of limbs during the performance of a task. Anatopism, a thing that is out of its proper place, the geographic counterpart to anachronism. Anatopisms, plural of anatopism. Anatopistic, of or pertaining to anatopism. Anatoxe, relating to anatoxins. Anatoxin, a bacterial toxin usually an exotoxin whose toxicity has been weakened or suppressed. Anatoxinic, related to or caused by an anatoxin. Anatoxins, plural of anatoxin. Anatreme, having a single aperture on the distal face. Amatrapte, rebutting, overthrowing, defeating, applied to Plato's refutative dialogues. Anatreptically, in an anatreptic way. Anatrepsis, the use of friction or rubbing as therapy, a form of massage. Anatrepsology, the study or application of friction or rubbing as a remedy. Anatreptic, relating to massage or rubbing. Anadra, native carbonate of soda, natron. Anatrophal, anatropos, Anatrophic. That does not lead to atrophy. Anatropia, a disorder of the vision, deviation of the visual axis of one eye upwards when the other eye is fixing. Anaphoria. Anatropic. Anatropos. Anatropical. Synonym of anatropic. Anatropos, having an inverted nucleus whose apex points to the base. Anatropously, in an anatropous manner. Anatropy, the condition of being anatropous. The idea that there is no separate self or soul, egolessness, one of the three marks of existence. Anatos, plural of anata. And the alternative form of anatodai. Anonymomab tox, a mouse monoclonal antibody used to treat non-small cell lung cancer. Anodia, inability to speak, loss of one's voice. Analacorhize, of the root of a tooth, spongy, porous. Anunders, in case, less. Anauralia, a condition where one does not possess an internal monologue. Anauraliac, a person that suffers from anauralia. Anatogenous, not autogenous. Anatogeny, the condition found in many insects where a gravid female has to feed before oviposition egg laying in order for the eggs to mature. This is particularly important in insects that are considered vectors, for example mosquitoes, as without the necessary feeding, no eggs will be produced. Anaxetic, not auxetic. Anaxotlic, having the characteristic that growth does not continue beyond the flowering region. Ella, and all as well. Anax, an ancient Greek tribal chief or leader. Anaxagoran, alternative form of Anaxagorian. Anaxagoras, an ancient Greek philosopher c. 500 BCE, 428 BCE from Plesomene, who is famous for introducing the cosmological concept of nous mind as an ordering force. Anaxagorian, of or relating to Anaxagoras, an ancient Greek natural philosopher noted for the cosmological concept of nous mind as an ordering force. Anaxarchus, an ancient Greek name. Axarit, a rich and beautiful maiden of Cyprus who, disdaining the love of Iphis, was changed to stone. Anaxos, plural of anax. Anaximander, a pre-Socratic Greek philosopher who lived in Miletus, pupil of Thales and teacher of Anaximenes. Anaximandrian, of or relating to Anaximander, an ancient Greek philosopher. Anaximandrian, alternative form of Anaximandrian. Anaximean, of or relating to the ancient Greek philosopher Anaximenes. Anaximenes, an ancient Greek pre-Socratic philosopher from Miletus, the pupil of Anaximander. He taught that the basic element of which the world is composed is the air. Axire, a particular epoxide compound and immunosuppressant. Axonal, lacking neurites. Anaxalid, any wood wasp in the family Axialidae. Anaxalids, plural of Axialid. Anthea, a female given name. Anazoxine, an opioid analgesic of the morphine family which was never marketed. Anazoturia, a decrease in the amount of nitrogenous material such as urea in the urine. Alternative form of amba type of mango pickle. Anbar, a medieval town in Anbar province in modern-day central Iraq, now abandoned. Anbaris, plural of Anberry. Anberry, alternative spelling of Anberry. Amu, a town in Kaiyan District, Kaiju, Guangdong, China. Andaries, plural of andary. Andary, a wen or spongy wart on the legs or flanks of a horse. At initialism of absolute neutrophil count, a blood test measuring the number of neutrophil granulocytes. At the acronym of anti-neutrophil cytoplasmic antibody. At a village and parish of Canton Head, Coimbra District, Região de Coimbra, Centro, Portugal. At a language of Nigeria. And that clipping of anarcho-capitalist. And Ghgfgdfgdfgggdgdgdfgdfsvsdfv, a hypothetical society which operates under anarcho-capitalism. And GAPS, plural of ANCAP. Angaralal, a beta blocker drug. Idesh, a department and region of Peru. Angaster, a village and civil parish in South Kesteven District, Lincolnshire, England. OS Grid Ref SK 9844. Ancaster Stone, Middle Jurassic Bulitic Limestone, quarried around Ancaster, Lincolnshire, England. Ancaster Stones, plural of Ancaster Stone. At initialism of American Nurses Credentialing Center. ANSISI, abbreviation of anatal closure contraction. Ansel, a surname. Ansels, plural of Ansel. Ancenis, a town, part of Ancenis Saint Gayrayan, War-Atlantique Department, Pays de la Loire, France. Anseps, a syllable that can be either short or long. Ancestum, a recombinant methionine human stem cell factor. Ancestor, one from whom a person is descended whether on the father's or mother's side, at any distance of time, a progenitor, a forefather, a forebear. Ancestor Night, a festival celebrated by followers of heathenry in late October or early November and based on the Germanic tradition of ancestor worship. Ancestor Spirit, the spirit of a human that has died, often venerated in religious ceremonies. Ancestor spirits, plural of ancestor spirit. Ancestor worship, veneration of the spirits of one's ancestors. Ancestral, ancestral. Ancestor, having ancestors. Ancestor, the state of being an ancestor. Ancestorial, ancestral. Ancestorially, in an ancestorial context. Ancestoring, present participle and gerund of ancestor. Ancestorism, the emphasis of the importance of one's forefathers or lineage. Ancestorists, a proponent of ancestorism. Ancestorists, plural of ancestorists. Ancestors, plural of ancestor. Ancestors' Day, alternative form of Ancestors' Day. Ancestors' Day, synonym of Tomb Sweeping Day. Ancestorship, the state of being an ancestor. Ancestorships, plural of ancestorship. Ancestor, obsolete spelling of ancestor. Ancestors, plural of ancestor. Ancestral, of, pertaining to, derived from, or possessed by, an ancestor or ancestors. Ancestral chart, a family tree or pedigree in which the ancestors rather than the descendants of a particular person are shown. Ancestral charts, plural of ancestral chart. Ancestral hall, an ancestral shrine. Ancestral halls, plural of ancestral hall. Ancestral name, a surname, particularly used in contexts where other surnames, such as patronymics or clan names, need to be distinguished. Ancestral names, plural of ancestral name. Ancestral publone, any member of a Native American people who once lived in cliff dwellings in Utah and Colorado. Ancestral shrine, a temple dedicated to deified ancestors and progenitors of certain lineages or families in Chinese folk religion. Ancestral shrines, plural of ancestral shrine. Ancestral temple, an ancestral shrine. Ancestral temples, plural of ancestral temple. Ancestralism, the practice of venerating one's ancestors. Ancestralities, plural of ancestrality. Ancestrality, the condition of being ancestral. Ancestral, obsolete form of ancestral. Ancestrally, pertaining to ancestry. Ancestrals, plural of ancestral. Ancestress, a female ancestor. Ancestresses, plural of ancestress. Ancestral, ancestral. Ancestrian, ancestral. Ancestry, obsolete form of ancestry. Anta, a surname. Anchetas, plural of Anchena. Adgilline, being or relating to a landlocked body of water with subterranean connection to the ocean. Ancient, obsolete form of ancient. Ancholine, pertaining to independent or semi-independent bodies of water near to the sea, especially in coastal hollows. Antrameric, describing the participation of a neighboring group in a reaction. Antrameric assistance, a form of neighboring group participation in which the rate of a reaction is increased. Antrameric assistances, plural of antrameric assistance. Anchintamorphic, relating to or caused by anchintamorphism. Anchintamorphism, the process in which initial digenesis is overtaken by metamorphosis. Atchi, alternative form of anking. Anchornithid, any extinct bird-like creature of the family Anchornithidae. Anchornithids, plural of Anchornithid. Anchisaur, any member of the Anchisauria, a clade of sauropodomorph dinosaurs that lived from the late Triassic to the late Cretaceous in North America, Africa, and South America. Anchisaurid, any dinosaur in the family Anchisauridae. Anchisaurids, plural of Anchisaurid. Anchisaurs, plural of Anchisaur. Anchias, a mythical Trojan elder in the Iliad and the Aeneid, father of Aeneas. Angusdioidid, any shrimp of the family Angusdioididae. Angusdioidids, plural of Angusdioidid. Achur, any of the genus Anchisaurium of extinct horses. Anchurers, plural of Anchuther. Anchurine, any member of the Anchithuriinae, an extinct subfamily of equids. Anchurians, plural of Anchithuriine. Anchizonal, relating to an anchizone. Anchizone, a transitional zone between digenesis and metamorphosis. Anchizones, plural of anchizone. Ancha, a broad, flat, dried poblano pepper, often ground into a powder. Ancombe, a river in Lincolnshire, England, which discharges into the River Humber. Much of the river, the new River Ancombe, is straightened, while the old River Ancombe meanders alongside and across it. Enchaminene, any extinct primate of the genus Enchamames. Enchamamians, plural of enchamamine. Encondo, a surname. Encondos, plural of encondo. Anchor, a male given name. Anchor babies, plural of anchor baby. Anchor baby, a child born to non-citizen parents in the United States or another country that grants birthright citizenship cf. just solely, and who, as a citizen, can provide immigration benefits to relatives. Anchor ball, a sphere, usually black, that is either attached to the vessel or to the anchor buoy, used as a signal to state the vessel is anchored. Anchor balls, plural of anchor ball. Anchor Bay, a census-designated place in Mendocino County, California, United States. Anchor bend, a type of knot used to securely attach a line to a ring or other solid terminal, more correctly known as the anchor hitch. Anchor bends, plural of anchor bend. Anchor buoy, a small buoy, usually painted a distinctive color, attached to an anchor by a light line and used to indicate the location of the anchor on the bottom. Anchor buoys, plural of anchor buoy. Anchor hitch, any type of knot used to attach a line to a ring or other solid terminal, also known as the anchor band. Anchor hitches, plural of anchor hitch. Anchor ice, submerged ice anchored to the bottom of a river, etc., irrespective of how it formed. Anchor light, the lantern shown at night by a vessel at anchor. Anchor lights, plural of anchor light. Anchor lie, a very heavy rope or chain by which a ship's anchor is hoisted. Anchor lines, plural of anchor line. Anchorman, alternative form of anchorman. Anchorman, plural of anchorman. Anchor nut, a nut designed not to require a wrench for tightening and loosening. Anchor nuts, plural of anchor nut. Anchor Point, a town in Newfoundland and Labrador, Canada. Anchor Point, a place to which things are anchored. Anchor points, plural of anchor point. Anchor pylon, a pylon that forms the endpoint of a high-power transmission line and uses horizontal insulators necessary when interfacing with other modes of power transmission and due to the inflexibility of the conductors when significantly altering the direction of the pylon chain. Anchor pylons, plural of anchor pylon. Anchor ring, a Taurus. Anchor rings, plural of anchor ring. Anchor seine, synonym of Danish seine. Anchor shot, a shot made with the object balls in an anchor space. Anchor shots, plural of anchor shot. Anchor space, in the balk line game, any of 8 spaces, 7 times 3½ inches, lying along a cushion and bisected transversely by a balk line. Object balls in an anchor space are treated as in balk. Anchor spaces, plural of anchor space. Anchor store, synonym of anchor tenant. Anchor stores, plural of anchor store. Anchor tenant, a large and popular store in a shopping mall, often a department store or retail chain, intended to attract a significant cross-section of customers to the mall. Anchor tenants, plural of anchor tenant. Anchor worm, Elernian. Anchor worms, plural of anchor worm. Anger's eye, responds to order to weigh anchor when the anchor has been tripped and is no longer attached to the bottom. Edroy, a kind of boat for retrieving and transporting anchors. Angrois, plural of anchor hoy. Anchorable, capable of being anchored. Anchorably, in an anchorable manner. Anchorage, a large coastal city in Alaska. Anchoragate, an inhabitant of Anchorage. Anchoragates, plural of anchoragate. Anchorages, plural of anchorage. Anchoral, resembling or having the character of an anchor. Anchored, simple past and past participle of anchor. Anchorer, one who or that which anchors. Anchorers, plural of anchorer. Anchoress, a female anchorite, a woman who chooses to withdraw from the world to live a solitary life of prayer and contemplation. Anchoresses, plural of anchoress. Anchoret, alternative spelling of anchorite. Anchoreth, third person singular simple present indicative of anchor. Anchoretic, relating to an anchoret or hermit. Anchoretical, anchoretic. Anchoretically, in an anchoretic manner. Anchoritism, the practice or mode of life of an anchorite, hermithood. Anchorets, plural of anchoret. Anchor hove, the residence of an anchorite or anchoress. Anchor holds, plural of anchor hold. Anchorin, any of a group of collagen binding proteins related to annexin. Anchoring, the act or means by which something is anchored or made firm. Anchoring effect, a psychological phenomenon wherein a previous appraisal has its range determined by communication of a previous reference point. Anchoring effects, plural of anchoring effect. Anchorings, plural of anchoring. Anchorins, plural of anchorin. Anchorism, the manner or disposition of an anchorite, anchoritism, hermetism, reclusion. Anchorisms, plural of anchorism. Anchorist, synonym of anchorite. Anchorists, plural of anchorist. Anchorite, one who lives in isolation or seclusion, especially for religious reasons. Hermit. Anchorites, plural of anchorite. Anchorites, a female anchorite, an anchoress. Anchoritesses, plural of anchorites. Anchoritic, of or pertaining to an anchorite. Anchoritically, in the manner of an anchorite, reclusively. Anchoritish, anchoretic, reclusive, secluded. Anchoritism, the practices of an anchorite. Anchorless, lacking an anchor, idrif. Anchorlessness, the state of being anchorless. Anchor-like, resembling an anchor. Anchorman, the main host of a television or radio program, particularly one relating to the broadcast of news. Anchormen, plural of anchormen. Anchor people, plural of anchorperson. Anchorperson, the primary reporter on a television news broadcast. Anchorpersons, plural of anchorperson. Andrews, plural of anchor. Ankersham, a northern suburb and ward in Blackpool Borough, Lancashire, England. The suburb extends eastwards into File Borough OS Grid Ref SD 3242. Anchorsmith, a maker of anchors. Anchorsmiths, plural of anchorsmith. Anchorwoman, a female anchorperson. Anchorwomen, plural of anchorwoman. Acru, synonym of angray. Anchos, plural of ancho. Enter, archaic spelling of anchor. Anchors, plural of anchor. Anchota, an anchovy of species Ingrales ringens from the southern Pacific. Anchotes, plural of anchota. Anchovata, alternative spelling of anchota. Anchovatas, plural of anchoveta. Anchovat, a paste made from anchovies, used as a spread. Anchovy, topped with or accompanied by anchovies. Anchovies, plural of anchovy. Anchovy, any small saltwater fish of the Ingralidae family, consisting of 160 species in 16 genera, of which the genus Ingrales is widely sold as food. Anchovy paste, a kind of fish paste made mainly with anchovies. Anchovy pear, the tree Grias cauliflora. Anchovy pears, plural of anchovy pear. Anchovy toast, a form of bruschetta topped with mashed anchovies and other ingredients. Anchovy toasts, plural of anchovy toasts. Anchovali, resembling or characteristic of anchovy. Angress, alternative form of anchoress female anchorite. Angresses, plural of angress. Antusa, any plant of the genus Anchusa within family Boraginaceae of rough and hairy Old World herbs with one-sided clusters of trumpet-shaped flowers. Anchusus, plural of anchusa. Anchusic, related to anchusin. Anchusin, alkanin. Anchusine, alternative form of anchusin. Anchothengu, a coastal panchayat and town in the Tiruvananthapuram district of Kerala, India. Anchulos, alternative form of ankylos. Anchulos, simple past and past participle of anchulos. Anchuloses, plural of anchulosis. Anchulosing, present participle and gerund of anchulos. Anchulosis, alternative spelling of ankylosis. Ankylostomiasis, alternative spelling of ancylostomiasis. Ankylotic, alternative spelling of ankylotic of or pertaining to ankylosis. Ansat, a district of Langfang, Hebei. China. Ancient regime. The aristocratic social and political system established in France under the Valois and Bourbon dynasties, overthrown by the French Revolution of 1789. Ancient regime. A system of government long since supplanted by another, particularly a state of feudalism with an absolute monarchy supported by the doctrine of divine right with the explicit consent of an established church. Ancient, synonym of ancientness. Anciency, ancientness. Ancients regimes, plural of ancient regime. Ancient, having lasted from a remote period. Having been of long duration, of great age, very old. Ancient and Honorable Order of Turtles, a humorous and informal global fraternity that originated as a social drinking club for pilots during World War II. Ancient Astronaut, any of the extraterrestrial beings that, according to the pseudoscientific belief of paleocontact, visited Earth in the distant past influencing human culture, technology, or religion. Ancient astronauts, plural of ancient astronaut. Ancient Chinese, Middle Chinese. Ancient Church of the East, A church descended from the historical Church of the East, which split from the Assyrian Church of the East over differences concerning the calendar. Ancient document. In the law of evidence, a document which is admissible as an exception to the hearsay rule, and which is considered self-authenticating, because it is older than a certain age, usually 20 years, and in a condition that makes it free from suspicion concerning its authenticity, and was found in a place where such a writing was likely to be kept. Ancient documents. Plural of ancient document. Ancient Egypt. A civilization that existed in the valley of the Nile River from c. 3150 BCE to 30 BCE. Ancient Egyptian. The Afro-Asiatic language spoken and written in ancient Egypt. Ancient Egyptians. Plural of ancient Egyptian. Ancient grain. A grain or pseudo-cereal purported to be minimally changed by selective breeding over recent millennia, often used in plural and in the context of marketing. Ancient grains. Plural of ancient grain. Ancient Greece. The Greek-speaking world in ancient times, geographically referring not only to modern Greece and southern Balkan Peninsula, but also to areas of Hellenic culture that were settled during ancient times by Greeks. Cyprus, the Aegean coast of Ionia, southern Italian peninsula, and Sicily known as Magna Graecia, and the scattered Greek settlements on the coasts of what are now Albania, Bulgaria, Egypt, Libya, southern France, southern Spain, Catalonia, Georgia, Romania, and Ukraine. Ancient Greek. Any of the various forms of the Greek language of classical antiquity, particularly the classical Attic dialect used in Athenian literature. Ancient Greeks. Plural of ancient Greek. Ancient History. A period of history generally seen as occurring before the Middle Ages, that is, before the fall of the Roman Empire, includes ancient Egypt, ancient Greece, and ancient Rome. Ancient Kangleipak. The Medes-speaking world in ancient times, geographically consisting of modern Manipur and neighboring regions. Ancient Lights. The right, based in English common law, of a property owner to retain an accustomed, unobstructed view and satisfactory illumination from his or her window s, restricting nearby construction that would obstruct such a view or such illumination, the window s providing such an accustomed view or satisfactory illumination. Ancient Macedonian. The Hellenic language of ancient Macedonians, probably related to ancient Greek, spoken in Macedon from 808 BCE till 168 BCE. Ancient Mariners. An old woman who bears some resemblance to Coleridge's Ancient Mariner, especially one who has an unfortunate history or insists on telling her story. Ancient Marineresses. Plural of ancient marineress. Ancient Monument. An old or ancient building or other structure, or a site of historical interest that is usually looked after by an official organization. Ancient Monuments. Plural of ancient monument. Ancient Near East. The Near East from the 4th millennium BC until the Muslim conquests. Ancient Near Eastern. Of or pertaining to the ancient Near East. Ancient North Arabian. Related to the ancient North Arabian script or language s. Ancient of Days. God as the one who existed before the beginning of time. Ancient Regime. Synonym of ancient regime. Ancient Regimes. Plural of ancient regime. Ancient Roman. Alternative letter case form of ancient Roman. Ancient Romans. Plural of ancient Roman. Ancient Rome. The civilization associated with Rome from the 9th century BCE to the 5th century CE, and the Roman Empire centered on it. Ancient South Arabian. Related to the ancient South Arabian script. Ancient Times. Ancient History. Ancienter. Comparative form of ancient, more ancient. Ancientess. Superlative form of ancient, most ancient. Ancientism. The belief that people in ancient times were wiser than those of today. Anciently. in the manner of very long ago, as the ancients did. Ancientness, the state or quality of being ancient. Ancientness is plural of ancientness. Ancientures, plural of ancientry. Ancientry, the quality or fact of being ancient or very old. Ancients, plural of ancient. Anciente, age, antiquity. Ansal, the sacred shield of the ancient Romans, said to have fallen from heaven in the reign of Numa Pompilius. 11 copies were said to have been made, and it was the Palladium of Rome. Ansals, plural of ansile. Ancilia, plural of ansile. Ancillary, misspelling of ancillary. Ancilla, amid. Ancillabit, an extra bit binary digit used to implement irreversible logical operations. Ancillabits, plural of ancillabit. Ancilli, plural of ancilla. Ancillaries, plural of ancillary. Ancillarily, in an ancillary manner. Ancillariness, the quality of being ancillary. Ancillarity, the condition of being ancillary. Ancillary, subordinate, secondary, auxiliary. Ancillary relief, in English law, financial relief applied for after the presentation of a petition for divorce, annulment of marriage, or legal separation. Ancillary travel services, additional services that travel providers and airlines offer to customers in addition to their core products or services. Ancillary, alternative form of ancillary. Ancillula, a slave girl, a servant girl. Ancillulas, plural of ancillula. Ancipital, two-edged instead of round, set of certain flattened stems such as those of bluegrass and rarely also of leaves. Ancipitally, in an ancipital manner. Ancipites, plural of anceps. Ancepidas, synonym of ancipital. Anhera, a surname. Anheras, plural of ancera. Ancestrocladine, the isoquinoline 1,3,5,4,5-dimethoxy 2-methylnaphthalene 1-8-methoxy 1,3-dimethyl 1,2,3,4-tetrahydroisoquinoline 6-sol. Ancestroy, hook-shaped. Ancedabine, a pyrimidine antagonist. Ankle, obsolete spelling of ankle. Ankles, plural of ankle. Ancoat, an area of Manchester, Greater Manchester, England. OS Grid Ref SJ 8498. Ancabar, any of a breed of poultry developed by crossing an Ancona and a barred Plymouth Rock. Ancabars, plural. Ancabar, any of a breed of poultry developed by crossing an Ancona and a barred Plymouth Rock. Ancabars, plural of Ancabar. Ancodont, any mammal in the infraorder Ancodonta, hippos and their extinct relatives. Ancodonts, plural of Ancodont. Ancahuma, a mountain in Bolivia. Angol, clipping of anarcho-communist. Angum, a small inflammatory swelling arising suddenly. Angums, plural of ancum. Angoms, plural of ancom. Atkin, a sheep of a breed from Massachusetts with short crooked legs and long back. Ancona, a province of March, Italy. Adconat, located towards the elbow. Ancamo, of or pertaining to the elbow. Angomen, of from or relating to the city of Ancona and associated province, March region, Italy. Angomens, plural of Anconen. Ancones, plural of Ancona. Ancon, plural of Ancona. Ancomo, of or pertaining to the elbow. Anconai, plural of Anconius. Angons, plural of Ancon. Angonius, a muscle of the elbow and forearm. Anchines, plural of ancony. Anconoid, anconal, resembling the elbow. Ankins, plural of ankin. Ankony, a piece of malleable iron that is wrought into the shape of a flat bar, about 3 feet long, with a square rough unwrought knob on each end. Angora, either of the symbols found in marginal notes to mark missing text. Anchoral, alternative form of anchoral. Anchorinid, any sponge in the family Anchorinidae. Anchorinant, plural of anchorinant. Anchorinaceae, any of a group of diglycosidic tetramic acids that are metabolites of the sponge anchorina. Anchorinicides, plural of anchorinaceae. Ancova, acronym of analysis of covariance. Angova, plural of ancova. Ancovenin, a cyclic oligopeptide produced by actinomycetes. Aguem, a town in Columbia County, New York, United States. Angraephobia, the fear of wind. Ancre, alternative form of ancre. Adbrud, alternative form of anchored. Ambre, anchored having the extremities turned back. Angress, obsolete form of anchoress female anchorite. Angresses, plural of angress. Angod, a defibrinogenating agent derived from the venom of the Malayan pit viper. Angroft, a village and civil parish in northern Northumberland, England. OS grid ref NU 0045. Ancrum, a surname. Angrams, plural of ancrum. At, plural of ANC. Anct, abbreviation of ancient. Ancto, a surname. Anctils, plural of ancto. Anxious, obsolete form of anxious. Anxiously, obsolete spelling of anxiously. Anthas, an italic male given name from Latin, notably born by Ancus Marcius, a legendary king of Rome. Ancilla Franc, a commune in Yonne department, Bourgogne-Franche-Comté, France. Ansith, archaic form of ancient. Ansel, alternative form of ancile. Ancelid, any member of the family Ancelidae, now tribe Ancellini, of certain limpets and ramshorn snails. Ancelids, plural of ancellid. Ancilistaceous, belonging to the family Ancilistaceae. Ancellite, a basic carbonate mineral of strontium and rare earth elements. Ancelites, plural of ancellite. Ancylosrotid, any in the family Ancylosrotidae. Ancylosrotids, plural of ancylosrotid. Ancylosrotin, any member of the Ancylosrotina suborder of ammonites. Ancylocum, an organism or fossil with an ancyloconic shell or the shell itself. Ancylocons, plural of ancylocon. Ancyloconic, having a shell which is initially a spiral, but then like a hamadoconic shell extends in a long straight section, curves, and extends again, as some Ancylosrotina do. Ancylosis, alternative form of ankylosis. Ancylostoma, any hookworm of the genus Ancylostoma. Ancylostomas, plural of ancylostoma. Ancylostomata, plural of ancylostoma. Ancylostomatic, relating to ancylostoma hookworms. Ancylostomatid, any member of the family Ancylostomatidae of hookworms. Ancylostomatids, plural of ancylostomatid. Ancylostome, alternative form of ancylostoma type of hookworm. Ancylostomes, plural of ancylostom. Ancylostomiasis, plural of ancylostomiases. Ancylostomiasis, infection by the hookworm ancylostoma. Ancylostome, any hookworm of the family Ancylostomidae. Ancylostomids, plural of ancylostomid. Ancimidol, the plant growth regulator alpha-cyclopropylalpha-4-methoxyphene IL-5-pyrimid-imethanol. Ancyra, the capital city of Galatia. Ancyrosphalid, any flatworm of the family Ancyrosphallidae. Ancyrosphallids, plural of Ancyrosphalli. Alternative form of the conjunction operator. As a coordinating conjunction, expressing two elements to be taken together or in addition to each other. And a half, used other than figuratively or idiomatically, see and a half. And a partridge in a pear tree, used at the end of a list of items to emphasize its length. And alike, eggcorn of and the like. And all, including every object, attribute, or process associated with preceding item or series of items. And all that, used at the end of a statement to insinuate that there is more information that can be inferred from the preceding. And all the rest of it, synonym of and so forth. And all this, used at the end of a statement to insinuate that there is more information that can be inferred from the preceding. And another thing, used to introduce a new topic or subtopic of conversation, by the way. And be done with it, used to terminate discussion or delay with a call to action. And change, in some quantity, but less than the increment to the next round number. And company, used as part of the name of a company with multiple owners. And counting, used to show that the number previously mentioned is continuously changing, i.e. increasing or decreasing. And crap, synonym of and shit. And don't play one on TV, a term often used after a person claims to have no expertise in a topic of discussion, but still wants to contribute a comment. And don't you forget it. Bear in mind, remember. And everything, synonym of and all. And finies, plural of and finally. And finally, a light news story reserved for the end of a bulletin when there is a lack of more important items, typically involving animals or other features supposed to be in using. And gate, a logic gate performing a Boolean logic and operation. And gates, plural of and gate. And have done with it, synonym of and be done with it. And his mother serves as an intensifier for an inclusive noun or phrase such as everyone, anyone, each someone or all someones. And how, used to strongly confirm the preceding utterance. And I claim my £5, used to intensify a statement of someone's identity, particularly to make a humorous comparison between two unrelated people or entities. And I don't mean maybe, indicating that one is serious and not joking about a matter. And I-oo, used to humorously convey embarrassment or shock. And the alternative form of an if. And no flies, synonym of and no mistake. And no mistake, without any doubt whatsoever, for sure. And nothing of value was lost, used to celebrate the end or demise of someone or something unfavorable or disliked. And of course, used to indicate that the item or idea which follows is of at least equal importance to those already mentioned, or as a reminder not to forget something obvious. And alternative form of and/or. Unseen, alternative form of seen. And shit, used after one or more listed objects, attributes, or processes to indicate additional others. And so forth, indicates that a list continues in a similar manner. And so on, used to indicate that a list continues in a similar manner. And so say all of us. Amen used to express strong agreement or exultation after a prayer. And stuff, synonym of and all. And such, and other like things, and so forth. And that, and everything related to that, and so on, etc. And that's final. Synonym of full stop. And that's fly, and that's that. And the church says amen, used to express strong agreement or approval. And the horse you rode in on, intensifier, and the like, and other similar items, etc. And then everyone clapped. Alternative form of and then everyone on the bus clapped. And then everyone on the bus clapped, used to refuse or express doubt of the veracity of an anecdote. And then some, used to confirm preceding utterance while implying that what was said or asked is an understatement, and whatnot, and so on, etc. And your little dog too, a statement that not only will the person being addressed be punished, but their conspirators will also, and will, and contraction of and has, and slash or joins two alternatives to mean either or both, indicates that inclusive or is meant where or alone might be taken to mean exclusive or. And the initialism of abbreviated new drug application. And the, a surname from Spanish in turn from Basque. And a Batarian of or like an Andabata, a gladiator who fought blindfolded. And a Buem, a barangay of Benito Salivan, Isabela, Philippines. And thy, a language of Papua New Guinea. Andaki, alternative form of Andakwi. Andal, a surname. Andalan, a surname from Spanish. Andalans, plural of Antalan. Andals, plural of Andal. Andalsnins, a town in Roma, Morog Romstol, Norway. Andalusi, of or pertaining to Al and Alice. Andalusi Arbe. Alternative form of Andalusian Arabic. Andalusia, a historical region and autonomous community in southern Spain, the most populated and second largest of the 17 autonomous communities that constitute Spain. Capital, Seville. Andalusian, of, from, or relating to Andalusia, Spain. Andalusian Arabic, extinct variety of the Arabic language spoken in Al-Andalus in the Iberian Peninsula under Muslim rule. Andalusian cadence, a kind of chord progression based on 4 chords descending stepwise. Andalusianess, the quality of being Andalusian. Andalusians, plural of Andalusian. Andalusis, plural of Andalusi. Andalusite, an aluminium nesosilicate mineral Al2CO5, which can be cut into a gem and displays strong pleochroism, shifting between red, green, and yellow. Andalusites, plural of Andalusite. Andalusitic, of, relating to, or consisting of Andalusite. Andaman, related to the Andaman Islands, or to their people or languages. Andaman and Nicobar, synonym of Andaman and Nicobar Islands. Andaman and Nicobar Islands, an archipelago and union territory of India in the Bay of Bengal. Capital, Port Blair. Andaman Bubur, a species of bubuk owl, Ninoxophenes, endemic to the Andaman Islands. Andaman bubuks, plural of Andaman bubuk. Andaman crake. Pralina caningi, a species of crake bird native to the Andaman Islands of the Indian Ocean. Andaman crakes, plural of Andaman crake. Andaman Islands, a group of islands in the Bay of Bengal. Andaman Sea, a marginal sea of the Indian Ocean to the southeast of the Bay of Bengal, south of Burma, Myanmar, west of Thailand, northwest of the Malay Peninsula, north of Sumatra, and east of the Andaman Islands. Andaman means a native or inhabitant of the Andaman Islands. Andamans, the Andaman Islands. Andante, a tempo mark directing that a passage is to be played in a moderately slow tempo, faster than adagio, but slower than moderato. Andante moderato, a little faster than andante. Andantes, plural of andante. Andantino, of a tempo that is slightly faster than andante but slower than moderato. Andantinos, plural of andantino. Enda, a barangay of Loch, Davao de Oro, Philippines. Andaqui, alternative form of Andaqui. Andaqui, an indigenous people of Colombia. Andarian, a barangay of Delfin Albano, Isabela, Philippines. Andarta, a Celtic goddess of warriors. Andart, a Greek guerrilla fighter, especially as part of the resistance during the Second World War. Andarts, the Greek resistance and its members during World War Roman II. Andas, plural of Anda. Andas, synonym of Susquehannock, a member of a North Iroquoian people formerly resident in Pennsylvania and Maryland. Andasts, plural of Andast. Andadel, indicating motion away from something. Andadevs, plural of andative. Ande, a surname from Basque. Andeas, plural of Andea. Andazola, a surname. Andazolas, plural of Andazola. And alternative form of on. And then of or pertaining to the Andes Mountains in South America. Andean cat, a species of cat Leopardus jacobitus that lives in the Andes. Andean cats, plural of Andean cat. Andean condor, a South American bird in the New World vulture family Cathartidae, Vulturgryphus. Andean condors, plural of Andean condor. Andean coot, a bird of species Violica artemisiaca. Andean coots, plural of Andean coot. Andean cross, synonym of Chacana. Andean crosses, plural of Andean cross. Andean flamingo, a species of flamingo Phoenicopterus andinus, native to the Andes of Chile. Andean flamingos, plural of Andean flamingo. Andean fox, synonym of Culbio, a canid native to the Andes region of South America. Andean foxes, plural of Andean fox. Andean hairy armadillo, a species of armadillo, Chaetophractus nationi, found in western Bolivia and adjacent areas of South America. Andean hairy armadillos, plural of Andean hairy armadillo. Andean hill star, a species of hummingbird Oreatroculus estella found in the Andes. Andean hill stars, plural of Andean hill star. Andean mountain cat, a small wild cat of the species Leopardus jacobita. Andean mountain cats, plural of Andean mountain cat. Andean mountains. Andes mountains. Andean potato, Solanum tuberosum andigena. Andean potatoes, plural of Andean potato. Andean tinamou, a tinamou, Nathoprocta pentlandii. Andean tinamus, plural of Andean tinamou. Aminus, the quality or state of being Andean. Andeans, plural of Andean. And dead, simple past and past participle of end. And simple past and past participle of end. Andadrebina, a language of Australia. Endel, a surname. Endel, hurry up, come on. Gotta move on. Andals, plural of Andel. Anderberg, a surname from Swedish. Anderbergs, plural of Anderberg. Andereg, a surname. Anderegs, plural of Andereg. Ando, a surname from German. Andolet, a city and municipality in Belgium. Andos, plural of Anderl. Anderman syndrome, a rare neurodegenerative genetic disorder that damages the nerves used to control muscles and related to sensation, and is often associated with agenesis of the corpus callosum. Andermas, alternative form of Andromas. Andermatt, a village and municipality in Uri Canton, Switzerland. Andernach, a town on the Rhine in Main-Koblenz district, Rhineland-Palatinate, Germany. Anderun, obsolete form of Anderun. Anderuns, plural of Anderun. Anders, a surname. Anderser, a surname from Swedish. Andersen, a surname from Danish in turn, originating as a patronymic of Danish and Norwegian origin. Andersen disease, glycogen storage disease type Roman 4. Andersen syndrome, synonym of Andersen-Tawil syndrome. Andersen-Tawil syndrome, a rare genetic disorder characterized by electrical disturbances of the heart, low-set ears, and a small lower jaw, and intermittent periods of muscle weakness. Andersenian, of or relating to Hans Christian Andersen 1805-1875, Danish author best known for his enduring fairy tales. Andersens, plural of Andersen. Anderswens, the Anders romance subplot in the video game Dragon Age Roman 2. Andersvenser, a player who romances Anders during a playthrough of Dragon Age Roman 2. Andosme, a light snack consumed in the afternoon. Anderson, a Scottish surname originating as a patronymic. Anderson County, one of 105 counties in Kansas, United States. County seat, Garnet, named after Joseph C. Anderson. Anderson localization, in condensed matter physics, the absence of diffusion of waves in a disordered medium. Anderson localizations, plural of Anderson localization. Anderson shelter, an air-raid shelter made from curved and straight galvanized corrugated steel panels. Anderson shelters, plural of Anderson shelter. Anderson Springs, an unincorporated community in Lake County, California, United States. Anderson squat, a form of squat exercise that is commenced from the bottom position. Anderson-Darling tests, a statistical test of whether a given sample of data is drawn from a given probability distribution. Anderson-Darling tests, plural of Anderson-Darling tests. Anderson-Higgs mechanism, synonym of Higgs mechanism. Andersonian, of or pertaining to Ernest Masson Anderson 1877–1960, Scottish geologist, or his work on the dynamic analysis of faulting. Andersonite, a rare uranium carbonate mineral found in sandstone-hosted uranium. Andersons, plural of Anderson. Andersonstown, a suburb of West Belfast in County Antrim, Northern Ireland. Andersonville, Andersonville Prison, a POW camp in Georgia during the American Civil War. Anderson, a surname from Swedish. Andersons, plural of Anderson. Anderston, an inner suburb of the city of Glasgow, Scotland. OS grid ref NS 5765. Anderton, a place in England. Anderton with Marbury, a civil parish in Cheshire West and Chester, Cheshire, England, which includes the village of Anderton. There is no settlement named Marbury here, but there is Marbury Lane and Marbury Country Park. Andaran, the harem of the royal household of the Shah of Persia. Andarans, plural of Andaran. Andes, synonym of Andes Mountains. Andes Mountains, one of the world's major mountain ranges stretching along the western end of South America from Colombia to the southern tip of Chile. Andesine, sodium calcium aluminum silicate Na XKXLC308, a Plagiocles feldspar, the third member of the albe-tannorthite solid solution series. Found in fine-grained andesite lavas, crystals are rarely seen. Andesines, plural of andesine. Andesite, any of a class of fine-grained intermediate igneous rock of volcanic origin containing mostly Plagiocles feldspar. Andesites, plural of andesite. Andesitic, pertaining to or composed of andesite. Andesite, alternative spelling of andesite. Andesites, plural of andesite. Andexana, synonym of andexanate alpha. Andexanate alpha, an antidote for the medications rivaroxaban and apixaban when reversal of anticoagulation is needed due to uncontrolled bleeding. A language spoken in India. And a former state in India existing between 1953 and 1956, formed from Madras Presidency and later merged with Telangana, forming Andhra Pradesh. Andhra Pradesh, a state in southeastern India, where Telugu is the primary language. Capital, Amaravati. Of or relating to the former Indian state of Andhra. Andarans, plural of Andran. And a northeast Caucasian language of Russia. Endic, containing weathered volcanic glass or pumice. And a diminutive of the female given name Andrea from ancient Greek. Andes, plural of Andi. Andadin, a region of Uzbekistan. Andadin, alternative form of antigen. Andiliabra, alternative spelling of Anandiliaqua. Andin, and then. And day, present participle and gerund of and. Ande, a surname. Andings, plural of anding. Andino, a surname. Andinos, plural of andino. Andiroba, any of the South and Central American trees of the genus Carapa, especially Carapa guinensis. Andirobas, plural of andiroba. Andire, a utensil for supporting wood when burning in a fireplace, one being placed on each side. Andirons, plural of antiron. Andirova, archaic form of Andiroba. Andes, a surname from German. Andises, plural of Andes. Andesal, a kind of soil formed in volcanic ash and containing high proportions of glass and amorphous colloidal materials, including allophane, immobylite, and ferrihydrite. Andesols, plural of andesol. Anditomen, a meroderpenoid derived from Aspergillus species. Andun, alternative form of antigen. Ando, a surname from Japanese. Ando, a probably extinct Zaporon language spoken in Peru. Andolin, a town and municipality of the province of Gipuzkoa, Basque Country, Spain. Ando, alternative form of andoke. Andolas, a bronchodilator drug. Andolena, a surname from Italian. Andolinas, plural of Andolena. And, a surname from Galician. Andon, synonym of dandon. Andant, plural of Andon. Ando, an indigenous people of Colombia living along the Dutch tributary of the Japura River. Andoquero, an extinct Witotone language of Colombia. Andor, synonym of dandy or hammock litter, a strong cloth suspended from a pole or set of poles used as an open sedan chair. Andorina, a municipality of Bahia, Brazil. Andorite, a white mineral containing antimony, lead, silver, and sulfur. Andorites, plural of antorite. Andor, a microstate in southern Europe between Spain and France. Official name, Principality of Andorra. Capital and largest city, Andorra la Vella. Andorra la Vella, the capital city of Andorra. Andorran, a person from Andorra or of Andorran descent. Andorrans, plural of Andorran. Andors, plural of Andor. Andesol, alternative form of andesol. Andesols, plural of andesol. Andouille, a spiced, heavily smoked Cajun pork sausage, often made from the entire gastrointestinal system of the pig. Andouilles, plural of andouille. Andouillettes, a small andouille type of sausage. Andouillettes, plural of andouillette. Andover, a town and civil parish with a town council in Test Valley District, Hampshire, England. OS Grid Ref SU 3645. Andovesford, a village and civil parish in Cotswold District, Gloucestershire, England. OS Grid Ref SB 0219. Andøy, alternative form of Andøy municipality in Nordland, Norway. Andor, alternative form of andro, used before vowels. Andret, any of the genus Andratchen of flowering plants. Andretchens, plural of Andratchen. Andrade, a surname from the Romance languages. Andure, a surname from Galician. Andradite, a nesosilicate mineral of the garnet group with chemical formula K3Fe2C3O. Androdites, plural of androdite. Anduri, a surname from German. Andries, plural of andri. Andragogic, relating to andragogy. Andragogical, alternative form of andragogic. Andragogy, the methods or techniques used to teach adults, adult education. Andragologists, one who practices or specializes in the field of andragogy. Andragologists, plural of andragologists. Andras, a surname. Andrastin, any of a family of fungal monoterpenoids found in blue cheese that inhibit farnesyltransferase. Androstin a farnesyltransferase inhibitor isolate of Penicillium species. Androstins, plural of androstin. Andras, a surname. André, a male given name from French, an anglicized form of André. André, a male given name from French or Portuguese, borrowed from the French and Portuguese form of Andrew. Andrea, a female given name from ancient Greek. Andreanof Islands, a group of islands in the Aleutian Islands in southwestern Alaska. Andreas, a male given name from ancient Greek from the Latin form of Andrew. Andresian, a surname from Armenian. Andrians, plural of Andresian. Andresian, a surname from Armenian. Andezan, a surname from Armenian, equivalent to English Anderson. Andezans, plural of Andesian. Andrei, a surname. Andreev, a surname from Russian. Andreevs, plural of Andreev. Andries, plural of Andrei. Andreescu, a surname from Romanian. Andrew, a transliteration of the Russian surname Andreyev. Andrea, a female surname from Russian, masculine equivalent Andreev. Andrei, a transliteration of the Russian male given name acute iktatkri Andrage, equivalent to Andrew. Andreasu de Jost, a village and commune of Vrancia County, Romania. Andromerite, a monoclinic prismatic emerald green mineral containing barium, iron, magnesium, manganese, oxygen, and silicon. Embryonids, any member of the family Andronidae of bees. Andronids, plural of andronid. Andali, a surname from Italian. Andalis, plural of Andriali. Andali, a surname from Italian. Andazes, plural of Andriazi. Andrupunt, a surname from French. Androbunts, plural of Andropont. Andres, a male given name from Spanish, equivalent to English Andrew. Andres Bonifacio, a barangay of Baguio, Banked, Philippines. Andres Bonifacio Cagrao Rimedo, a barangay of Baguio, Banked, Philippines. Andres Illegan, a barangay of Najin, Oriental Mindoro, Philippines. Andreses, plural of Andres. Andres, a surname. Andretti, a surname from Italian. Andrettis, plural of Andretti. Andrew, a male given name from ancient Greek. Andrew County, one of 114 counties in Missouri, United States. County seat, Savannah. Andrew Jackson, a United States $20 bill. Andrew Jacksons, plural of Andrew Jackson. Andrew Miller, alternative form of Andrew Miller, the Navy. Andrew Miller, the Royal Navy, service in the Navy. Andrew Millers, plural of Andrew Miller. Andrumas, St. Andrew's Day. Andrews, a surname originating as a patronymic derived from Andrew. Andrews County, one of 254 counties in Texas, United States. County seat, Andrews. Andrewsarchus, an extinct mammal of genus Andrewsarchus from the Eocene epoch. Andrewsarchuses, plural of andrus archus. Andrusis, plural of andrews. Andrusi, a now discredited mineral reported in Cornwall and later shown to be a mixture of henschelite and rockbridgite with minor chalcosiderite. Embry, a transliteration of the Russian male given name a and a yeo acute ikthatkri and rage, equivalent to Andrew. Embry, a city and commune in Andria-Trani province, Apulia, Italy. Andrianovite, a very rare mineral of the eudialyte group. Andre, a surname. Andrex, plural of Andric. Adro, a commune and village in Sadi-Mare County, Romania. Androseni, a commune of Iasi County, Romania. Andeuga, a former village in Bakhmut urban Hromada, Bakhmut Rayon, Donetsk Oblast, Ukraine, destroyed by war between December 2022 and September 2023. Andrejshai, a municipality of Croatia. Andro, Antarctic drilling project. Andril anemone, Adversiella Italy, the anemone of the Feli adversity found in the ice of the Os Cal Erdiga. Andril anemones, plural of andril anemone. Abr, a surname from French. Andrina, a female given name from ancient Greek. Ende, a native or inhabitant of Andros. Andiet, plural of Andriet. Andrest, a surname from German. Andrests, plural of Andrist. And a transliteration of the Ukrainian male given name and Cyrillic letter 456 acute iktatkwi Andrij, equivalent to Andrew. Andreyevka, alternative spelling of Andreyevka. Andro, a place in Imphal Valley of Manipur, India. Andro, humum. Androblastoma, a type of ovarian tumor in which the tumor cells secrete a male sex hormone. Androblastomas, plural of androblastoma. Androblastomata, plural of androblastoma. Androblastomatis, of or relating to an androblastoma. Androcentric, of pertaining to or exhibiting androcentrism, focused on males. Androcentrically, in an androcentric manner. Androcentrism, an ideological focus on males and issues affecting them possibly to the detriment of non-males. Androspholos, having a human head upon an animal's body, like the Egyptian Sphinx. Androchrome, having the color of a male of the species. Androchromes, plural of androchrome. Androcidal, of or pertaining to androcide. Androcide, the mass murder of boys or men. Androchals, the main character of a common folktale that is included in the Arne-Thompson classification system as Type 156. Androclinia, plural of androclinium. Androclinium, synonym of clinandrium. Androclus, alternative form of androchals. Androconia, plural of androconium. Endocodio, relating to the androconium. Androconium, a specialized glandular scale on the forewings of some butterflies that emits pheromones. Androcracies, plural of androcracy. Androcracy, government or rule by men. Androcratic, relating to androcracy. Androctonin, an antimicrobial peptide present in the scorpion Androctonus australis. Androcides, any of certain male historical figures of ancient Greece. Androdialic, having two reproductive duct systems, one for the delivery of sperm and the other for receiving sperm and depositing eggs. Androdicious, alternative form of androdiosis. Androdiosis, relating to or exhibiting androdiocy. Androdiocism. The pepi of androdiosis. Androdiocy, a reproductive system found in species composed of a male population and a distinct hermaphrodite population. Androdynamic, having larger than normal stamens. Androdynamis, synonym of androdynamic. Androsia, plural of androsium. Androcial, relating to the androsium. Androcious, having masculine reproductive organs. Androsium, the set of a flower's stamens. Androsy, the condition of being androcious. Androdon, any natural or synthetic compound, usually a steroid hormone that stimulates or controls the development and maintenance of masculine characteristics in vertebrates. A male sex hormone such as testosterone or anabolic steroids. Androgen insensitivity syndrome, a condition where an individual is unresponsive to male hormones. For persons with male gonads, this is associated with higher grades on the Quigley scale. Androgenemia, the presence of androgens in the blood. Androgenemic, having androgens that circulate in the blood. Androgenesis, plural of androgenesis. Androgenesis, male or paternal apomixis involving fusion of the male and female gametes and replacement of the female nucleus by the male nucleus. Androgenetic, relating to or exhibiting androgenesis. Androgenetic alopecia, synonym of male pattern baldness. Androgenetically, in an androgenetic manner. Androgenic, of relating to or being an androgen. Androgenic alopecia, synonym of male pattern baldness. Androgenic hair, the terminal hair that develops on the human body during and after puberty, on the face, chest, legs, armpits, pubic region, etc. Androgenic hairs, plural of androgenic hair. Androgenicity, the quality of being androgenic. Androgenization, alternative form of androgenization. Androgenize, non-Oxford British English Standard spelling of androgenize. Androgenize, simple past and past participle of androgenize. Androgenizing, present participle and gerund of androgenize. Androgenism, the presence of androgens in the body. Androgenital, caused by an excess of androgens. Androgenization, the development of male sexual characteristics, especially after treatment with androgens. Androgenize, to treat with large doses of male hormones. Androgenize, simple past and past participle of androgenize. Androgenizes, third person singular simple present indicative of androgenize. Androgenizing, present participle and gerund of androgenize. Androgenon, the inheritance of only the paternal genome. Androgynous, of pertaining to or producing androgens. Androgenic, androgynously, in an androgynous way. Androdens, plural of androgen. Androgyny, synonym of androgenesis. Androglobin, a chimeric globin associated with the testes. Androglobins, plural of androglobin. Andrognathed, any member of the Endogmathidae family of millipedes. Andragogic, alternative form of andragogic. Andragogy, alternative form of andragogy. Androgonidia, plural of androgonidium. Androgonidium, an androspore. Androgenes, plural of androgyny. Androgynous, misspelling of androgynous. Androgyny, the or a narrative of the genesis of man. Andrographili, a bitter ladane diterpenoid that is the main bioactive component of the medicinal plant Andrographis paniculata, effective against certain cancers. Andrographilides, plural of andrographili. Androgynal, androgynous. Androgyne, a person who is androgynous. Androgynity, synonym of androgyny. Androgynes, plural of androgyne. Androgyny, plural of androgynous. Androgynes, plural of androgyny. Androgynize, non-Oxford British English Standard spelling of androgynize. Androgynize, simple past and past participle of androgynize. Androgenizes, third person singular simple present indicative of androgynize. Androgenizing, present participle and gerund of androgynize. Androgynism, hermaphroditism. Androgynous, an androgynous person. Androgynists, plural of androgynous. Androgynity, the state of being androgynous, androgynous nature. Androgenization, process of becoming androgynous. Androgynize, to make androgynous. Androgynize, simple past and past participle of androgynize. Androgenizes, third person singular simple present indicative of androgynize. Androgenizing, present participle and gerund of androgynize. Androgynocentric, having androgyny as its focus. Androgynoi, a pseudo-hermaphrodite. Androgenoids, plural of androgenoi. Androgynophore, a stalk bearing both the androsium and the gynosium of a flower above the level of insertion of the perianth. Androgynophores, plural of androgynophore. Androgynous, possessing the sex organs of both sexes. Androgynously, in an androgynous manner. Androgynousness, the quality of being androgynous. Androgynous, a hermaphrodite. Androgyny, hermaphroditism. Androhermaphrodite, that produces both male and bisexual flowers. Android, a mobile operating system currently developed by Google. Androidal, synonym of android. Androider, an Android user. Androiders, plural of androider. Androids, dated form of android. Androidism, the quality of being an android, robotic behavior. Android-like, resembling or characteristic of an android. Androids, plural of android. Androlattress, worshipping a man or men. Androlatry, the worship of men. Andrologic, of or pertaining to andrology. Andrological, relating to andrology. Andrologists, a person who studies andrology. Andrologists, plural of andrologists. Andrology, the branch of medicine concerned with male diseases, especially those affecting the male reproductive system. Androash, the wife of Hector. Andromeda, the daughter of Cepheus and Cassiopeia, king and queen of Eritrea, rescued from her sacrifice to the sea monster Cetus by Perseus, who married her, mother of Perseus, ancient king of Persia. Andromeda Galaxy, a spiral galaxy in the local group and closest to the Milky Way, visible to the naked eye in the constellation of Andromeda, the brightest of the Messier objects and often referred to by its designation M31. Andromeda strain, any microorganism whose release and spread could cause a public health catastrophe. Andromeda strains, plural of Andromeda strain. Andromen, of, from, or pertaining to the Andromeda Galaxy or the constellation Andromeda. Andromedas, plural of Andromeda. Andromedid, any of a group of meteors appearing to radiate from a point in the constellation of Andromeda associated with Biela's comet, which had broken up by 1846. Andromedids, plural of Andromedid. Andromedin, a growth factor that is mediated by androgens. Andromedins, plural of andromedin. Andrombotic one of the grayanotic sins, grayanotic sin I. Andrombotic sins, plural of andrombotic sin. Andromimses, the state of being transmasculine or a trans man. Andromimetic, transmasculine. Andromimetics, plural of andromimetic. Andromintophilia, an attraction to trans men or to females who look and act like men. Andromimetics. Andromontius, alternative spelling of andromonosius. Andromoncy, alternative form of andromonacy. Andromonosius, producing both bisexual and male flowers on the same plant. Andromonacy, the production of both bisexual and male flowers on the same plant. Andromorph, an organism with male physical characteristics, male mimic. Andromorphic, having the shape of a man. Andromorphically, in an andromorphic way. Andromorphous, having the outward appearance of a male. Andromorphs, plural of andromorph. The room reserved for males and their activities, often in the lower part of the house. Andronicus, a male given name from Latin Andronicus. Andronovo, a collection of similar local Bronze Age cultures that flourished circa 1800–1400 BC in western Siberia and the West Asiatic steppe. Andorans, plural of andron. Andronym, a man's name or a word derived from a man's name. Andronens, plural of andronym. Andropathies, plural of andropathy. Andropathy, any disease that only affects men. Andropause, the male equivalent of the menopause in women, characterized by a decline in libido and overall energy. Androptal, a petal that is derived from a modified stamen. Androptali, relating to androptals. Androptales, having double flowers produced by the conversion of stamens into petals. Androptals, plural of androptal. Androphagi, an ancient nation of anthropophagi cannibals north of Scythia, recorded by Herodotus. Androphagia, a sexual paraphilia based on the idea of cooking and eating men. Androphagus, inclined to eat human flesh, man-eating. Androphagy, cannibalism. Androphile, one who is attracted to masculinity or to men. Androphiles, plural of androphile. Androphilia, a love of or sexual attraction to men or masculinity. Androphilic, sexually attracted to men. Androphilus, anthropophilic. Anthropho, one who fears men. Androphobia, fear of or aversion to men or boys. Androphobia, exhibiting androphobia, averse to or fearful of men. Androphora, plural of androphorum. Androphore, a support or column on which stamens are raised. Androphores, plural of androphore. Androphorus, having the physical features of a male. Androphorum, a stalk-like extension of the center of a flower from which the stamens emerge. Andropodia, plural of andropodium. Andropodial, relating to an andropodium. Andropodium, a modified anal fin of certain types of lie-bearing fish that can be used for reproduction. Andropogon, any member of the grass genus Andropogon. Andropogons, plural of andropogon. Andropovism, the philosophy and politics espoused by Yui Andropov. Androromantic, romantically attracted to men, male-identified persons, or masculinity. Andros, an island of the Cyclades, Greece. Androsartorial, men's fashion attributive. Androscoggin, a member of an Abenaki people of what are now in the U.S. states of Maine and New Hampshire. Androscoggin County, one of 16 counties in Maine, United States. County seat, Auburn. Androscoggins, plural of androscoggin. Androsexual, sexually attracted to boys. Men or males. Androsexuality, the state of being sexually and romantically attracted primarily or exclusively to men. Androsexuals, plural of androsexual. Androion, of from or pertaining to Andros, a Greek island or the major municipality of the island. Androsi, a mineral of the epidote group. Androsphere, manosphere. Androsphinges, plural of androsphinx. Androsphinx, a sphinx with the head of a man. Androsphinxes, plural of androsphinx. Androsporangia, plural of androsporangium. Androsporangium, a sporangium for androspores. Androspore, a spore with male functions in some algae. Androspores, plural of androspore. Androstadiene, a derivative of androstane that has two double bonds. Androstadiene, the prohormone androsta 1,4-diene, 3,17-dione, 8R9s, 10R13s, 14s, 10,13-9th, IL, 7, 8, 9, 11, 12, 14, 15, 16 octihydra, 6H cyclopenta, phenanthrin 3,17-dione. Androstadienes, plural of androstadiene. Androstadionon, a derivative of testosterone reported to have pheromone activity in humans. Androstadionons, plural of androstadionon. Androstane, the steroid hydrocarbon from which all androgens, such as testosterone, are derived. Androstaneal, the sods the alpha-rosiniol 5 alpha-rosate, the alpha-17 beta-diol, and the beta-rosiniol 5 alpha-rosate, the beta-17 beta-diol. Androstaneals, plural of androstanediol. Androstenediene, either of two isomeric steroids, 5-alpha-androstenediene and 5-beta-androstenediene. In humans, 5-alpha-androstenediene is a metabolic precursor of testosterone and estrone. Androstenedians, plural of androstenediene. Androstanes, plural of androstane. Androstanol, any alcohol derived from androstane, but especially 5-A-androstane 3-AL. Androstanolone, synonym of dihydrotestosterone. testosterone. Androstenols, plural of androstenol. Androstenedione, alternative form of androstenedione. Androstenedians, plural of androstenedione. Androstene, a monounsaturated derivative of androstane that is the basis of many steroids. Androstenediol, any of a group of related steroid androgens. Androstenediols, plural of androstenediol. Androstenedione, a steroid sex hormone CHO2 that is secreted by the testes, ovaries, and adrenal cortex and is an intermediate in the biosynthesis of testosterone and estrogen. Androstenedians, plural of androstenedione. Androsteniolone, misspelling of androstenolone. Androstenes, plural of androstene. Androstenediol, the steroid 3-beta-16 alpha-17 beta-androst 5-ene 3-16-17 triol that is a metabolite of dehydroepiandrosterone. Androstenol, a steroid alcohol with a musk-like, found in human sweat and also in truffles. Androstenolone, dehydroepiandrosterone. Androstenols, plural of androstenol. Androstenon, a steroid, specifically 5-alpha-androst 16N41 found in human sweat, reported to be a pheromone. Androstenons, plural of androstenon. Androsterone, an androgenic hormone excreted in the urine, somewhat less active than testosterone. Androsterones, plural of androsterone. Androtomy, anthropotomy dissection of the human body, as distinguished from zootomy. Androzooid, a zooid in a composite group that produces sperm. Androzooids, plural of androzooid. Ambro, a form of hydrosol common in South India. Andro, a surname from Danish. Androps, plural of andra. Andrus, a surname. Andrussus, plural of Andrus. Andrushovka, a city in Zhytomyr Oblast, Ukraine. Andriy, a surname. Andriz, plural of Andriy. Andazajewski, a surname from Polish. Andazajewskis, plural of Andazajewski. Androcious, obsolete form of Androcious. Plural of and. Ans, plural of and. Initialism of automated non-destructive testing. Pronunciation spelling of an. Andujar, a surname. Andujars, plural of Andujar. Anjujo, a surname from Spanish. Anjujos, plural of Anjujo. Anduite, an orthorhombic dipyramidal lead gray mineral containing arsenic, osmium, and ruthenium. Andrenot, a magical ring useful in locating sources of gold. And a diminutive of the male given name Andrew from ancient Greek. Andy McNab, a taxi. Andy McNabs, plural of Andy McNab. Andyrobritzi, a monoclinic mineral with vitreous luster, having the chemical formula KCdQH2 as O as O2H2O. Andes, plural of Andy. Endle, a municipality of Vesterålen, Nordland, Norway. Andøya, an island of the municipality of Andøy, Vesterålen district, Nordland, Norway, the largest island of the Vesterålen archipelago. Abbreviation of ancient Near East. Annabelle, the meaning of this term is uncertain. Possibilities include anal, alternative form of anil. Anal, simple past and past participle of anal. Analing, present participle and gerund of anal. Anal, third person singular simple present indicative of anal. Anar, nair, anar, simple past and past participle of anar. Anar, present participle and gerund of anar. Anars, third person singular simple present indicative of anar. Anars, synonym of anar. Aim data, anecdotal evidence. Aim datum, singular of aim data. Anecdota, plural of anecdotin. Anecdoti, plural of anecdota. Anecdotage, anecdotes considered as a group. Anecdotages, plural of anecdotage. Anecdote of the nature of or relating to an anecdote. Anecdotal evidence, a limited selection of examples which support or refute an argument, but which are not supported by scientific or statistical analysis. Anecdotalism, a predisposition to relate anecdotes. Anecdotalist, one who recounts anecdotes or uses them instead of experimental evidence in a field of study. Anecdotalists, plural of anecdotalists. Anecdotality, the quality of being anecdotal. Anecdotalize, to transform into or present as an anecdote. Anecdotalize, simple past and past participle of anecdotalize. Anecdotalizes, third person singular simple present indicative of anecdotalize. Anecdotalizing, present participle and gerund of anecdotalize. Anecdotally, in an anecdotal manner, by means of a recounted incident. Anecdotard, a garrulous old person. Anecdotards, plural of anecdotard. Anecdotarian, synonym of anecdoter, a person who tells anecdotes. Anecdotarians, plural of anecdotarian. Anecdote, a short account of a real incident or person, often humorous or interesting. Anecdote, simple past and past participle of anecdote. Anecdoter, a person who tells anecdotes. A raconteur. Anecdoters, plural of anecdoter. Anecdotes, plural of anecdote. Anecdotic, anecdotal of or pertaining to anecdotes. Anecdotical, dated form of anecdotal. Anecdotically, synonym of anecdotally. Anecdotics, the use of anecdotes. Anecdoting, present participle and gerund of anecdote. Anecdotish, resembling, characteristic, or full of anecdotes. Anecdotus, one who relates anecdotes. Anecdotists, plural of anecdotus. Anecdotu, anecdotal. Anecdotographer, someone who writes, collects, or publishes anecdotes. Anecdotographers, plural of anecdotographer. Anecdotum, alternative spelling of anecdote. Anecdotum, alternative spelling of anecdote. Ancho, former name of Eneho, Togo. Anchogenic, not echogenic. Anchogenicity, the property of being angiogenic. Anchogenous, anchogenic. Anchoic, lacking echoes, particularly designed to absorb sound. Anchoically, in an anchoic manner. Ansic, building deep vertical burrows and surfacing to feed. Anchophyte, any plant found only in human-created habitats. Anchophytes, plural of anchophyte. Antic, alternative form of ansic. Ancumene, all parts of the world that are either uncivilized or uninhabited. Adnish, a male given name from Hindi of Indian usage. Edda, a barangay of Delphin Albano, Isabella, Philippines. Angada, an island of the British Virgin Islands. Angada Passage, a strait in the British Virgin Islands. Ingoic, not egoic, without an ego or without regard to the ego. Egosksual, alternative form of egosksual. Anar, alternative form of anagar tree and its wood. Anao, a coastal town in southeast Togo, West Africa. Adeda, an oceanic language of Vanuatu. Anachumes, synonym of Anidium, oceanic language of Vanuatu. Ejaculation, the inability to ejaculate. Anajo, a tequila or rum which has been aged. Anajos, plural of anijo. Incantivada, the doctrine of many-sidedness, specifically that reality and truth have multiple aspects and demand diverse points of view. Ancantivada, alternative spelling of Incantivada. Anlace, alternative spelling of Anlace. Anlaces, plural of anlace. Anlastic, showing no obvious relation between stress and strain. Anlastically, in an anlastic manner. Anlasticities, plural of anlasticity. Anlasticity, the property of being elastic. Anal, to anoint, to give extreme unction with oil. Electric, not becoming electrified by friction. Electrics, plural of electric. Electrode, anode, the positive pole of a galvanic battery. Electrodes, plural of electrode. Electrotum, obsolete form of electrotonus. Electrotonic, relating to electrotonus. Electrotonus, the condition of decreased irritability of a nerve in the region of the positive electrode or anode on the passage of a current of electricity through it. Anal, simple past and past participle of anal. Anal, third person singular simple present indicative of anal. Analing, present participle and gerund of anal. Anal aroi, having a brittle stem, attached gills and an annulus, but no vulva. Annulated, misspelling of annihilated. Annihilation, misspelling of annihilation. Annihilations, plural of annihilation. Annulate, small, thin rings of pasta, mainly used in soup or salads. Annulini, a type of pasta composed of little rings. Analivirus, misspelling of analivirus. Analo, a surname. Annaloni, a type of pasta similar to rigatoni, but with ridges on the inside. Analose, plural of analo. Analoviral, relating to analoviruses. Analovirus, any virus of the family Analoviridae. Analoviruses, plural of analovirus. Anletrous, not alatrous. Anemeritus saponin, a particular steroid glycoside. Anamar saponin, a particular steroid glycoside, an embryonic, without an embryo, in embryonic pregnancies, plural of an embryonic pregnancy, in embryonic pregnancy, a form of early miscarried pregnancy in which the embryo fails to develop, though the gestational sac appears to grow normally. An Imweg, a language of Papua New Guinea. Anemia, a medical condition in which the capacity of the blood to transport oxygen to the tissues is reduced, either because of too few red blood cells or because of too little hemoglobin, resulting in pallor and fatigue. Anemiaceous, belonging to the Anemiaceae. Plural of anemia. Anemia, characteristic of anemias, anemic. Anemias, plural of anemia. Anemiated, metanemic. Anemic of, pertaining to, or suffering from anemia. Anemically, in an anemic manner. Anemics, plural of anemic. Anemias, pertaining to anemia. Anemization, the process or result of anemizing. Plural of anemia. Anemo, when? Anemature, an organism that spreads by wind, as a plant with wind-borne seeds. Anematures, plural of anemature. Anemachoria, alternative form of anematry. Anemachoric, anemic. Anemachorous, adapted for dispersal via wind. Anematry, the dispersal of seeds, spores, or fruit by wind. Anemafrigid, describing a cold wind. Anemogamous, that reproduces via anemogamy. Anemogamy, the dispersal of pollen by the wind. Anemogram, a record made by an anemograph. Anemograms, plural of anemogram. Anemograph, an anemometer that makes a graphical recording. Anemographia, the rhetorical anarcha used to describe the wind. Anemographe, produced by an anemograph of or pertaining to an anemography. Anemographically, by means of an anemography. Anemographs, plural of anemograph. Anemography, anemology, the scientific description of wind. Anemoi, the four Greek gods of the winds Boreas, Notus, Eurus, and Zephyrus, who were each ascribed a cardinal direction from which their respective winds came, considered collectively. Anemoi, nostalgia for a time or a place one has never known. Anemologic, relating to anemology. Anemological, relating to anemology. Anemology, the study of the movements of the winds. Anemometer, an instrument for measuring and recording the speed of the wind, a wind meter. Anemometers, plural of anemometer. Anemometer, alternative form of anemometer. Anemometers, plural of an anemometer. Anemometre, of or relating to anemometry. Anemometrical, alternative form of anemometric. Anemometrically, by means of anemometry. Anemometries, plural of anemometry. Anemometrograph, an anemograph. Anemometrographs, plural of anemometrograph. Anemometry, measurement of the direction and velocity of the wind. Anemone, any plant of the genus Anemone of the Ranunculataceae or buttercup family, such as the windflower. Anemone fish, alternative form of anemone fish. Anemone fish, any of the clownfish, principally in the amphibian genus. Anemonefishes, plural of anemonefish. Anemones, plural of anemone. Anemonic acid, a toxin obtained from the anemone or from anemonin. Anemones, plural of anemone. Anemodin, an acrid toxic substance obtained from some species of anemone. Anemonal, protoanemonin. Anemone, archaic form of anemone. Anemophile, any anemophilous plant. Anemophiles, plural of anemophile. Anemophilus, pollinated by the wind. Anemophilously, in an anemophilous manner. Anemophily, a form of pollination whereby pollen is distributed by wind. Anemophobia, a fear of or aversion from wind. Anemophilus, misspelling of anemophilus. Anemophyte, a type of plant found growing in hollows created by wind in sand dunes, a blowout plant. Anemophytes, plural of anemophyte. Anemopyretic, describing a warm wind. Anemometer, a type of anemometer which records both wind speed and direction. Anemometers, plural of anemometer. Anemoscope, an instrument that shows the direction of the wind, a wind vane or weathercock. Formerly, it used to apply to a device consisting of a vane above, connected to the inside of a building with a dial or index to show the wind direction, but today there are many varieties. Anemoscopes, plural of anemoscope. Anemoscopy, divination by use of the wind including its direction and intensity. Anemosyl, any of a group of anti-inflammatory substances present in anemones and passion flowers. Anemosides, plural of anemosyl. Anemosis, a shake in timber caused by high winds. Anemotactic, of or pertaining to anemotaxis. Anemotactically, by anemotaxis. Anemotaxis, movement of an organism in response to air currents. Anemotropic, exhibiting or relating to anemotropism. Anemotropism, the orientation of plants in response to the direction of the wind. Anemuvane, an instrument for measuring wind speed and direction. Anemuvans, plural of anemuvane. Anas, alternative form of anent. Anencephaly, plural of anencephalus. Anencephalic, of, pertaining to, or exhibiting anencephaly. Anencephalus, plural of anencephaly. Anencephalus, without a brain. Anencephalus, anencephaly. Anencephaly, a lethal birth defect in which most of the brain and parts of the skull are missing, absence of the encephalon. Enon, on end, in an upright position. Enendophagia, the absence of the asperias if it is speech. Eniano, a city and district of Moldova. Enom, misspelling of anemone. Enens, over against. Enon, concerning, with regard to, about, in respect to, as to, insofar as, inasmuch as, apropos. Anenterus, without a stomach or an intestine. Enanthemonian, NEC anemone of the suborder Ananthemoniae. Ananthemonians, plural of ananthemonian. Anentropic, mountaintropic. Anentropies, plural of anentropy. Anentropy, a measure of the purity or chemical affinity in a thermodynamic system. Analytic, the Neolithic, Chalcolithic, or Copper Age. Afer, without functioning kidneys. Einbegraph, a work with no known title, an einbegraphous work. Einbegrapher, without a legend or inscription on artifacts, coins, etc. Eindoeren, the upper part of the epimeron. Einbisternum, the upper part of the epistonym of an insect. Einponymous, lacking a surname or epithet. Anergasia, synonym of neurasthenia. Anergasias, plural of anergasia. Anergaste, relating to anergasia. Anergia, alternative form of energy, lack of energy, inactivity. Energic, of pertaining to or characteristic of energy. Energically, in an energic manner. Energies, plural of energy. Energize, alternative form of energized. Energistic, of or pertaining to energy. Energize, to have or to cause to have no response to an antigen or antibody. Energize, functionally incapacitated. Energy, dilute or disorganized energy which cannot be transformed into work. Aneuristic, not heuristic, relating to order rather than chaos. Aneurysmangalisma, uncountable laughter, set of ocean waves sparkling in sunlight. Aoe, a suburban area in the borough of Bromley, Greater London, England. OS Grid Ref TQ 3469. Anaerobic, alternative form of anaerobic. Anaerobically, alternative form of anaerobically. Anoe, not using or containing fluid. Anoid barometer, a barometer in which variations in pressure are measured using a partially evacuated capsule whose sides move in and out. Anoid barometers, plural of anoid barometer. Anoids, plural of anoi. Aneruptive, not accompanied by eruptions. Aneurysm, absence of red pigment applied to certain snakes. Aneurystic, having or relating to aneurysm. Ans, a surname. Asses, plural of anes. Asses, remission of disease symptoms. Anesthesia, an artificial method of preventing sensation used to eliminate pain without causing loss of vital functions by the administration of one or more agents which block pain impulses before transmitted to the brain. Anesthesias, plural of anesthesia. Anesthesic, alternative form of anesthetic. Anesthesimeter, a device that monitors the amount of anesthetic given to a patient. Anesthesimeters, plural of anesthesimeter. Anesthesiologic, of or relating to anesthesiology. Anesthesiological, of or relating to anesthesiology. Anesthesiologist, a physician who specializes in anesthesiology and administers anesthesia. Anesthesiologists, plural of anesthesiologists. Anesthesiology, the science of administering anesthetics. Anesthesiometer, alternative form of anesthesimeter. Anesthesiometers, plural of anesthesiometer. Anesthesiometry, the measurement of anesthesia. Anesthesis, alternative form of anestheses. Anesthesize, misspelling of anesthetize. Anesthetized, misspelling of anesthetized. Anesthetic, causing anesthesia, reducing pain sensitivity. Anesthetical, alternative form of anesthetic. Anesthetically, in an anesthetic manner. Anesthetics, plural of anesthetic. Anesthetization, alternative form of anesthetization. Anesthetizations, plural of anesthetization. Anesthetize, alternative form of anesthetize. Anesthetize, alternative spelling of anesthetized. Anesthetizes, third person singular simple present indicative of anesthetize. Anesthetizing, present participle and gerund of anesthetize. Anesthetis, one who gives an anesthetic. Anesthetists, plural of anesthetis. Anesthetizable, able to be anesthetized. Anesthetization, the administration of anesthesia. Anesthetizations, plural of anesthetization. Anesthetize, to administer anesthesia to render unfeeling or unconscious through the use of narcotic substances, usually either alcohol or pharmaceutical drugs. Anesthetized, simple past and past participle of anesthetize. Anesthetizer, a person that administers anesthesia. Anesthetizers, plural of anesthetizer. Anesthetizes, third person singular simple present indicative of anesthetize. Anesthetizing, present participle and gerund of anesthetize. Anesthetization, misspelling of anesthetization. Anestra, plural of anestrum. Anestry, plural of anestrus. Anestrus, of or pertaining to anestrus. Anestrum, synonym of anestrus. Anestrus, in female placental mammals excluding humans and great apes, a phase of the estrus cycle during which the sexual cycle rests. The herb dill, also Dilsey, at a city and town in North Dakota. Anna, a census-designated place in San Juan County, Utah, United States. Addin, a hydrocarbon with chemical formula CH, found in oil of dill. Unethical. Not concerned with ethics, neither ethical nor unethical. Aniol, dated form of anethol. Anol, a particular aromatic compound found in anise. Anihols, plural of anethol. Aniols, plural of anethol. Aniathi, psychopath, sociopath. Aniopathic, psychopathic, sociopathic. Aniopaths, plural of anethopath. Anethopathy, psychopathy, sociopathy. Anetic, soothing, helping to relieve a malady. Anetizo, a long chain with a methyl branch on the third last carbon atom. Anido, a mountain in the Pyrenees in the Spanish province of Huesca. Anatoderma, a form of atrophoderma in which the skin becomes wrinkled. Anatodermas, plural of anatoderma. Ammoda, an anugenic agent. Anugenic, that induces aneuploidy. Anugenicity, the condition of being anugenic. Anodens, plural of anugen. Anugeny, the creation of aneuploid gametes. Anaplorate, misspelling of anaplorotic. Aneuploid, having a number of chromosomes that is not a multiple of the haploid number. Aneuploidic, relating to aneuploidy. Aneuploides, plural of aneuploidy. Aneuploidism, synonym of aneuploidy. Aneuploidity, alternative form of aneuploidy. Aneuploidization, modification of an organism such that it becomes aneuploid. Aneuploidizations, plural of aneuploidization. Aneuploidogen, a substance that causes aneuploidy. Aneuploidogenic, that causes aneuploidy. Aneuploidogens, plural of aneuploidogen. Aneuploids, plural of aneuploid. Aneuploidy, the condition of being aneuploid, the state of possessing a chromosome number that is not an exact multiple of the haploid number of the organism in question. Aneuploid, having a mutation in a few chromosomes of a genome. Aneuploids, plural of aneuploid. Aneuploidy, the condition of being aneuploid. Aneral, not neural. Aneurally, in an aneral manner. Anerin, archaic form of anerine. Anerinase, thiaminase. Anerinases, plural of anerinase. Anerin, thiamine. Aneurysm, alternative spelling of aneurysm. Aneurysmal, alternative spelling of aneurysmal. Aneurysmatic, alternative spelling of aneurysmatic. Aneurysms, plural of aneurysm. Aneurifidalian, any extinct plant of the order Aneurifidales. Aneurifidalians, plural of aneurifidalian. Anerophi, the most primitive form of prognosperms. Anerophytes, plural of anerophytes. Anerotypical, synonym of neurotypical. Aneurysm, an abnormal blood-filled swelling of an artery or vein resulting from a localized weakness in the wall of the vessel. Aneurysmal, of pertaining to or causing aneurysms. Aneurysmally, in an aneurysmal way. Aneurysmatic, describing a blood vessel that has an aneurysm, aneurysmal. Aneurysmatically, in an aneurysmatic manner. Aneurysmectomies, plural of aneurysmectomy. Aneurysmectomy, a surgical excision of an aneurysm. Aneurysmography, radiography of an aneurysm. Aneurysmoraphies, plural of aneurysmoraphy. Aneurysmoraphy, suture closure of an aneurysm. Aneurysms, plural of aneurysm. Aneuristic, characteristic of an aneurysm. Anisomity, chromosome variation within an individual organism. Anosomies, plural of aneusome. Anosome, the condition of having aneusomity. Andospory, a form of meiosis in which an unusual number of spores or megaspores are formed. Aneutronic, that does not involve or radiate neutrons. Although, again, once more, afresh, in a new way, newly. Annex, alternative spelling of annex. Annexes, alternative spelling of annexes. Amesic, misspelling of accenic. Ad, a surname from Spanish. Enda, a member of a certain Bedouin tribe. Ainaz, plural of ainsay. Initialism of antinuclear factor. Amphibatide, an antithrombotic agent binding to the GP-IB-alpha subunit of the glycoprotein ibromin 9b complex, purified from the venom of the short-nosed viperdina Gastrodon acutus. Anthel, an area of Liverpool, England. Avhanson, a surname. Avhansons, plural of Anfinson. Antho, acronym of ammonium nitrate fuel oil, an explosive made from ammonium nitrate fertilizer and fuel oil. Anfructuous, rare spelling of anfructuous. Anfructuosities, plural of anfructuosity. Anfructuosity, a winding channel or crevice, such as occur in the depths of the sea or in mountains. Anfructuous, sinuous, twisty, winding. Anfructuousness, the state or quality of being anfructuous. Anfracture, a mazy winding. Anfractures, plural of anfracture. Plural of ANF. Initialism of Air National Guard. A surname from Hokkien. Ainkukyu, synonym of red tortoise cake. Aimo, alternative spelling of Angmo. Angmo Pio, a planning area and town in the northeast region of Singapore. Aimo, a white person, especially one perceived as a foreigner rather than a local inhabitant. Angmos, plural of Angmo. Angmos, plural of Angmo, alternative form of Angmos. Angpao, alternative form of Angpao. Angpaos, plural of Angpao. Angpao, alternative form of Angpao. Angpaos, plural of Angpao. Angpao, synonym of red envelope Hongbao. Angpaos, plural of Angpao. Angthao, a province of Thailand. Angtak, alternative form of Angkak. Andatahe, a language of Papua New Guinea. And that, a barangay of Banged, Abra, Philippines. Anhad, son of Vali, king of Kishkinda in Ramayana. Angadanan, a municipality of Isabela, Philippines. Angite, a language of the Paraguayan Chaco. Angdajala, a surname from Telugu. Angdajalas, plural of Angajala. Anekash, an Inuit shaman. Anekas, plural of Angakak. Anekak, an Inuit shaman. Anekaks, plural of Angakak. Angaladevi, a village goddess manifestation of Parvati. Andami, a Tibeto-Burman language spoken in the Naga Hills in the northeastern part of India. Aban, of or relating to a certain language family of Trans-New Guinea languages. And Yara, a river in Russia. And Maria, alternative form of Angia. Angarias, plural of Angaria. And Noriate, to compel or force someone. And variated, simple past and past participle of angariate. And variates, third person singular simple present indicative of angariate. Angariating, present participle and gerund of angariate. Angariation, coercion. Angariations, plural of angariation. Angaries, plural of anguri. Anarcha, a traditional outer upper garment worn by men, tied using strings in place of buttons. Anarchus, plural of angarcha. Anurak, a village in Hale Parish, southwest Cornwall, England. OS Grid Ref SW 5838. Anurich, a hamlet in Myler Parish, Cornwall. England OS Grid Ref SW 7937. Angarsk, a city in Irkutsk Oblast, Russia on the Kidoy River. Adari, the right of one belligerent government in a conflict to seize, use, or destroy the property of another belligerent or neutral state or the private citizens thereof, provided compensation is paid. Angas, a Chadic language of Nigeria. Angus Shore, a pitiful person, a wretch. Angus Shores, plural of Angus Shore. Anat, a municipality of Biolakin, Philippines. Anetkak, an Inuit shaman. Angave, alternative spelling of Ankave. Amt, a diminutive of the female given name Angela. Anjabal, the style of football soccer associated with renowned Greek-Australian coach Ange Postecoglou. Andava, alternative form of Angidiva. Angiology, obsolete spelling of angiology. Angiotomy, archaic form of angiotomy. Angicock, alternative spelling of angicock. Angicocks, plural of angicock. Angicock, an Eskimo/Inuit sorcerer or shaman. Angicocks, plural of angicock. Angicot, alternative spelling of angicock. Angicots, plural of angicot. Angel, alternative letter case form of angel. Angel ore, quartz artificially coated with metal to give it a pale iridescent sheen. Angel babies, plural of angel baby. Angel baby, a stillborn baby. Angel bed, a bed without bedposts whose canopy is supported from a wooden structure. Angel beds, plural of angel bed. Angel bites, a pair of lip piercings, like snake bites but above the lips rather than below. Angel cake, a layer cake consisting of 2 or 3 layers of sweet sponge made with butter colored white, pink and yellow, with a thin layer of white cream, which originated in Britain. Angel cakes, plural of angel cake. Angel City, Los Angeles, California. Angel date, the anniversary of the death of a child. Angel dates, plural of angel date. Angel dust, phencyclidine, a type of dissociative anesthetic. Angel dusting, the misleading marketing practice of including a minuscule amount of an active ingredient in a product such as food or cosmetics insufficient to give any measurable benefit. Angel eye, synonym of halo headlight. Angel eyes, plural of angel eye. Angel Falls, a waterfall in the Canema National Park, Venezuela, the highest waterfall in the world. Angel fingers, tons of flame that are a sign of impending rollover. Angelfish, alternative form of angelfish. Angel food cake, a type of sponge cake made with beaten egg whites and without butter. Angel food cake, a type of light sponge cake which originated in the United States, made with whipped egg whites which give it an aerated texture, flour, and sugar, without butter. Angel food cakes, plural of angel food cake. Angel foods, plural of angel food. Angel gear, the neutral gear when used while a vehicle is moving, especially when it is used to freewheel so as to save fuel or to coast downhill faster than a vehicle can go in gear. Angel hair, a type of pasta, thinner than spaghetti or vermicelli. Angel hat, synonym of halo hat. Angel hats, plural of angel hat. Angel insect, any insect of the order Zortura. Angel insects, plural of angel insect. Angel investment, the kind of investment made by an angel investor. Angel investments, plural of angel investment. Angel investor, an investor to a startup, especially one who invests very early or during the company's initial forming, often with a slim chance of a return on investment. Angel investors, plural of angel investor. Angel lust, death erection. Angel loot, synonym of angelique. Angel loots, plural of angel loot. Angel maker, an illicit abortionist. Angel makers, plural of angel maker. Angel mom, a mother whose child has died. Angel moms, plural of angel mom. Angel number, a number or sequence of numbers that a person frequently notices in the world around them, believed to be a message from benevolent angels. Angel numbers, plural of angel number. Angel of death, a personification of death in fiction, art, mythology, or religion. Angel of mercy, a type of mercy killer, i.e. a caregiver who is a serial killer and who practices mercy killing on both the willing and unwilling, knowing and unknowing, dependent only on the killer's sense of a patient's level of suffering from their illness. Angel particle, a Majorana particle. Angel particles, plural of angel particle. Angel pie, term of endearment, honey, sweetie. Angel pies, plural of angel pie. Angel salad, a type of fruit salad with marshmallow, similar to ambrosia. Angel shark, a member of the unusual genus Squatina of sharks with flattened bodies and broad pectoral fins resembling skates or rays. There are approximately 16 known species, which are the only members of their taxonomic genus, family, and order. They occur worldwide in temperate and tropical seas. Angel sharks, plural of angel shark. Angel shot, synonym of chain shot. Angel shots, plural of angel shot. Angel sleeve, a long wide sleeve that usually hangs loose from the shoulder. Angel sleeves, plural of angel sleeve. Angel turn, Ghgfgdfgdfgggdfgdfv alba. Angel turns, plural of angel turn. Angel water, a perfumed liquid originally made with angelica and later with rose, myrtle, and orange flower waters with ambergris, etc. Angel wing, a kind of mollusk, epidic. Angel wings, plural of angel wing. Angels advocate, someone who sees what is good about an idea and supports it. Angels advocates, plural of angels advocate. Angel's dram, synonym of angel's chair. Angel's food cake, alternative form of angel food cake. Angel's food cakes, plural of angel's food cake. Angel's hair, alternative form of angel hair type of pasta. Angel's kiss, a cocktail made with creme de cacao, brandy, and whipped cream. Angel's ladder, synonym of Jacob's ladder. Angel's ladders, plural of angel's ladder. Angel's share, alternative form of angel's share. Angel's tears, synonym of baby's tears, Solirolia solirolii, a plant in the nettle family. Angel's trumpet, either of two closely related genera in the Solanaceae family, Brugmansia and Datura. Angel's trumpets, plural of angel's trumpet. Angel's food cake, rare form of angel food cake. Angel's food cakes, plural of angel's food cake. Angel drawers, affectionate term of address. Angel food cake, alternative form of angel food cake. Angel food cakes, plural of angel food cake. Angel lore, the knowledge, doctrine, study, or history of angels. Angel noble, synonym of angel English gold coin. Andoa, a female given name from ancient Greek. Angelage, the existence or state of angels. Angelate, a monoclinic prismatic gray mineral containing bismuth, copper, lead, silver, and sulfur. Angelardite, synonym of vivianite. Angelate, a salt or ester of angelic acid. Angelates, plural of angelate. Angeldom, the world of angels. Angel, a female given name from French, anglicized by angel. Angel, simple past and past participle of angel. Angelelite, a triclinic pinaquidal black-brown mineral containing arsenic, iron, and oxygen. Angelina, a female native or resident of Los Angeles. Angelinas, plural of Angelina. Angelino, a native or resident of Los Angeles. Angelino, alternative spelling of Angelino. Angelenos, plural of Angelino. Angelinos, plural of Angelino. Angeles, an independent city, the largest city in Pampanga, Philippines. Angeles City, a city in Pampanga, Central Luzon, Luzon, Philippines. Angeles Zone I, a barangay of Tayabas, Quezon, Philippines. Angeles Zone Roman II, a barangay of Tayabas, Quezon, Philippines. Angeles Zone Roman III, a barangay of Tayabas, Quezon, Philippines. Angeles Zone Roman IV, a barangay of Tayabas, Quezon, Philippines. Angelet, a small gold coin used in England from the 15th century. Angelets, plural of angelet. Angelfish, a freshwater fish, tropical cichlids of the genus Pterophyllum. Angelfish, plural of angelfish. Angelhood, the state of being an angel. Angelhoods, plural of angelhood. Angelic, a member of the angelic Sisters of St. Paul, a Roman Catholic religious order. Angelic acid, an unsaturated organic acid, CH3CH equals CCH3Q, found in angelica and having pharmacological uses. The trans form is tidlic acid. Angelic non-determinism, a notional ability always to choose the most favorable option in constant time. Angelic salutation, the Hail Mary prayer. Angelic salutations, plural of angelic salutation. Angelica, a female given name from Italian. Angelica tree, a large shrub or small tree native to the southeastern U.S., Aralia spinosa. Angelica trees, plural of angelica tree. Angelical, the Enochian language believed to be the language of angels. Angelicality, the state or condition of being an angel. Angelically, in an angelic manner. Angelicalness, the state or quality of being angelical. Angelicas, plural of angelica. Angelicic acid, an acid with chemical formula CH8O4 found combined with potash in the alkaline liquor obtained by heating the balsam of angelica with caustic potash. Angelicin, a tricyclic heterocycle that is an isomer of psoralen. Angelicins, plural of angelicin. Angelicity, the quality of being an angel or resembling an angel. Angelicization, the process of angelicizing. Angelicize, to make or treat as angelic. Angelicize, simple past and past participle of angelicize. Angelicizes, third person singular simple present indicative of angelicize. Angelicizing, present participle and gerund of angelicize. Angelic, obsolete form of angelic. Angelicness, the state or quality of being angelic. Angelic, plural of angelic. Angela, a member of a Byzantine Greek dynasty 1185-1204 that rose to prominence through the marriage of its founder, Constantine Angelos, with Theodora Comnene, the youngest daughter of Emperor Alexios I Komnenos. Angelids, plural of angelid. Angelier, a surname from French. Angeliferous, angelic, angel-like. Angelification, a transformation into an angel. Angelifications, plural of angelification. Angelify, simple past and past participle of angelify. Angelifies, third person singular simple present indicative of angelify. Angelify, to make like an angel, to angelize. Angelifying, present participle and gerund of angelify. Angelillo, a surname from Italian. Angelillos, plural of angelillo. Angelin wood, alternative form of angeli wood. Angelina, a female given name from ancient Greek, an Italian diminutive of Angela. Angelina County, one of 254 counties in Texas, United States. County seat, Lufkin. Angelinas, plural of Angelina. Angeline, a female given name from French. Angelines, plural of Angeline. Angele, present participle and gerund of angel. Angelini, a surname from Italian. Angelenas, plural of Angelini. Angelino, a person from Los Angeles. Angelino Heights, a neighborhood of Los Angeles, California, United States. Angelenos, plural of Angelino. Angelique, a female given name from French anglicized from French angélique, occasionally used in English since the 20th century. Angélique, a plucked bolu with 2 necks and most often 16 strings, played in the manner of a harp and popular in Baroque Europe. Angeliques, plural of angelique. Angeliques, plural of angélique. Angelize, non-Oxford British English Standard spelling of angelize. Angelize, simple past and past participle of angelize. Angelizes, third person singular simple present indicative of angelize. Angelizing, present participle and gerund of angelize. Angelism, a doctrine that regards humans as angelic. Angelus, a proponent of angelism. Angelista, a fan of the character Angel from the television series Buffy the Vampire Slayer and Angel. Angelistas, plural of angelista. Angelistic, relating to angelism. Angelus, plural of angelus. Angelite, a fan of the television series Angel. Angelites, plural of angelite. Angelization, the process of angelizing, conversion to an angelic form or nature. Angelize, to raise to the state of an angel, to render angelic. Angelized, simple past and past participle of angelize. Angelizes, third person singular simple present indicative of angelize. Angelizing, present participle and gerund of angelize. Angelkind, angels collectively. Angel, a surname. Angel, a surname from French. Angel, simple past and past participle of angel. Angels, plural of angel. Angelus, without an angel. Angelite, resembling or characteristic of an angel. Angeling, present participle and gerund of angel. Angelo, a surname from Italian. Angelos, plural of angelo. Angels, plural of angel. Angelic, of relating to or resembling an angel, angel-like, angelic. Angel maker, alternative form of angel maker. Angelman syndrome, a neurogenetic disorder characterized by intellectual and developmental delay, sleep disturbance, seizures, jerky movements, especially hand flapping, and frequent laughter or smiling. Angelo, a male given name from Italian. Angelocracies, plural of angelocracy. Angelocracy, government or rule by angels. Angelov, a surname from Bulgarian. Angelographer, one who writes an angelography. Angelographers, plural of angelographer. Angelographies, plural of angelography. Angelography, a treatise on angels and their religious roles and hierarchy. Angelolatry, the worship of angels. Angelologic, relating to angelology. Angelological, relating to angelology. Angelologies, plural of angelology. Angelologist, a person involved in angelology. Angelologists, plural of angelologists. Angelology, the study of angels. Angels have been grouped into 9 categories or choirs from lowest to highest. Angel, virtue, archangel, power, principality, dominion, throne, cherub, and seraph. Angelomachy, a battle between angels. Angelomorphic, having the form of an angel, representing a specified person or object in such a manner. Angelone, a surname. Angelones, plural of angelone. Angelonia, any of the genus Angelonia of South American flowering plants. Angelonias, plural of angelonia. Angelophanies, plural of angelophany. Angelophany, the appearance of an angel to a human being. Angelopoulos, a transliteration of the Greek surname alpha gamma gamma epsilon lambda omicron pi omicron epsilon lambda omicron sigma Angelopoulos. Angelopoulou, a transliteration of the Greek surname alpha gamma gamma epsilon lambda omicron pi omicron epsilon lambda omicron epsilon Angelopoulou. Angelos, a daughter of Zeus and Hera and a goddess of the underworld. Angeloth, a French gold coin from the reign of Louis, Roman XI, bearing the image of Saint Michael. Angelots, plural of angeloth. Angelo, a surname from Bulgarian. Angeloid, synonym of artillery plant. Angeloil, a univalent radical formally derived from angelic acid by removal of the hydroxyl group. Angelogomycin, a tannin found in Schisandra chinensis. Angeloils, plural of angeloil. Angels, plural of angel. Angels camp, a city in Calaveras County, California, United States. Angels dancing on the head of a pin, the subject of arcane intellectual speculation used as an example of a subject of inquiry in which the pursuit is of no value. Angels moving the furniture, an explanation for a crash of thunder. Angels of death, plural of angel of death. Angels of mercy, plural of angel of mercy. Angels on horseback, a dish of bacon-wrapped oysters, commonly served as an hors d'oeuvre or canapé. Angels advocates, plural of angels advocate. Angels share, the portion of a wine, whiskey, or other alcoholic spirits volume that is lost to evaporation during aging, particularly while it matures in barrels and evaporates through the porous wood. Angels dancing on the head of a pin, adjectival or attributive form of angels dancing on the head of a pin. Angel shark, alternative spelling of angel shark. Angel sharks, plural of angel shark. Angelship, the role or status of an angel, the condition of being an angel. Angelucci, a surname. Angeluccius, plural of Angelucci. Angelus, a male given name from ancient Greek of rare usage, variant of Angelo. Angelus bell, a bell rung to show the time when the Angelus should be recited. Angelus bells, plural of Angelus bell. Angeluses, plural of Angelus. Angelverse, the fictional world or universe which serves as the setting for the television series Angel. Angel wing, alternative form of angel wing. Angel wings, plural of angel wing. Angely, like or resembling an angel, angel-like. Angely wood, the wood of the Indian Ghgfgdfgggdgdgdfsvsdfv. Angelin, a female given name. Angelina, a female given name. Angeli, a female given name, variant of Angeline. Angelin, a female given name. Angelin, a female given name. Anjango, alternative form of Anjango. Angiogenic, misspelling of angiogenic. Adger, a surname from French or German. Anger balloon, a balloon with a jagged outline, containing words angrily screamed by a character. Anger balloons, plural of anger balloon. Anger bubble, synonym of anger balloon. Anger bubbles, plural of anger bubble. Anger camera, synonym of gamma camera. Anger cameras, plural of anger camera. Anger management, the ability for a person to control his or her temperament, particularly in stressful situations, to show proper behavior and / or disagree appropriately without losing control of one's emotions. Anger room, synonym of rage room. Anger rooms, plural of anger room. Angerable, capable of being angered. Anger, simple past and past participle of anger. Angerer, a surname from German. Angerers, plural of angerer. Angerist, second person singular simple present indicative of anger. Angereth, third person singular simple present indicative of anger. Angerful, full of anger, expressing anger. Angering, present participle and gerund of anger. Angeringly, in an angering way. Angerless, without anger. Angerlessness, absence of anger. Anger-like, resembling or characteristic of anger. Angrily, angrily. Angermanland, a province of Västernorrland County in central Sweden. Angers, affliction or trouble. Angers, a city, the capital of Maine-et-Loire department, Pays de la Loire, France. Angers, plural of angers. Angersome, marked by or showing anger, angry, wrathful. Angertainment, a type of programming, especially talk shows and talk radio, which is characterized by anger or which provokes anger. In its audience. Anderton, a village in Kirkbride Parish and Home East Waver Parish, Cumberland Council area, Cumbria, England, previously in Allerdale Borough, OS Gridref NY 2257. Annery, deliberate misspelling of angry. Angevin, of from or relating to Anjou, a former province of France, previously a county, duchy, and the associated house of Anjou, now part of the administrative regions of Pays de la Loire, Centre-Val de Loire, and Nouvelle-Aquitaine. Angevin, alternative form of Angevin. Angevines, plural of Angevine. Angevins, plural of Angevin. Ayaluda, a rare American surname from Romanian. Advi, a female given name. Angbi, alternative form of angio before a vowel. Angico, a leguminous tree, Anadenanthera colubrina, native to South America, with traditional medicinal properties and tannin-rich wood used in tanning. Anti, a diminutive of the female given name Angela. Angictases, plural of angictases, plural count nouns, sense denoting types of the mass noun sense. Angictasia, dilation of a lymphatic or blood vessel. Angictasias, plural of angictasia. Angictases, synonym of angictasia. Andictatic, relating to or characterized by angictasia angictases. Angdinchima, vascular tissue of plants consisting of spiral vessels, dotted, barred, and pitted ducts, and latissiferous vessels. A surname originating as a patronymic. Angers, plural of angir. Andiditis, plural of andiitis. Adiitis, a condition where blood or lymph vessels are inflamed. Amica, an Indo-Aryan language spoken primarily in India, Nepal, Cambodia, Vietnam, Laos, and Malaysia. Angmikuni, a lake in Nunavut, Canada. Anguilolo, a surname from Italian. Angina, any of various kinds of pain, especially pain that is suffocative, spasmodic, and slash or acute and severe fulminant. Angina ludovici, synonym of Ludwig's angina. Angina pectoris, intermittent and crushing chest pain caused by reversible myocardial ischemia. Angina rheumatica, a rheumatic sore throat. Angina tonsillaris, tonsillitis. Anginal, related to angina. Anginal-like, resembling or characteristic of angina. Anginas, plural of angina. Anginiform, resembling angina. Anginoid, resembling or relating to angina. Anginophobia, a fear of angina, the irrational fear of choking, angina, or narrowing of the throat. This is mainly caused by experience or being a witness to someone choking. Anginos, relating to angina, anginus. Anginus, of or pertaining to angina, especially to angina pectoris. Ada, flipping of angiogram. Ada, vessel relating to blood vessels, lymph vessels, or both. Angioaccess, alternative form of angioaccess. Angioaccesses, plural of angioaccess. Amniocyte, computed tomography, angiography. Amniocytes, plural of angiocyte. Angioedema, alternative form of angioedema. Angioedema, alternative form of angioedema. Angioedema, alternative form of angioedema. Angioaccess, a surgically created access point to the bloodstream. Angioadaptation, the adaptation of blood vessels to changing circumstances by changes in diameter, etc. Angioadaptations, plural of angioadaptation. Angioanatomy, relating to angioanatomy. Angioanatomy, the anatomy of blood vessels. Angiocytany, relating to angiocytanics. Angiocytanics, the design and formation of blood vessels. Angiocyture, relating to angiocyture. Angiocyture, the structure of blood vessels supporting an organ. Angiocytures, plural of angiocyture. Angiosting, an anti-angiogenic protein with tumor-inhibiting properties. Angiosthenia, spasmodic variability in the tone of blood vessels. Angiotaxia, irregular tension of blood vessels. Angioblast, a cell that differentiates into blood cells and endothelium within an embryo. Angioblastic, relating to angioblasts. Angioblastoma, a tufted angioma, an ill-defined dull red macule developing usually in infancy on the neck or upper trunk. Angioblastomas, plural of angioblastoma. Angioblastomata, plural of angioblastoma. Angioblastomatosis, von Hippel-Lindau disease. Angioblastosis, alternative form of angioblastomatosis. Angioblasts, plural of angioblast. Angiocarcinoma, the carcinoma of blood or lymph vessels. Epiocardiogram, the X-ray of the heart and blood vessels. Epicardiography, relating to angiocardiography. Epicardiographical, epicardiography, a technique for radiographic examination of the heart chambers and thoracic vessels wherein a liquid radiocontrast agent is injected into the bloodstream, then the tissues are examined using X-rays. Angiovedere, causing the dilation of the heart and blood vessels. Angiocardiology, study of the heart and blood vessels. Angiocardiopathies, plural of angiocardiopathy. Angiocardiopathy, any disease of the heart and blood vessels. Angiocardiopneumographies, plural of angiocardiopneumography. Angiocardiopneumography, a diagnostic imaging technique that combines angiography, cardiography, and pneumography. Angiocardiopulmonography, cardiovascular visualization. Angiocarditis, any inflammation of the heart and blood vessels. Angiocarp, an angiocarpus fruit. Angiocarpian, describing an angiocarpus plant. Angiocarpus, describing a plant whose fruit is in an envelope and not part of a calyx. Angiocarps, plural of angiocarp. Amniocath, a shielded intravenous catheter. Amniocatheter, a catheter inserted into a blood vessel. Angiocatheterization, alternative form of angiocatheterization. Angiocatheterization, the catheterization of the blood vessels. Angiocatheters, plural of angiocatheter. Angiocaths, plural of angiocath. Angiocavernoma, a vascular tumor are made up of dilated blood vessels and containing large blood-filled spaces. Angiocavernosus, relating to angiocavernoma. Angiocentric, perivascular. Angiocentricity, the condition of being angiocentric. Angiotelescope, a medical instrument for observing the blood circulation in the lips. Angiocholecystates, plural of angiocholecystitis. Angiocholecystitis, an inflammation of the gallbladder wall and adjacent bile vessels. Angiocolitis, synonym of cholangitis. Angiocompetent, permeable to blood vessels. Angiocrine, describing paracrine functions of blood vessels. Angio-CT, alternative form of angio-CT. Angioacute, a densely packed area of blood vessels in the retina of the eye. Angioacutes, plural of angioacute. Angiodermatitis, inflammation of the blood vessels of the skin. Angiodestruction, the destruction of blood vessels. Angiodestructive, relating to or causing angiodestruction. Angiodenography, the medical imaging of blood vessels by means of ultrasound. Angiodysplasia, a small vascular malformation of the gut, a common cause of otherwise unexplained gastrointestinal bleeding and anemia. Angiodysplasias, plural of angiodysplasia. Angiodysplastic, relating to or causing angiodysplasia. Angioctasia, alternative form of angioctasia. Angioctasias, plural of angioctasia. Angioedema, swelling of the lower layers of the skin, often around the mouth, or of the mucosa or submucosa of the mouth or throat, which can appear quickly in response to an allergen or due to other conditions. Angioedema, plural of angioedema. Angioedematis, of relating to or affected by angioedema. Angioembolization, alternative form of angioembolization. Angioembolizations, plural of angioembolization. Angioembolization, synonym of embolization. Angioembolizations, plural of angioembolization. Angioembolize, to perform an angioembolization. Angioembolize, simple past and past participle of angioembolize. Angioembolizes, third person singular simple present indicative of angioembolize. Angioembolizing, present participle and gerund of angioembolize. Angioencephalography, an X-ray examination of the blood vessels in the brain. Angioendothelioma, any of several such types of hemangioendothelioma. Angioendotheliomas, plural of angioendothelioma. Angioendotheliomata, plural of angioendothelioma. Angioendotheliomatosis, a cutaneous condition characterized histologically by a dense proliferation of small capillaries. Angioendotheliomatosis, related to angioendothelioma. Angiofibroma, a benign neoplasm that affects fibrous tissue. Angiofibromas, plural of angiofibroma. Angiofibromata, plural of angiofibroma. Angiofluorescinography, angiography using a fluorescent dye. Angiofollicular, relating to follicles of blood vessels or of the lymph system. Angiogenesis, plural of angiogenesis. Angiogenesis, the formation and development of new blood vessels. Angiogenetic, relating to angiogenesis. Angiogenic, relating to angiogenesis. Angiogenically, in an angiogenic manner. Angiogenicity, the condition of being angiogenic. Angiogenin, a polypeptide implicated in angiogenesis. Angiogenins, plural of angiogenin. Agablema, a highly vascular glioma. Agablemus, plural of angioblema. Angiogram, an X-ray image of the blood vessels gained after the injection of a radiopaque contrast medium. Angiogram, rare spelling of angiogram. Angiograms, plural of angiogram. Angiograms, plural of angiogram. Angiograph, the film or image of the blood vessels produced by angiography. Angiograph, an expert in angiography. Angiographers, plural of angiographer. Angiographic, or pertaining to angiography. Angiographical, angiographic, angiographically, by the use of angiography. Angiographies, plural of angiography. Angiographist, synonym of angiographer. Angiographists, plural of angiographist. Angiographs, plural of angiograph. Angiograph, a medical imaging technique in which an X-ray image is taken to visualize the inside of blood vessels and organs of the body with particular interest in the arteries, veins, and the heart chambers. Anyway, resembling a blood vessel. Angioimmunoblastic, relating to or characterized by immunoblasts of lymph glands. Angioimmunoblastic T-cell lymphoma, a mature T-cell lymphoma of blood or lymph vessel immunoblasts characterized by systemic involvement and a polymorphous lymph node infiltrate showing a marked increase in follicular dendritic cells FDCS and high endothelial venules Hebs. Angioimmunoblastic T-cell lymphomas, plural of angioimmunoblastic T-cell lymphoma. Angioinductive, that encourages the growth of new blood vessels. Angioinflammatory, relating to or causing inflammation of blood vessels. Angioinhibition, the inhibition of angiogenesis. Angioinhibitor, any material that promotes angioinhibition. Angioinhibitors, plural of angioinhibitor. Angioinhibitory, relating to angioinhibitors or to angioinhibition. Angioinvasion, vascular invasion, invasion, infiltration of vessels, blood vessels, lymphatic vessels, or both, often and especially by cancer cells, either locoregionally or metastatically. Angioinvasive, relating to or characterized by the infiltration of vessels, blood vessels, lymphatic vessels, or both. Angioinvasinous, the condition of being angioinvasive. Angiocratoma, a benign cutaneous lesion of capillaries resulting in small marks of red to blue color and characterized by hyperkeratosis. Angiocratomas, plural of angiocratoma. Angiochratomata, plural of angiocratoma. Angiocratosis, the presence of many angiochrotomas. Angiokinase, any enzyme that promotes angiogenesis. Angiokinases, plural of angiokinase. Adiakine, a form of lymphokine associated with angiogenesis. Angiokines, plural of angiokine. Angiokinase, relating to angiokinesis or to angioking. Angioliphorism, pathological changes in blood vessels due to Lathyrus infection. Angiomyelopoma, alternative form of angiomyelopoma. Angiomyelipomas, plural of angiomyelopoma. Angiomyeloma, a vascular leiomyoma of the skin, thought to arise from vascular smooth muscle and generally acquired. Angiolemioma, plural angiolemioma. Angiolemioma, plural of angiolemioma. Angiolemioma, an acquired solitary asymptomatic acral nodule, characterized histologically by well-circumscribed subcutaneous tumors composed of smooth muscle cells, blood vessels, connective tissue, and fat. Angiolipoma, a subcutaneous nodule with vascular structure having all other features of a typical lipoma. Angiolipomas, plural of angiolipoma. Angiolipomata, plural of angiolipoma. Angiolis, a calcareous deposit in the wall of a blood vessel. Angiolithic, relating to or characterized by angioliths. Angialis, plural of angiolith. Angiological, of or relating to angiology. Angiologically, in an angiological manner. Angiologist, a specialist in angiology. Angiologists, plural of angiologists. Angiology, the branch of anatomy dealing with blood vessels and lymphatics. Angiolymphatic, relating to or via blood and lymph vessels. Angiolymphoid, relating to lymph and blood vessels. Angialysis, disruption or destruction of a blood vessel, typically after tying of the umbilical cord of a neonate. Angiolytic, of or pertaining to angiolysis. Angioma, a benign tumor made up of small blood vessels or lymph vessels. Angiomas, plural of angioma. Angiomata, plural of angioma. Angiomatoid, relating to or resembling an angioma. Angiomatosis, plural of angiomatosis. Angiomatosis, a rare genetic non-neoplastic condition presenting with little knots of capillaries in various organs. Angiomatis, relating to angioma. The complete mapping of the blood vessels in an organism, especially those of the brain. Angiometry, the measurement of blood vessels. Angiomodulating, that modulates the action of blood vessels. Angiomodulatory, relating to the modulation of the action of blood vessels. Angiomodulin, a polypeptide hormone that is a marker of cancer vasculature. Angiomedin, a protein that increases the random migration of endothelial cells as well as the migration of endothelial cells toward growth factors. Angiomedins, plural of angiometin. Angiomeogenesis, the regeneration of myocardial tissue. Angiomyogeny, relating to angiomeogenesis. Angiomyelopoma, a common benign tumor of the kidney. Angiomyelipomas, plural of angiomyelopoma. Angiomyelopomata, plural of angiomyelopoma. Angiomyoma, a benign, solitary tumor associated with blood vessels. Angiomyomas, plural of angiomyoma. Angiomyoma, synonym of glomangioma. Angiomyomas, plural of angiomyoma. Angiomyxoma, a myxomatous tumor involving the blood vessels. It can affect the vulva and other parts of the pelvis. Angiomyxomas, plural of angiomyxoma. Angiomyxomata, plural of angiomyxoma. Anginecrosis, plural of anginecrosis. Anginecrosis, necrosis of blood vessel tissue. Anginecrotic, relating to anginecrosis. Angiogenesis, synonym of angiogenesis. Angionurin, any of a group of vasculotrophic and neurotrophic growth factors. Angionurins, plural of angionurin. Adveneuromyoma, synonym of glomangioma. Angioneuromyomas, plural of angioneuromyoma. Angioneuropathies, plural of angineuropathy. Angineuropathy, a neuropathy of the blood vessels. Angineurosis, plural of angineurosis. Angineurosis, any disorder of the vasomotor system, neurosis of a blood vessel. Angineurotic, of, pertaining to, or affecting blood vessels and nerves. Angiobliteration, the obliteration of blood vessels typically by pulmonary arterial hypertension. Angiobliterative, relating to or causing angiobliteration. Angioedema, alternative form of angioedema. Angioedemas, plural of angioedema. Angioedema, synonym of Klippel-Trenaunay-Weber syndrome. Angiopalalysis, paralysis of blood vessels. Angiopathic, of or pertaining to angiopathy. Angiopathies, plural of angiopathy. Angiopathology, the study of diseases affecting blood vessels. Angiopathy, any disease of the blood vessels. Angiophacomatosis, plural of angiophacomatosis. Angiophacomatosis, any of a group of disorders involving overlapping aspects of angiomatosis and phacomatosis in various organs. Angioplastic, relating to or characteristic of an angioplasty. Angioplasticity, the condition of being angioplastic. Angioplasties, plural of angioplasty. Angioplasty, the mechanical widening of a narrowed or totally obstructed blood vessel generally caused by atheroma. Angiopoiesis, the formation of blood vessels. Angiopoietic, relating to angiopoiesis. Angiopoietin, a protein growth factor that promotes angiogenesis. Angiopoietins, plural of angiopoietin. Angioprevention, the prevention of angiogenesis. Angiopreventive, that prevents angiogenesis. Angioproliferation, the proliferation of blood vessels. Angioproliferative, relating to or causing angioproliferation. Angiopectin, a peptide similar to angiotensin that causes vasodilation. Angioprotein, misspelling of angiopoietin. Angioquiescent, in the absence of angiogenesis. Angioreactor, a very small silicone cylinder filled with an angiogenic material placed beneath the skin in order to investigate angiogenesis. Angioreactors, plural of angioreactor. Angioregression, the regression of angiogenesis. Angioregulatory, that regulates the action of blood vessels. Angioresonance, synonym of magnetic resonance angiography. Angiographies, plural of angiography. Angiography, suture of a blood vessel. Angiorexis, rupture of a blood vessel. Angios, plural of angio. Angiosarcoma, any malignant tumor of vascular tissue. Angiosarcomas, plural of angiosarcoma. Angiosarcomata, plural of angiosarcoma. Angioscanning, scanning of blood vessels by means of a form of angioscope. Angioscintigraphy, relating to angioscintigraphy. Angioscintigraphy, scintigraphy of the blood vessels. Angiosclerosis, synonym of atherosclerosis. Angioscope, an instrument for examining the capillary vessels of animals and plants. Angioscopes, plural of angioscope. Amnioscopic, Relating to angioscopy. Angioscopy, a medical technique for visualizing the interior of blood vessels by means of a flexible fiber optic catheter inserted directly into an artery. Angioscotoma, a defect in the visual field caused by a dilated retinal blood vessel. Angioscotomas, plural of angioscotoma. Angioscotomata, plural of angioscotoma. Angioscotometry, visualization of an angioscotoma. Angiosis, any disease of the blood vessels. Angiosome, the area of skin surrounding vascularized tissue. Angiosomes, plural of angiosome. Amniosonography, ultrasonography of blood vessels. Angiospasm, spasmodic contraction of the blood vessel. Angiospasms, plural of angiospasm. Angiospaste. Relating to angiosperm. Angiosperm, any plant of the clade angiosperms, characterized by having ovules enclosed in an ovary, a flowering plant. Angiospermo, angiospermus. Angiospermatus, alternative form of angiospermic. Angiospermic, relating to angiosperms. Angiospermus, angiospermic. Angiosperms, plural of angiosperm. Adfsv, a circle of endothelial or epithelial cells in a blood vessel. Spheres, plural of angiosphere. Angiosporus, having spores contained in cells or thecasporangia. Angiostasis, the normal regulation of the creation of new blood vessels. Angiostatic, that inhibits angiogenesis. Angiostatics, plural of angiostatic. Angiostasin, a protein that inhibits angiogenesis. It is used to inhibit the growth of new blood vessels in tumors. Angiostatins, plural of angiostatin. Angiostenosis, plural of angiostenosis. Angiostenosis, the narrowing of a blood vessel. Angiostimulation, the stimulation of blood vessels. Angiostimulatory, stimulating the growth of blood vessels. Angiostomies, plural of angiostomy. Angiostomy, the formation of an opening into a blood vessel, typically by means of a cannula. Angiosariliasis, infection by a nematode of the genus Angiostrongylus. Angiostrongylosis, infection principally of dogs by lumberworms of the genus Angiostrongylus. Angiosuppression, the suppression of angiogenesis. Angiotic, that is thought to stretch the blood vessels. Angiotensin, any of several polypeptides that narrow blood vessels and thus regulate arterial pressure. Angiotensin 1-7, an active heptapeptide of the renin-angiotensin system RAS and a vasodilator agent that plays an important role in the cardiovascular system. Angiotensin converting enzyme, an enzyme which catalyzes the creation of angiotensin and is a strong vasoconstrictor. Angiotensin converting enzyme 1, a central component of the renin-angiotensin system RAS, which controls blood pressure by regulating the volume of fluids in the body. Angiotensin converting enzyme 2, an enzyme attached to the membrane of cells in various organs and lowers blood pressure by catalyzing the hydrolysis of angiotensin Roman 2 into angiotensin 1-7. Angiotensin converting enzymes, plural of angiotensin converting enzyme. Angiotensin I, a physiologically inactive form of angiotensin. Angiotensin Roman 2, a form of angiotensin caused by the conversion of angiotensin I through removal of two C-terminal residues by the angiotensin converting enzyme. Angiotensin 3, a peptide that is formed by removing an amino acid from angiotensin 2 by aminopeptidase A. Angiotensin 4, a hexapeptide that has a wide range of activities in the central nervous system. Angiotensin receptor blocker, a type of pharmaceutical that binds to and inhibits at one and thereby blocks the arteriolar contraction and sodium retention effects of the renin-angiotensin system. Angiotensin receptor blockers, plural of angiotensin receptor blocker. Angiotensin converting enzyme, alternative form of angiotensin converting enzyme. Angiotensin converting enzymes, plural of angiotensin converting enzyme. Angiotensin MI, a potent vasoconstrictor derived from angiotensin 2 used as a cardiac stimulant. Angiotensinase, any peptidase that hydrolyzes angiotensin. Angiotensinases, plural of angiotensinase. Angiotensinergic, produced or activated by angiotensin. Angiotensinogen, a globulin produced by the liver. Angiotensinogenase, renin. Angiotensinogenases, plural of angiotensinogenase. Angiotensinogens, plural of angiotensinogen. Angiotensins, plural of angiotensin. Angiotensin, misspelling of angiotensin. Angiotherapies, plural of angiotherapy. Angiotherapy, the application of a drug directly into a blood vessel. Angiothrombotic, relating to the blood vessels and blood clots. Angiotomies, plural of angiotomy. Angiotomodensitometry, tomodensitometry of the blood vessels. Angiotomography, tomography of blood vessels. Angiotomy, dissection of the blood vessels and lymphatics of the body. Angiogenic, synonym of vasotonic. Angiogenics, plural of angiotonic. Angiotenin, a vasoconstrictor that causes narrowing of blood vessels. Angiotenins, plural of angiotenin. Angiothatse, toxic to blood vessels. Angiotoxin, angiotoxin material. Angiotoxins, plural of angiotoxin. Advete, an instrument for controlling hemorrhages. Advetes, plural of angiotite. Advetesi, hemostasis by means of an angiotri. Advetophic, vasotrophic. Advetate, misspelling of angiotrophic. Agudema, alternative spelling of angiodema. Agudemas, plural of angiodema. Angiport, a narrow road passing between two houses or a row of houses, or an alley leading to a single house. Angiports, plural of angiport. Anmeris, name of a Vedic hermit born from the mind of Brahma. Angishore, alternative form of Angishore. Angishores, plural of Angishore. Angitis, alternative form of Angiitis. Angiya, a bodice traditionally worn by Muslim women in India. Angias, plural of Angia. Agu, a transliteration of a Thai surname. Anda, food coloring from rice fermentation by Monascus purpureus. Ataturk, the ruling Khmer Rouge party, used from 1975–1979. Antak, alternative form of Ankak. Abler, a percussion instrument originally from Indonesia, made of two or more bamboo tubes attached to a bamboo frame, which is shaken. Anglungs, plural of anklen. Antada, paternal grandfather, paternal grandpa. Agar, a region of Cambodia that served as the seat of the Khmer Empire, which flourished from approximately the 9th to 15th centuries. Angkor Wat, a complex of temples in Cambodia. Angkor, pertaining to Angkor or Angkor Wat or the Angkor Empire. Angkorians, plural of Angkorian. Annual, abbreviation of Anglican. Anglada, a surname from Catalan. Anglades, plural of Anglada. Anglin, a village in Gironde Department. France. Anglades, plural of Anglade. Anval, a member of a Germanic tribe first mentioned by Tacitus, one of several which invaded Britain and merged to become the Anglo-Saxons, an Anglian. Annual bar, an upright bar at the angle where two faces of a polygonal or bay window meet. Angle bars, plural of angle bar. Angle bead, a bead worked on or fixed to the angle of any architectural work, especially for protecting an angle of a wall. Angle beads, plural of angle bead. Angle bisector, a ray that divides an angle into two equal parts. Angle bisectors, plural of angle bisector. Angle brace, a brace across an interior angle of a wooden frame, forming the hypotenuse and securing the two side pieces together. Angle braces, plural of angle brace. Angle bracket, any of a number of angle-shaped brackets. Angle brackets, plural of angle bracket. Angle for, to try to obtain something by subtle indirect means, political maneuvers, suggestion, etc. Angle for farthings, to bag out of a prison window with a cap or box, let down at the end of a long string. Angle grinder, a usually handheld grinder which uses a pair of internal gears to place the rotational axis of the grinding or cutting wheel perpendicular to that of the driving motor. Angle grinders, plural of angle grinder. Angle harp, a type of harp where the neck runs at an angle over the resonator. Angle harps, plural of angle harp. Angle iron, a length of iron or steel, having an L-shaped cross section, used as a structural support. Angle irons, plural of angle iron. Angle leaf, a detail in the form of a leaf, more or less conventionalized, used to decorate and sometimes to strengthen an angle. Angle leaves, plural of angle leaf. Angle level, a tool for measuring levels and angles, combining a spirit level and an angle finder. Angle levels, plural of angle level. Angle of attack, the angle between the chord line of an airfoil and the airflow over it, one of the determiners of the amount of lift produced by an airfoil. Angle of depression, the angle formed by the line of sight and the horizontal plane for an object below the horizontal. Angle of elevation, the angle formed by the line of sight and the horizontal plane for an object above the horizontal. Angle of his, the accused angle forms this way in the edis to the stomach and the esophagus. It forms a valve that prevents reflux of stomach acid, etc. Angle of incidence, the angle that a straight line, ray of light, etc. meeting a surface makes with a normal to the surface at the point of meeting. Angle of Louis, synonym of sternal angle. Angle of reflection, the angle between the perpendicular and a ray reflected from a surface. Angle of refraction, the angle between the perpendicular and a ray refracted at a surface. Angle of repose, the steepest angle at which granular material can be piled without material sliding off of the pile. Angle of torsion, the indefinitely small angle between two consecutive osculating planes of a curve of double curvature. Angle of vanishing stability, synonym of limit of positive stability. Angle of view, the angular extent of a given scene as imaged by a camera. Angle parking, a form of roadside car parking where the parking spaces are arranged at an acute angle to the direction of approach, allowing the driver to enter a space easily and later reverse back out. Angle quote, any particular quotation mark consisting of a pair of straight lines radiating from a common point separated at an angle anywhere between 60 degrees 150 degrees, be it single or double. Angle quotes, plural of angle quote. Angle shaft, an enriched angle bead, often having a capital or base, or both. Angle shafts, plural of angle shaft. Angle shoot, alternative form of angle shoot. Angle shooter, a player who uses unfair tricks to gain advantage, one who angle shoots. Angle shooters, plural of angle shooter. Angle shooting, present participle and gerund of angle shoot. Angle shoots, third person singular simple present indicative of angle shoot. Angle shot, simple past and past participle of angle shoot. Angle shots, plural of angle shot. Angle stealer, a transponder designed to take into account the enemy radar's operational frequency and scan timing, and to add an additional signal to that naturally reflected off the target, confusing the radar as to the target's location. Angle stealers, plural of angle stealer. Angle stealing, the anti-radar technique on which the angle stealer is based. Angle tie, angle brace. Angle ties, plural of angle tie. Angle shoot, to fire or shoot from an angle. Angle shooter, alternative form of angle shooter. Angle shooters, plural of angle shooter. Angle shooting, present participle and gerund of angle shoot. Angle shoots, third person singular simple present indicative of angle shoot. Angle shot, simple past and past participle of angle shoot. Angleable, able to be adjusted to various angles. Angleberries, plural of angleberry. Angleberry, a warty growth of the skin of cattle. Angle-sized, rare spelling of anglicized. Angled, simple past and past participle of angle. Angled for, simple past and past participle of angle for. Angled for far things, simple past and past participle of angle for far things. Angle dog, an earthworm. Angle dogs, plural of angle dog. Angle dozer, a kind of bulldozer whose blade can be tilted at an angle. Angle dozers, plural of angle dozer. Anglorem, a graphical representation of the angles between points on the boundary of an object. Anglerans, plural of anglegram. Angulus, without angles. Anglometer, an inclinometer especially in geology for measuring the dip of strata. Anglemeters, plural of anglemeter. Andolier, a surname. Angoliers, plural of anglemere. Anglepoise, alternative letter case form of anglepoise. Anglepoises, plural of anglepoise. Angler, a person who fishes with a hook and line. Anglerfish, alternative spelling of anglerfish. Anglerfishes, plural of anglerfish. Angler's knot, a common name some types of knot also known as the fisherman's knot. Anglers' knots, plural of anglers' knot. Angler's loop, a type of knot which creates a very stable loop even in slippery rope or cord. Angler's loops, plural of angler's loop. Anglerette, a female angler. Anglerettes, plural of anglerette. Anglerfish, any fish of the bony fish order Lophiiformes which have an outgrowth, they wiggle to lure and catch their prey. Anglerfishes, plural of anglerfish. Annual rod, fishing rod. Angle rods, plural of angle rod. Anglers, plural of angler. Angles, plural of angle. Angles and dangles, a random series of loops, turns, and depth changes in a submarine intended to eliminate the self-noise which could occur during a baffle clearing event. Angles for third person singular simple present indicative of angle for. Angles for farthings, third person singular simple present indicative of angle for farthings. Angles of attack, plural of angle of attack. Angles of depression, plural of angle of depression. Angles of elevation, plural of angle of elevation. Angles of his, plural of angle of his. Angles of incidence, plural of angle of incidence. Angles of reflection, plural of angle of reflection. Angles of refraction, plural of angle of refraction. Angles of repose, plural of angle of repose. Angles of torsion, plural of angle of torsion. Angles of vanishing stability, plural of angle of vanishing stability. Angles of view, plural of angle of view. Anglesey, an island and traditional county at the northwestern extremity of North Wales. It is separated from Caernarfonshire on the mainland by a narrow stretch of water called the Menai Strait. The county was merged into Gwynedd in 1974. Anglesite, a crystalline mineral form of lead sulfate, PbSO4, formed by the weathering of galena. Anglesites, plural of anglesite. Angleton, a surname. Angleton grass. Dechantium aristotum, a grass used as forage. Anglewitch, an angleworm earthworm. Anglepwitches, plural of angletwitch. Anglure, a suburban area of Liege, Wallonia, Belgium. Angluing, any of various butterflies in the tribe Nymphalini. Angluings, plural of angluing. Anglewise, with respect to an angle, angularly. Angleworm, an earthworm used as or destined to be used as bait to catch fish. Angleworms, plural of angleworm. Angles Arc, a place in Lancashire, England. Anglia, a geographic region of England, more properly called East Anglia. Anglia, of or pertaining to the Angles Germanic people. Anglians, plural of Anglian. Anglic, dated form of Anglian. Anglical, Anglican. Anglican, relating to the Church of England, or one of several related churches, such as those in the Anglican Communion. Anglican chant, a form of chant in which unmetrical texts, chiefly psalms, are sung, in which a short, harmonized melody is sung by a choir, with the chant usually corresponding to a single verse. Anglican Church, Any of the churches worldwide that are in communion with the Church of England have the same doctrine and have the Archbishop of Canterbury as supreme head. Anglican Communion, a worldwide network of churches that are in communion with the Church of England as represented by the Archbishop of Canterbury. Anglican Community, all the churches of the Anglican Communion and their worshippers. Anglicanize, non-Oxford British English standard spelling of Anglicanize. Anglicanize, simple past and past participle of Anglicanize. Anglicanize is third person singular simple present indicative of Anglicanize. Anglicanizing, present participle and gerund of Anglicanize. Anglicanism, the beliefs and practices of the Anglican Church. Anglicanisms, plural of Anglicanism. Anglicanization, conversion to Anglicanism religious denomination. Anglicanizations, plural of Anglicanization. Anglicanize, to anglicize. Anglicanized, simple past and past participle of Anglicanize. Anglicanizes, third person singular simple present indicative of Anglicanize. Anglicanizing, present participle and gerund of Anglicanize. Anglicanly, in an Anglican manner, befitting an Anglican. Anglicanness, the state or condition of being Anglican. Anglicans, plural of Anglican. Annulus, a made English language in plain English. Annulus, alternative form of annulus. Anglice, annulus. Anglicization, alternative letter case form of anglicization. Anglicizations, plural of anglicization. Anglicize, alternative letter case form of anglicize. Anglicize, simple past and past participle of anglicize. Anglicizes, third person singular simple present indicative of anglicize. Anglicizing, present participle and gerund of anglicize. Anglicism, an Englishism, a word or other feature originating in the English language that has been borrowed by another language. Anglicisms, plural of Anglicism. Anglicists, expert on English studies. Anglicists, plural of Anglicists. Anglicity, the quality of being English. Anglicization, U.S. and Oxford British English Standard spelling of Anglicization, alternative letter case form of Anglicization. Anglicizations, plural of Anglicization. Anglicize, American and Oxford British spelling of Anglicize. Anglicized, American and Oxford British spelling of Anglicized. Anglicizer, a supporter of Anglicization. Anglicizers, plural of Anglicizer. Anglicizes, third person singular simple present indicative of anglicize. Anglicizing, present participle and gerund of anglicize. Anglico, acronym of Air Naval Gunfire Liaison Company. Anglification, anglicization. Anglify, simple past and past participle of anglify. Anglifies, third person singular simple present indicative of anglify. Anglify, to convert to English language or culture, to anglicize. Anglifying, present participle and gerund of anglify. Angli, a surname. Angling, present participle and gerund of angle. Angling for, present participle and gerund of angle for. Angling for farthings, present participle and gerund of angle for farthings. Anglings, plural of angling. Anglins, plural of anglin. Anglish, a register or form of English that gives preference to words of native Germanic origin over words of foreign, especially those of Latin, French, or Greek origin. Anglist, synonym of Anglicist. Anglistic, of or relating to the English language. Anglistics, synonym of English studies. Anglists, plural of Anglists. Anglo, alternative letter case form of Anglo. Anglo-concertina, a type of bisonoric concertina. Anglo, a combining form relating to England or, by extension, the United Kingdom. Anglo-America, a region in the Americas in which English is a main language, including, for example, the United States and Canada. Anglo-American, of, belonging to, or involving both England or Britain and the United States or Canada. Anglo-Americans, plural of Anglo-American. Anglo-Arabian, a crossbred, thoroughbred horse that is at least 1/8 Arabian. Anglo-Arabians, plural of Anglo-Arabian. Anglo-Australian, of, belonging to, or involving both England or Britain and Australia. Anglo-Australians, plural of Anglo-Australian. Anglo-Bangla, of, relating to, or between England or Britain and Bangladesh or Bengal. Anglo-Bengali, a person with mixed Bengali and English or British ancestry. Anglo-Canadian, synonym of English-Canadian. Anglo-Catholic, a member of the Anglican Church whose practices emphasize continuity with Catholic tradition. Anglo-Catholicism, Anglo-Catholic beliefs and practices. Anglo-Catholics, plural of Anglo-Catholic. Anglo-Celt, a person of Anglo-Celtic descent. Anglo-Celtic, of or pertaining to the Anglo-Celts. Anglo-Celtic Isles, the British Isles. Anglo-Celts, plural of Anglo-Celt. Anglo-Chinese, having both English and Chinese elements. Anglo-Dutch, of or pertaining to both England the English and the Netherlands the Dutch. Anglo-Egyptian Sudan, a former condominium of Egypt and the United Kingdom and de facto British protectorate in modern Sudan and South Sudan from 1899 until Sudan became independent in 1956. Anglo-English, British English. Anglo-French, of or pertaining to England and France or the people thereof. Anglo-Frisian, a group of Germanic languages including English, Scots, and Frisian. Anglo-Frisian brightening, a sound change in the early Anglo-Frisian languages in which the vowel /letter 251/ was fronted to /ae/. Anglo-Helvetian, alternative form of Anglo-Helvetian. Anglo-Indian, a person with mixed Indian and English or British ancestry. Anglo-Indian English, the variety of English used in South Asia during the colonial era, having as a feature numerous borrowings from Hindustani and other local languages. Anglo-Indians, plural of Anglo-Indian. Anglo-Israelism, British Israelism. Anglo-Israelite, a believer in the fringe theory that the English people are descended from the Israelites who were carried into captivity by the Assyrians in ancient times. Anglo-Israelites, plural of Anglo-Israelite. Anglo-Latin, Latin language as used in Britain, especially medieval as well as ecclesiastical and legal Latin. Anglo-Manx, synonym of Manx English. Anglo-Norman, pertaining to the period of Norman rule of England, 1066–1154. Anglo-Normans, plural of Anglo-Norman. Anglo-Nubian. Synonym of Anglo-Nubian goat. Anglo-Nubian goat, a large breed of long-eared goat originating in the United Kingdom. Anglo-Nubian goats. Plural of Anglo-Nubian goat. Anglo-Nubians. Plural of Anglo-Nubian. Anglo-Palestinian, of, relating to, or between England or Britain and Palestine. Anglo-Saxon, synonym of Old English language. Anglo-Saxon America, the parts of the American continent colonized or historically controlled by Anglo-Saxon people, principally the USA and Canada. Anglo-Saxondom, the Anglo-Saxon domain, the whole body of Anglo-Saxons. Anglo-Saxonism, Anglo-Saxon culture. Anglo-Saxonisms, plural of Anglo-Saxonism. Anglo-Saxonists, a proponent of Anglo-Saxonism. Anglo-Saxonists, plural of Anglo-Saxonists. Anglo-Saxonization, the process of Anglo-Saxonizing. Anglo-Saxonize, to make Anglo-Saxon. Anglo-Saxonize, simple past and past participle of Anglo-Saxonize. Anglo-Saxonizes, third person singular simple present indicative of Anglo-Saxonize. Anglo-Saxonizing, present participle and gerund of Anglo-Saxonize. Anglo-Saxonries, plural of Anglo-Saxonry. Anglo-Saxonry, the Anglo-Saxon descendant populations of the world collectively. Anglo-Saxons, plural of Anglo-Saxon. Anglo-vernacular, teaching in both English and a non-English local vernacular. Anglo-centric, focused on England or the people and culture of England. Anglo-centrically, in an Anglo-centric manner, focused on England or the English. Anglo-centricism, the condition of being Anglo-centric. Anglo-centricity, the quality of being Anglo-centric. Anglo-centrism, the practice of viewing the world from an English or Anglo-American perspective with an implied belief, either consciously or subconsciously, in the preeminence of English or Anglo-American culture. Anglodom, the realm, sphere, or influence of English or Anglo-American language or culture. Anglophone, a science fiction fan from the United Kingdom. Anglohovidium, proposed name for the chemical element astatine. Angloid, alternative letter case form of angloid. Angloids, plural of angloid. Anglojapu, taxus times media, a conifer that is a hybrid of the English Eutaxis baccata and Japanese Eutaxis cuspidata. Anglojapus, plural of Anglojapu. Angloman, Anglomaniac, lover of England or the English. Anglomania, exaggerated enthusiasm for anything English. Anglomaniac, one affected with Anglomania, one who loves England or English people or things. Anglomaniacs, plural of Anglomaniac. Anglomanias, plural of Anglomania. Anglomatic, having Anglomania. Anglomans, plural of Angloman. Anglon, a historical fortress, large historical village, or small historical town in Sagkatan district, Ararat province, Armenia. Anglonus, the quality of being Anglo. Anglonym, an English language name, especially for a geographical place, region, city, river, etc. Anglonyms, plural of Anglonym. Anglophile, archaic form of Anglophile. Anglophile, a person who loves or admires the country, culture, or people of England. Anglophiles, plural of Anglophile. Anglophilia, the love of the country, culture, or people of England. Anglophiliac, anglophilic. Anglophiliacs, plural of anglophiliac. Anglophilic, exhibiting anglophilia, fond of what is English. Anglophilism, synonym of anglophilia, love of England or the English. Anglophils, plural of anglophil. Anglophobe, a person who dislikes or fears England, its people, or anything English. Anglophobes, plural of anglophobe. Anglophobia, the hatred or fear of England and anything English or British. Anglophobiac, synonym of anglophobe. Anglophobiacs, plural of anglophobiac. Anglophobic, having an aversion to England or the English. Anglophobus, anglophobe. Anglophobists, plural of anglophobus. Anglophone, English speaking. Anglophones, plural of anglophone. Anglophonic, English speaking. Anglophony, the use of the English language. Anglo-Romani, a mixed language spoken in Britain having an English-based grammar and Romani-based lexicon. Anglos, plural of Anglo. Anglo-Saxon, rare form of Anglo-Saxon. Anglo-Saxons, plural of Anglo-Saxon. Anglosphere, the totality of Anglophone countries, the geographical or cultural realm of native English speakers. Anglospherian, an inhabitant of the Anglosphere. Anglospherians, plural of Anglospherian. Anglospheric, of or pertaining to the Anglosphere. Angloversal, alternative letter case form of Angloversal. Angloversals, plural of Angloversal. Anox, a white English-speaking Brit-American. Canadian, New Zealander, or Australian, particularly of ethnic British descent. Angmering, a village and civil parish in Arran District, West Sussex, England. OS Grid Ref TQ0604. Angmo, alternative form of Angmo. Angmos, plural of Angmo, alternative form of Angmos. Ango and Gari, synonym of Basenji. Angnal, a Chilean city. Angola, a country in southern Africa. Official name, Republic of Angola. Capital and largest city, Luanda. Angolagate, a 2008 controversy around arms sales by France to Angola between 1993 and 2000. Angolan, of, from, or pertaining to Angola or the Angolan people. Angolaness, the quality, characteristic, or state of being Angolan. Angolans, plural of Angolan. Angolar, a Portuguese-based Creole spoken in São Tomé and Príncipe. Angolaires, plural of Angolar. Angolars, plural of Angolar. Angolization, the act or process of making Angolan. Angola, one of the 7 clans of the Mayday people. Angdamsha, alternative form of Angum. Angumgambam, a Mayday surname from Manipuri. Anab, a surname from Spanish. Angono, a municipality of Rizal, Philippines. Anganoka, Astrocles unophora, a tortoise endemic to Madagascar having a highly domed light brown carapace with prominent growth rings on each scute. Anganoka tortoise, synonym of Anganoka. Anganocus, plural of Anganoka. Angons, plural of Angnon. Angophora, any of various mutaceous plants of the genus Angophora. Angophoras, plural of Angophora. Agar, a language of Papua New Guinea in Sandaun Province. It belongs to the small Sonati family. Anger anemia, a symptom seen mainly in patients with coronary disease in which the patient has a strong perception that he/she is dying. Angora, alternative letter case form of Angora. Angora goat, synonym of Angora. Angora rabbit, a breed of rabbit bred for its hair Angora wool. Angora rabbits, plural of Angora rabbit. Angora wool, mohair wool from the Angora goat. Andoras, plural of Angora. Angoricities, plural of Angoricity. Angoricity, a measure of the stress in a system of granular materials near to jamming. Angostura, former name of Ciudad Bolivar. Angostura bitters, a concentrated bitters based on gentian, herbs, and spices. Angosturas, plural of Angostura. Anthati, a surname from Italian. Anbatis, plural of Angadi. Angoulême, a city, the capital of Charente Department, Nouvelle-Aquitaine. France. Angoumois, a geographic region, former county, and former province of France with Angoulême as its capital, nearly corresponding to the modern-day Charente Department, Nouvelle-Aquitaine. Angoumois moth, Cititrobacerialella, a small moth destructive of grain. Angoumois moths, plural of Angoumois moth. Angot, a surname from Cornish. Antho, synonym of red envelope. Anthous, plural of Angpao. Antho, alternative form of Angpao. Anthous, plural of Angpao. Antho, alternative form of Angpao, red envelope. Anthous, plural of Anpao. Angra do Heroísmo, a municipality and city on the island Terceira Azores Autonomous Region, Portugal. Angramaniu, Avestan language name of Zoroastrianism's hypostasis of the destructive spirit. The Middle Persian equivalent is Arman. Angra, a small village in Long Marston Parish, Harrogate District, North Yorkshire, England. OS Grid Ref SC 5248. Angratha, a river in Poland and Russia. Angry, I dialect spelling of angry. Angren, a city in Uzbekistan. Angres, an English person. Angrezabad, former name of English Bezar municipality, a municipality of West Bengal, India. Amver, a region of Germany, located in what is now Lower Saxony and North Rhine-Westphalia. Ambrian, of war relating to Kanhoji Anger 1669-1729, chief of the Maratha Navy in 18th century India, who fought against British, Dutch, and Portuguese naval interests. Angry, simple past and past participle of angry. Amvi, comparative form of angry, more angry. Angries, the angry young man. Angriest, superlative form of angry, most angry. Angrify, simple past and past participle of angrify. Angrifies, third person singular simple present indicative of angrify. Angrify, to make angry, to anger. Angrifying, present participle and gerund of angrify. Angrily, in an angry manner, under the influence of anger. Angriness, the state of being angry, anger. Angrinesses, plural of angriness. Angrice, and a chondrite consisting mostly of augite with some olivine and troilite. Angrites, plural of angrite. Angritic, of pertaining to or containing angrite. Angrographolide, misspelling of andrographolide. Angramenias, aramen. Angricide, a derivative of harpagoside. Angricides, plural of angricide. Angry, displaying or feeling anger. Angry as a wet hen, synonym of mad as a wet hen very angry. Angry fruit salad, a web page or user interface that is poorly designed and overuses color. Angry fruit salads, plural of angry fruit salad. Angry white male, synonym of angry white man. Angry white males, plural of angry white male. Angry white man, a white man harboring right-wing or reactionary views. Angry white men, plural of angry white man. Angry young man, any of a group of mostly working class and middle class British playwrights and novelists who rose to prominence in the 1950s, their works being characterized by harshness, realism, and disillusionment with traditional norms. Angry young men, plural of angry young man. Anvil, capable of anger, irascible. Envy, present participle and gerund of angry. Angry phone, an English-speaking resident of Quebec who demonstrates systematic anger or aggression towards the French language or against the actions of Quebecois nationalists, or who is a peevish complainer. Angry phones, plural of angry phone. Plural of ang. Itis, plural of ang. Ansana, a tree of species Pterocarpus indicus, the source of a desirable tropical hardwood of Southeast Asia. Ansanas, plural of angsana. Angst, emotional turmoil, painful sadness, anguish. Angst bunnies, plural of angst bunny. Angst bunny, one who expresses or seeks to evince angst, especially a goth. Amstridden, dominated or plagued by angst. Anstat, a surname. Anstats, plural of angstat. Anstones, plural of angstbunny. Angstbunny, alternative spelling of angstbunny. Ansted, simple past and past participle of angst. Angster, an old Swiss coin. Angsters, plural of angster. Angstfic, a fanfic which deals with tragic situations and themes. Angstful, full of angst, fearful, apprehensive. As a comparative form of angsty, more angsty. As ist, superlative form of angsty, most angsty. Anstiness, the quality of being angsty, angst. Ansting, present participle and gerund of angst. Angstless, without angst, worry-free. Angstrom, alternative letter case form of angstrom. Angstrom, alternative form of angstrom. Angstrom, alternative form of angstrom. Angstrom, alternative form of angstrom. Angstrom star, a unit of length, A-ring asterisk, used to measure the wavelengths of X-rays. Angstrom stars, plural of angstrom star. Angstrom unit, alternative form of angstrom. Angstrom units, plural of angstrom unit. Angstroms, alternative letter case form of angstroms. Angstroms, plural of angstrom. Angstroms, plural of angstrom. Amstroms, plural of angstrom. Angsts, third person singular simple present indicative of angst. Amsti, fraught with angst. Aidvu, a cannibalistic people inhabiting the mountains of southwestern Morobe in Papua New Guinea. Angocycline, any of a large class of antibiotics whose structure is based on an unsymmetric tetracyclic ring system. Angocyclines, plural of angocycline. Angocyclinon, any of a group of benzoanthraquinones that have antibiotic potential. Angocyclinons, plural of angocyclinon. A surname from French. Angriano, a surname. Angrianos, plural of Angriano. Anguibactin, a siderophore, 2-en-hydroxy, 2,5-hydroxy, 6-oxycyclohexa, 2,4-dene, 1-elidine N2,1-H-imidazole, 5-L-ethyl 1,3-thiazolidine, 4-carboxamide, present in marine vibrios. Anguid, any member of the family Angidae. Angidine, synonym of diacetyl ciserpenol. Anguids, plural of anguid. Anguiform, shaped like a snake. Anguilliform, misspelling of anguilliform. Angula, an archipelago and overseas territory of the United Kingdom in the Caribbean Sea. Angolan, a person from Angola or of Angolan descent. Angolans, plural of Angolan. Anguli, any member of the family Angulidae of eels. Angolids, plural of angolid. Anguilliform, any eel of the order Anguilliforms. Anguilliforms, plural of Anguilliform. Annulida, an island of Angola. Anguloid, ili. Anguloids, plural of anguloid. Anguillosis, synonym of strongyloidiaceae. Anguimorph, any lizard of the infraorder Anguimorpha. Anguimorphid, any anguid of the suborder Anguimorpha. Anguimorphids, plural of anguimorphid. Anguimorph, plural of anguimorph. Anguine, pertaining to snakes or serpents. Anguinea, a cubic curve of the form xy2 plus I equals x3 plus bx2 plus cx plus d. Anguineal, like a snake, anguineus. Anguineus, like a snake. Anguinid, any of the genus Anguina of nematodes. Anguinids, plural of anguinin. Anguinae, of pertaining to or characteristic of serpents. Anguinus, of pertaining to or like a snake. Anguite, having serpents or similar in place of legs. Anguipede, alternative form of anguite. Anguipedes, plural of anguipede. Anguites, plural of anguite. Anguish, a surname. Anguish, simple past and past participle of anguish. Anguishedly, in an anguished manner. Anguishous, plural of anguish. Anguishful, full of anguish. Anguishing, present participle and gerund of anguish. Anguishings, plural of anguishing. Anguishless, without anguish. Anguishly, with anguish, anguishly. Anguishment, anguish. Anguishments, plural of anguishment. Anguisses, full of anguish. Anguish, obsolete form of anguish. Ghgfgdfgggdgdfgdfgfgdfasdfsvsdfv. A particular steroid glycoside. Angulaperturate, having apertures at the corners of an angular angular, relating or pertaining to an angle or angles. Angular acceleration, the rate of change of angular velocity, often represented by alpha. Angular accelerations, plural of angular acceleration. Angular aperture, the apparent diameter of a lens aperture as seen from the focal point. Angular apertures, plural of angular aperture. Angular defect, the amount by which the sum of the interior angles of a triangle is less than 180 degrees peridians, the amount by which the sum of the internal angles of a pentagon is less than what would be expected on the Euclidean plane. Angular defects, plural of angular defect. Angular distance, the central angle subtended by the radii through 2 points on a sphere. Angular distances, plural of angular distance. Angular frequencies, plural of angular frequency. Angular frequency, a scalar measure of rate of rotation. Angular gyri, plural of angular gyrus. Angular gyrus, a region of the brain lying mainly in the anterolateral region of the parietal lobe, involved in transferring visual information to Wernicke's area and in various linguistic, cognitive, and other functions. Angular harp, synonym of angle harp. Angular harps, plural of angular harp. Angular mill, a unit of angular measurement equal to 1/6400 of a complete circle. At 1000 meters, 1 mil subtends about 1 meter tilde 0.98 m. Also 1/6000 and 1/6300 are used in other countries. Angular mills, plural of angular mill. Angular momenta, plural of angular momentum. Angular momentum, the vector product that describes the rotary inertia of a system about an axis and is conserved in a closed system. For an isolated rigid body, it is a measure of the extent to which an object will continue to rotate in the absence of an applied torque. Angular motion, motion regarded as measured by the increase of the angle made with some standard direction by a line drawn from the moving object to a fixed point. Angular unconformities, plural of angular unconformity. Angular unconformity, a type of unconformity in which a sedimentary stratum is deposited on top of another stratum that has been significantly tilted and subsequently eroded flat. Angular velocities, plural of angular velocity. Angular velocity, the angle turned per unit time by a body rotating about an axis, the rate of rotation through an angle. Angular nodulose, used to describe spores which are angular and have prominent bumps or growths protruding at the angles. Angular tubercles, used to describe spores which are angular and have small bumps or growths protruding at the angles. Angular winged katydid, an insect of species Microcentrum rhombifolium. Angularities, plural of angularity. Angularity, the property or characteristic of possessing angles. Angularization, the process of making something angular. Angularizations, plural of angularization. Angularize, to make angular. Angularize, simple past and past participle of angularize. Angularizes, third person singular simple present indicative of angularize. Angularizing, present participle and gerund of angularize. Anguloly, in an angular manner. Angularness, the state or quality of being angular. Angulars, plural of angular. Angulate, shaped with corners or angles. Angulated, simple past and past participle of angulate. Angulately, in an angulate manner. Angulates, third person singular simple present indicative of angulate. Angulating, present participle and gerund of angulate. Angulation, the formation of angles. Angulations, plural of angulation. Angulin, eddy of a group of tight junction proteins associated with the blood-brain barrier. Angulinerve, having the veins forming an angle with the midrib, as in most dicotyledons. Angulins, plural of angulin. Angular radiate, that radiate at angles. Angulo, a surname. Angularticular, angular and articular. Angularticulars, plural of angular. Articular. Anguloid, somewhat angular. Angulometer, any of various instruments for measuring exterior angles. Angulometers, plural of angulometer. Angelos, plural of angulo. Angulos, alternative form of angulus. Angulosities, plural of angulosity. Angulosity, angularity. Angulosplenio, a bone in the lower jaw of amphibians. Angulosplenio, angular and splenio. Angulosplenioles, plural of angulosplenio. Angulus, angular, having corners. Angulus, an angle or corner, such as the angular portion of the stomach between the lesser curvature and the pylorus. Andas, a male given name from Scottish Gaelic of mostly Scottish usage. Andast, narrow, straight, contracted, not spacious. Angustate, narrow. Angustation, the act of making narrow, a contracting or straightening. Angustations, plural of angustation. Angustia zone I, a barangay of Tayabas, Quezon, Philippines. Angustia zone Roman II, a barangay of Tayabas, Quezon, Philippines. Angustia zone Roman III, a barangay of Tayabas, Quezon, Philippines. Angustia zone Roman IV, a barangay of Tayabas, Quezon, Philippines. Angustibolin, a cytotoxic sesquiterpene lactone found in Balduina angustifolia related to helenalin. Angustichinoliculate, having a pore system in which pores are approximately 10 μm in diameter and are straight, unbranching and long, with a low pore density. Angusticlave, in ancient Rome, a narrow stripe of purple worn by the equites on each side of the tunic as a sign of rank. Angusticlaves, plural of angusticlave. Angusticlavia, a tunic with two vertical stripes worn under a toga in ancient Rome. Angustidine, a monoterpenoid indole alkaloid 18-methyl 313-17-triazape into cyclo 11.8.0.0210.049.01520 henicosa 121-2-10-4-6-8-15-2016-18 14-1. Angustidentid, any crustacean of the family Angustidentidae. Angustidentids, plural of angustidentid. Angustifoliate, having narrow leaves. Angustifolius, having narrow leaves. Angustimurate, having relatively narrow muri, not exceeding 20% of the diameter of the lumina. Angustine, an indole alkaloid 19-ethanol 31317 triazabin to cyclo 11.8.0.02 10.049.015 henicosa 121 10 4 6 8 15 2016 18 octene 14 1. Industrin, a ketone that exhibits antioxidant, anti-cancer, and antiviral activities. Angustaisptal, having a narrow partitioned fruit. Angustaisptate, having a narrow septum. Angustaline, an indole alkaloid 1-hydroxyethyl indolo 2,3-colon 3,4-pirido 1,2-B-2,7 naphthyridine 5,7-H1. Angostura, archaic form of Angostura. Angrathimary, an extinct Paman language formerly spoken on the Cape York Peninsula of Queensland, Australia. Angwantebo, either of two small primates of the genus Arctospis similar to lemurs. Angwantebos, plural of Angwantebo. Iguan, a census-designated place in Napa County, California, United States. Angbi in a cute way. L, abbreviation of anhydrous. Anhalamine, a bioactive isolate of Lophophora williamsii. Anhalidine, a bioactive isolate of Lophophora williamsii. Anili, an alkaloid 4,2-dimethylaminoethylphenol found in peyotes of the genus Anhelonium. Analanidine, a bioactive isolate of Lophophora williamsii. Analanin, alternative form of anhalanine. Analani, an alkaloid isolated from Lophophora williamsii. Analt, a surname. Analts, plural of anhalt. Anabrid, any pterosaur of the family Ananridae. Ananrids, plural of anhenrid. Anhaptoglobinemia, the absence of haptoglobin in the bloodstream. Anharmonic, not harmonic, inharmonic. Anharmonically, in an anharmonic manner. Anharmonicities, plural of anharmonicity. Anharmonicity, the deviation of a system from harmonicity being a harmonic oscillator. Anhedonia, the inability to feel pleasure from activities usually found enjoyable, such as exercise, hobbies, music, sexual activities, or social interactions. Anhedonias, plural of anhedonia. Anhedonic, showing anhedonia, having no capacity to feel pleasure. Anhedonics, plural of anhedonic. Anhedral, lacking sharp, recognizable crystal faces. Anhedrals, plural of anhedral. Anhelation, breathing difficulty, shortness of breath. Anhelations, plural of anhelation. Anal, to yearn for or to pant. Anal, simple past and past participle of anhel. Anhelos, alternative form of antalus. Analus, short of breath, panting or gasping. Animatonic, relating to the absence of half steps. Animatonic pentatonic scale, a pentatonic scale that does not contain half steps. Animatonic pentatonic scales, plural of animatonic pentatonic scale. Adipatia, the total failure of liver function. Anapatic, lacking a liver especially at a stage during a transplant operation. Anhero, alternative spelling of anhero. Anherode, simple past and past participle of anhero. Anheros, plural of anhero. Anheroing, present participle of anhero. Anheros, third person singular simple present indicative of anhero. Anuser, a surname from German. Anusers, plural of anhuser. Anadrosis, the reduced ability or inability to sweat. Anhydrotic, lacking the ability to sweat. Anhydrotics, plural of anhydrotic. Anima, porn screamer. Anemas, plural of anhema. Animed, any member of the family. Anonymity, the screamers. Anemeds, plural of anhemed. Aninga, a fish-eating bird. Aninga of the Americas with a thin, pointed bill and a long, thin neck. Aningas, plural of anhinga. Aningmid, any member of the Aningidi. Aningmids, plural of anhinged. Anhistorical, not historical. Anestus, without definite structure. Anhelicyclic, not holocyclic. Aniliname, non-haliname. Anilonymies, plural of anhilonymy. Anilonymy, an anilonomic system. And homomorphic, not homomorphic. Ether, alternative spelling of anher. Edu, a province in eastern China. Capital, Hefei. Unger, Hungary. Anhumrid, obsolete form of anungered. Anumbri, Hungary. Ener, an ancient Egyptian war god. Enowe, alternative form of Anhui, a province in eastern China. Anid, abbreviation of anhydrous. Anhydramion, alternative form of anhydramios. Anhydramios, the complete lack of amniotic fluid during pregnancy due to fetal anomaly associated anuria. Anhydrase, an enzyme that catalyzes the removal of water from a material. Anhydrases, plural of anhydrase. Anhydrate, an acid. Anhydride, anhydrates, plural of anhydrate. Anhydration, the formation of an anhydrate. Anhydrations, plural of anhydration. Anhydric, anhydrous. Anhydri, any compound formally derived from another or from others by the loss of a water molecule, especially acid anhydrides. Anhydrides, plural of anhydri. Anhydridization, conversion into an anhydride. Anhydri, an evaporite mineral made of anhydrous calcium sulfate. Anhydrites, plural of anhydrite. Anhydritic, relating to anhydrites. Anhydrosugar, any derivative of sugar formerly obtained by loss of the elements of water. Anhydrosugars, plural of anhydrosugar. Anhydro, having had water removed. Anhydroian, any organism that lives in an environment with nearly no water. Anhydrobions, plural of anhydrobiont. Anhydrobiosis, a form of cryptobiosis that occurs in situations of extreme desiccation. Anhydrobia, any anhydrobiotic organism. Anhydrobiotes, plural of anhydrobiot. Anhydrobiotic, relating to anhydrobiosis. Anhydrosin silanol, a terpene lactone with the molecular formula CHO6. Anhydrodigidolin, a particular steroid glycoside. Anhydroic gonai, gamidine. Anhydrofructose, a metabolic pathway that forms secondary metabolites from glycogen via 1,5-anhydrodefructase. Anhydrogalactose, the major sugar which forms agarose. Anhydrobucopyranose, the pyranose form of anhydroglucose. Anhydroglucose, the moiety in a polysaccharide such as cellulose consisting of a glucose molecule that has lost the elements of water, actually AH and an OH group. Anhydrobucoses, plural of anhydroglucose. Anhydrohydroxyprogesterone, synonym of ethisterone. Anhydrokinite, a sulfate chloride mineral with the chemical formula KNGSOCl. Anhydrolase, any hydrolase that hydrolyzes an acid anhydride. Anhydrolases, plural of anhydrolase. Anhydroeucophorin, an intermediate 5,10-methanyltetrahydrofolate in the interconversion of glycine and serine that is catalyzed by folic acid. Anhydromanose, any anhydrous sugar derived from mannose. Anhydromanoses, plural of anhydromanose. Anhydromuropeptide, a muropeptide containing a normally terminal anhydrous sugar. Anhydromuropeptides, plural of anhydromuropeptide. Anhydronuclease, any nucleoside derived from an anhydrous sugar. Anhydronucleosides, plural of anhydronucleoside. Anhydropic, non-hydropic replete with yolk. Anhydroprotectant, that protects from the effects of dehydration. Anhydroprotectants, plural of anhydroprotectant. Anhydrosaccharide, synonym of anhydrous sugar. Anhydrosaccharides, plural of anhydrosaccharide. Anhydrosis, misspelling of anhydrosis. Anhydrosorbital, synonym of sorbitan. Anhydrosugar, an intramolecular ether formed by the loss of the elements of water from neighboring hydroxyl groups of a sugar. Anhydrosugars, plural of anhydrosugar. Anhydrotetracycline, a derivative of tetracycline having no antibiotic activity that is used in experimental genetics. Anhydrothrombin, an anhydroform of thrombin. Anhydrous, having little or no water. Anhydrousness, the quality of being anhydrous. Anhydrobenblastine, one of two vinca alkaloids useful in the treatment of cancer. Anhydrobenblastines, plural of anhydrobenblastine. Anhygroscopic, of a substance tending to remain dry or anhydrous. Anapostasia, the quality of Jesus Christ's humanity, such that it has its existence entirely from the hypostatic union rather than from any independent human personhood or hypostasis. The concept does not deny Jesus' personhood, but denies that Jesus' humanity has any personhood apart from the one hypostasis in which his humanity and divinity are united. Anapostasis, alternative form of anapostasia. Anapostatic, not hypostatic. Anhysteretic, not involving or producing hysteresis. Anizer, a throw that curves the way as that of the throwing arm, i.e. right for a right-hand player or left for a left-hand player. Anhyzer, simple past and past participle of anhyzer. Anhyzering, present participle and gerund of anhyzer. Anhyzers, plural of anhyzer. Initialism of automatic number identification. A ruined medieval Armenian city site in the Turkish province of Kars near the border with Armenia. Anadasi, the senior rikishi in a particular heya. Aniasinamidosis, a deficiency of niacinamide that is sometimes associated with pellagra. And niacinosis, synonym of niacinamidosis. Adiaksha, a river in lake and peninsula borough on the Alaska Peninsula in the United States. Onion, a toponym used on old maps, located in Alaska area. Aniana, a bird, Magama parva, a kind of Hawaiian honeycreeper. Edo, a barangay of Sipocot, Camarines Sur, Philippines. Anabamin, a chemokine receptor antagonist. Anabot, a barangay of Ayungan, Migros Oriental, Philippines. Anabongan, a barangay of Mako, Davao de Oro, Philippines. Ada, impermanence, the doctrine claiming that all of conditioned existence, without exception, is transient, one of the three marks of existence. Anaceto, a surname. Anacetos, plural of anaceto. Anacetus, one of the sons of Heracles and Hebe, his brother, is Alexios, along with their father. Anacetus and Alexios are the guardians and gatekeepers of the gates of Mount Olympus. Adash, a surname. Anasinab, alternative form of Anishinob. Attic, a village in Northumberland, England. OS grid ref NY 955655. Anagama, a sitcom that uses animation rather than filmed actors. Anacoms, plural of anacom. Anacone, of or pertaining to representations without human or animal form. Aniconism, a prohibition against artists depicting religious figures such as divinities, prophets, or anything that can be worshipped. Anicones, a proponent of aniconism. Aniconists, plural of anicones. Anecteric, without jaundice. Anagot, a dam built in a stream for maintaining and regulating irrigation. Anagots, plural of anacot. Anadex, a textile made from a long-chain synthetic polymer composed of at least 50% by mass of one or more esters of monohydric alcohol and acrylic acid. Anidiomatical, not idiomatic. Anadolic, pertaining to non-imaging transfer of light, particularly in the domain of indoor natural lighting. Anadoxime, an analgesic drug. Anadrosis, an inability to tolerate heat, typically as a result of reduced sweating. Anadrotic, relating to anadrosis. Anagulofumgin, an antifungal drug of the echinocandin class. Obsolete spelling of any. Alternative form of Haniel angel in Jewish lore. Anifrolumab, a monoclonal antibody that blocks certain interferon activity used to treat systemic lupus erythematosus. Not near. Anags, obsolete form of anag. In the nighttime, at night. Adapts, in the nighttime, at night. Anadif, an animated image in the GIF format. Anandifs, plural of anagif. Anayer, the tree Palteria superbot and especially its wood. Annihilate, misspelling of annihilate. Anise milk, a Dutch drink consisting of hot milk flavored with anise seed and sweetened with sugar. Anil, the indigo shrub, or the indigo dye obtained from a plant. Anela, a barangay of Lipa, Batangas, Philippines. Anilalabak, a barangay of Lipa, Batangas, Philippines. Analazine, a pesticide used on crops. Anal, characteristic of a crone or a feeble old woman. Anonas, a state or quality of being anal. Anyloridine, a particular narcotic painkiller. Anilite, relating to aniline or to anil. Anilic acid, nitrosalicylic acid. Analyte, alternative form of analyte. Analyte, any organic compound derived from an oxocid by replacement of a hydroxyl group by an aniline residue, an amide of aniline. Analides, plural of analyte. Analido, a univalent radical derived from aniline. Analids, plural of analid. Anilid, any snake in the monotypic family Annelidae consisting of just Annelius sidale, the false coral snake. Anilid, plural of anneli. Analigne, an attraction to women much older than oneself. Aniline, archaic form of aniline. Anilation, Analingus, Analinctus, rare form of analingus. Aniline, the simplest aromatic amine, C6H5NH2, synthesized by the reduction of nitrobenzene. It is a colorless, oily, basic poisonous liquid used in the manufacture of dyes and pharmaceuticals. Aniline green, malachite green. Aniline greens, plural of aniline green. Aniline purple, synonym of mauvine. Aniline yellow, a yellow azo dye, 4-phenylidase nilaniline. Anilines, plural of aniline. Anilingual, of or pertaining to analingus. Analinguist, one who performs analingus. Analinguistic, analingual, relating to analingus. Analinguists, plural of analinguists. Analingus, the stimulation of the anus using the lips or tongue. Analinic, relating to aniline. Analinism, a disease due to inhaling the poisonous fumes present in the manufacture of aniline. Anilinium, the cation formed by protonating the amino group of aniline. Aniliniums, plural of anilinium. Anilino, a univalent radical derived from aniline. Anilino, the univalent radical derived from aniline by loss of a nitrogen atom from the NH2 group. Anilinobenzoic acid, a chemical compound formed by joining aniline via its nitrogen atom to benzoic acid. Anilinobenzoic acids, plural of anilinobenzoic acid. Aniline hydroquinone, and a duct of aniline and a hydroquinone. Anilinohydroquinones, plural of anilinohydroquinone. Aniline and naphthalene, any anilino derivative of naphthalene. Aniline and naphthalenes, plural of aniline and naphthalene. Anilinophthalazine, any heterocycle composed of an aniline linked to a phthalazine via its nitrogen atom. Anilinophthalazines, plural of anilinophthalazine. Anilinopyrimidine, any of a class of fungicides whose structure is based on a pyrimidine ring with an aniline substituent. Anilinopyrimidines, plural of anilinopyrimidine. Anilinoquinazoline, any heterocycle composed of an aniline linked to a quinazoline through its nitrogen atom. Anilinoquinazolines, plural of anilinoquinazoline. Anilinos, plural of anilino. Anilinothiozolinone, any heterocycle composed of an aniline linked to a thiazolinon through its nitrogen atom. Anilinothiosolinones, plural of anilinothiozolinone. Anilins, plural of aniline. Analysm, aniline poisoning. Analite, an orthorhombic dipyramidal bluish-gray mineral containing copper and sulfur. Analytes, plural of analyte. Analides, plural of anility. Anility, the condition of being anil. Alin, a conserved protein implicated in cytoskeletal dynamics during cellularization and cytokinesis. Anelo, alternative form of anilau. Anilatho, an opioid analgesic of the benzodiazepine class. Anilafil, a product from chlorophyll after treatment with aniline. Analox, a method used to provide a measured amount of ink to a flexoprinting plate involving a hard cylinder whose surface is covered in tiny cells that capture the ink. Anols, plural of ano. Ano, the soul or animating principle of a living thing, especially as contrasted with the animus. Animamundi, synonym of world soul. Amil, capable of being put into life or receiving animation. Animuses, plural of animacy. Animacy, the state of being alive. Animadversion, a criticism, a critical remark. Animadversional, of or relating to animadversion. Animadversions, plural of animadversion. Animadversive, having the ability to perceive, perceptive, attentive, percipient. Animadversiveness, the state or quality of being animadversive. Animadvert, to turn judicial attention to criticize or punish. Animadverted, simple past and past participle of animadvert. Animadverter, someone who animadverts, a censurer or criticizer. Animadverters, plural of animadverter. Animadverting, present participle and gerund of animadvert. Animadverter, one who animadverts. Animadverters, plural of animadverter. Animadverts, third person singular simple present indicative of animadvert. Animamundi, plural of animamundi. Animati, plural of animagus. Animagus, a person who can transform into an animal. Animal, a nickname given to people, especially wild people. Animal activists, a person who takes an active role in animal welfare. Animal activists, plural of animal activists. Animal African trypanosomiasis. Animal trypanosomiasis. Animal black, carbon black derived from burning animal bones or dentin. Animal blacks. Plural of animal black. Animal cabinet, a controlled environment designed for breeding animals, often used in biomedical research laboratories. Animal cabinets, plural of animal cabinet. Animal charcoal, a fine charcoal prepared by calcining bones in a closed vessel, used as a filtering agent in sugar refining, and as an absorbent and disinfectant. Animal coat, a mammal's fur. Animal coats, plural of animal coat. Animal companion, alternative form of companion animal. Animal companions, plural of animal companion. Animal control officer, synonym of dog catcher. Animal control officers, plural of animal control officer. Animal cracker, a small, crispy, sweet, baked cake biscuit or cookie in the shape of an animal. Animal crackers, plural of animal cracker. Animal dentistry, the field of dentistry applied to the care of animals. Animal dye, a dye made from animals or their secretions. Animal dyes, plural of animal dye. Animal experimentation, synonym of animal testing. Animal fat, any fat rendered from the tissue of an animal. Animal fats, plural of animal fat. Animal feed, material of an animal or most often vegetable origin, prepared especially industrially as feed for domestic or farm animals. Animal feeds, plural of animal feed. Animal flour, any of various marine animals resembling flowers, such as sea anemones, hydroids, starfishes, etc. Animal flowers, plural of animal flour. Animal food, synonym of animal feed. Animal fries, French fries that are served with melted cheese, grilled onions, and Thousand Island dressing or special sauce instead of ketchup. Animal heat, the heat generated in the body of a living animal. Animal house, a rowdy frat house. Animal houses, plural of animal house. Animal husbandries, plural of animal husbandry. Animal husbandry, the management and care of farm animals by humans for profit, in which genetic qualities and behavior considered to be advantageous to humans are further developed. Animal Jammer, a player of the massively multiplayer online game Animal Jam, now either the app so named, formerly Animal Jam, Play Wild, or the desktop game renamed Animal Jam Classic. Animal Jammers, plural of Animal Jammer. Animal Kingdom, the regnum animalia, the set of all animals. Animal Liberation, a social movement dedicated to the advancement of the interests and rights of non-human animals consisting of theorists and activists. Animal Liberationists, of or pertaining to the animal liberation movement. Animal Liberationists, plural of animal liberationist. Animal magnetism, sexual attractiveness, charisma derived from non-intellectual characteristics. Animal pole, the hemisphere of the blastula which eventually gives rise to the three germ layers and is composed of small cells that are in a state of rapid division. Animal poles, plural of animal pole. Animal product, any product such as a food, ingredient, fiber, hide, or fertilizer made from the meat, bones, skin, hair, or other parts of an animal. Animal products, plural of animal product. Animal protein factor, a growth factor for animals containing vitamin B12. Animal protein factors, plural of animal protein factor. Animal registries, plural of animal registry. Animal registry, synonym of stud book. Animal reminder disgust, a feeling of disgust triggered by reminders that one is mortal and that certain aspects of one's nature are inherently animalistic. Animal rights, certain fundamental rights that animals are entitled to, such as the right to be spared undue suffering. Animal sanctuaries, plural of animal sanctuary. Animal sanctuary, a facility where animals are brought to live and to be protected for the remainder of their lives. Animal science, the academic discipline which examines the biology of animals typically under the control of humans such as livestock and domestic animals. Animal sciences, plural of animal science. Animal shelter, an organization that provides temporary homes for stray pet animals. Animal shelters, plural of animal shelter. Animal spirits, the theorized spirits or physiological principles which allowed for sensation and voluntary movement. Animal tester, one who engages in animal testing. Animal testers, plural of animal tester. Animal testing, the practice of using non-human animals in scientific experimentation. Animal trypanosomiasis, a disease of non-human vertebrates caused by trypanosomes of several species in the genus Trypanosoma. Animal welfare, the safeguarding of animals in a laboratory or similar environment with a code of practice in forced by legislation or regulation. Animal welfareists, a supporter of animal welfare. Animal welfareists, plural of animal welfareists. Animal-assisted therapies, plural of animal-assisted therapy. Animal-assisted therapy, pet therapy, zoo therapy. Animal-industrial complex, the systematic and institutionalized exploitation of animals. Animal-like, resembling an animal. Animal reminder disgust, alternative form of animal reminder disgust. Animalcula, plural of animalculum. Animalcula, of, relating to, or resembling animalcules. Animalcule, a sperm cell or spermatozoon, also the embryo that was formerly thought to be contained inside a spermatozoon in a fully developed state. Animalcules, plural of animalcule. Animalculin, of, relating to, or resembling animalcules. Animalculism, a theory seeking to explain certain physiological and pathological phenomena in terms of animalcules. Animalculus, a believer in the theory that the embryo exists performed within the spermatozoon, a proponent of animalculism. Animalculistic, relating to the theory of animalculism. Animalculists, plural of animalculus. Animalculus, relating to animalcules. Animalculum, synonym of animalcule. Animalist, reminiscent of an animal or its habits. Animalhood, the state or period of being animal. Animalian, of the kingdom Animalia, which includes humans. Animala, of or concerning animals. Animalicide, the killing of an animal, also used historically and offensively for the killing a person who is regarded as subhuman. Animalicides, plural of animalici. Animalier, an artist who depicts animals. Animaliers, plural of animalier. Animalize, non-Oxford British English Standard spelling of animalize. Animalize, simple past and past participle of animalize. Animalizes, third person singular simple present indicative of animalize. Animalish, resembling an animal. Animalizing, present participle and gerund of animalize. Animalism, the doctrine that humans are merely animals and lack any spirituality. Animalisms, plural of animalism. Animalists, one who believes in the dominance of man's animal nature in behavior. Animalistic, in the manner of or resembling an animal. Animalistically, in an animalistic way. Bestially, in the manner of an animal. Animalists, plural of animalists. Animalitarianism, the view that animals are in some sense superior to humans because they live closer to nature. Animalities, plural of animality. Animality, the nature of an animal. Animalivore, a creature that eats animals. Animalivores, plural of animalivore. Animalivorous, that eats other animals. Animalivousness, the quality of being an animalivore. Animalivory, the eating of animals. Animalivorousness. Animalization, the act of animalizing, the giving of animal life or endowing with animal properties. Animalizations, plural of animalization. Animalize, to represent in the form of an animal. Animalize, simple past and past participle of animalize. Animalizes, Third person singular simple present indicative of animalize. Animalizing. Present participle and gerund of animalize. Animalkind. All animals, collectively. Animal. Obsolete spelling of animal. Animalike. Alternative spelling of animal-like. Animals. Plural of animal. Animal. Resembling or characteristic of an animal. Animalness. The quality of being animal. Animality. Animalid. Having the form of an animal. Animals. Plural of animal. Animania. Japanese comics manga and Japanese animation anime taken collectively. Animangas. Plural of animanga. Animas. Plural of anima. Animesh. A kind of fanvid made by assembling portions of commercially produced animated cartoons involving anthropomorphic animal characters. Animashes. Plural of animash. Animastic. Pertaining to or possessing an animate non-physical nature, having a mental or spiritual nature. Animat. An artificial animal. Animatable. Capable of being animated. Animate. That lives. Animated. Full of life or spirit. Lively. Vigorous. Sprightly. Animated cartoon. Any of several types of film/movie, the frames of which are drawn by hand in order to give a sense of movement when projected in rapid sequence. Animated cartoons. Plural of animated cartoon. Animated oat. Avena sterilis, a species of grass weed with edible seeds. Animated oats. Plural of animated oat. Animatedly. In an animated manner, with animation. Animatedness. The quality of being animated. Animately. In an animated manner. Animateness. The state or condition of being animate. Animator. Alternative form of animator. Animators. Plural of animator. Animates. Third person singular simple present indicative of animate. Animatist. Second person singular simple present indicative of animate. Animateth. Third person singular simple present indicative of animate. Animator. One who promotes particular activity, especially one of a cultural or artistic nature. Animators. Plural of animator. Animatic. An animated storyboard used as a rough preview of a film or advertisement. Animatics. Plural of animatic. Animating. Enlivening. Animatingly. In an animating manner. Animation. The act of animating or giving life or spirit. Animation meme. A short animation typically set to music and depicting a character singing or dancing, intended to be spread or imitated by other animators. Animation memes. Plural of animation meme. Animation studio. Alternative phrase of studio, in this case one that specializes in animated content. Animational. Of or relating to animation. Animations. Plural of animation. Animatism. The belief that everything is pervaded by a life force giving each inanimate object a consciousness or personality, but not a soul as in animism. Animatisms. Plural of animatism. Animates. A believer in animatism. Animatests. Plural of animates. Amative. Tending to animate, causing animation. Animado. a passage to be played in a lively, animated manner. Animatography, the creation of short films from a series of slides. Animatophile, enthusiast of animated media. Animatophiles, plural of animatophile. Animator, one who creates an animation or cartoon, a cartoonist. Animators, plural of animator. Animatory, relating to the condition of being animate or alive. Animados, plural of animato. Animatrix, a woman who is trained to teach skills and lead activities for her peers. Animatrices, plural of animatrix. Animatrix, a female animator, one who animates something, brings something to life. Animatron, an animatronic robot. Animatronic, of a robot, etc., that works by animatronics. Animatronically, by means of animatronics. Animatronics, a form of robotics used to create robots that produce preset moves and pre-recorded sounds. Animatrons, plural of animatron. Animats, plural of animat. Anima, an artistic style originating in and associated with Japanese animation, and that has also been adopted by a comparatively low number of animated works from other countries. Anime, the resin of the curbarrel Hymenaea curbarrel, used in varnishes. Anime-like, resembling anime or some aspect of it. Animals, a type of offal, the testicles of animals when used as food. Abir, a language spoken in Ghana. Animes, plural of anime. Animes, plural of anime. Animesh, a male given name from Sanskrit used by Hindus. Animes, resembling or with aspects characteristic of anime. Animeverse, an anime universe. Animeverses, plural of animeverse. Animikite, a silver telluri. Animism, a belief that spirits inhabit some or all classes of natural objects or phenomena. Animisms, plural of animism. Animes, a believer in animism. Animistic, of or pertaining to animism. Animistically, in an animist manner, in a manner that is of or pertaining to animism. Animists, plural of animus. Animos, resolute and full of vigor, vehement. Animosness, the state or quality of being animos. Animosities, plural of animosity. Animosity, violent hatred leading to active opposition, active enmity, energetic dislike. Animus, alternative form of animos. Animo, anima. Animule, an animal. Animules, plural of animule. Animus, the basic impulses and instincts which govern one's actions. Animus furandi, intentustia. Animusus, plural of animus. Animutation, a form of web-based computer animation characterized by unpredictable montages of pop culture images set to music. Animutations, plural of animutation. Anandiliaqua, an Anandiliaquan Australian Aboriginal language spoken on Groote Eylandt in the Northern Territory. Anandiliaquan, a non-Pominunian Australian Aboriginal language family of Groote Eylandt, of which Anandiliaqua is the sole member. Anger, alternative form of Anagar. Amanosa, a commune of Argeș County, Romania. Anion, a negatively charged ion. Anion Ga, The difference between the levels of cations and anions in serum, plasma, or urine, not counting hydrogen ions, bicarbonate, and similar ions that determine the pH of the liquid. Anion gaps, plural of anion gap. Anionic, of or pertaining to an anion. Anionic detergent. Any detergent in which the lipophilic part of the molecule is an anion. Examples include soaps and synthetic long-chain sulfates and sulfonates. Anionic detergents, plural of anionic detergent. Ionicoi, in ionic manner. Anionicity. The quality of being anionic. Ionics, plural of anionic. Anionic, ionic in exchange resin. Ionase, plural of anione. Anionization, conversion to or reaction with an anion. Anionizations, plural of anionization. Ionite, to treat with anions. Ionize, simple past and past participle of anionize. Ionizes, third person singular simple present indicative of anionize. Ionizing, present participle and gerund of anionize. Ionite, discredi, the Anionimer, a polymer containing at least one chemical group bearing a negative electrical charge. Anionomere, relating to anionomers. Anioniphore, anionic. Ionophores, plural of anioniphore. Anionopic, describing a rearrangement reaction in which a group, along with its electron pair, moves from one atom to another. Anionotropes, plural of anionotropy. Anionotropy, aniotropic rearrangement reaction. Anions, plural of anion. Animal, an animal that is a friend to other mentioned animals or humans. Anabals, plural of anapole. Anabalmol, a calcium channel blocker. Aniracetam, a nootropic ampakine compound of the racetam family, purported to be considerably more potent than pyracetam. Ana, a male given name from Bengali, one of the most common names found among Bengalis. Aniridia, a rare congenital condition characterized by the underdevelopment of the iris of the eye. Aniridia-Wilms tumor syndrome, a particular human disease caused by deletion of part of chromosome 11 and causing aniridia and other problems. Aniridias, plural of aniridia. Aniridic, lacking the iris of the eye, exhibiting aniridia. Anirala, a non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drug. Avila, a male given name from Sanskrit, one of the common Hindu names for boys. Addis, a surname from Arabic. Anisakiasis, the disease caused by infection with anisakis worms, usually through eating raw fish, characterized by violent abdominal pain, nausea, and vomiting. Amasakid, any nematode in the family Anisakidae. They can cause anisakiasis among humans who eat infected raw fish. Anisakidosis, synonym of anisakiasis. Anisakids, plural of anisakid. Anisaldehyde, the aromatic aldehyde formethylxybenzaldehyde that has a strong aroma or anise or licorice. It is used in flavorings and in organic synthesis. Amasade, a salt or ester of anisic acid. Amisates, plural of anisate. Amisatin, a toxic insecticidal component of the shikimi plant Illicium anisatum. Etas, an umbelliferous plant Pimpinella anisum growing naturally in Egypt and cultivated in Spain, Malta, etc. for its carminative and aromatic seeds, which are used as a spice. It has a licorice scent. Anise hyssop, a North American anise-scented herb in the mint family, Agastache funiculum, grown for its fragrance, flowers, and for herb tea. Anise hyssops, plural of anise hyssop. Acid, the seed-like fruit of the anise, used in baking and in the flavoring of liqueurs such as ouzo. Aniseed, flavored or treated with aniseed. Aniseeds, plural of aniseed. Aniseed, resembling or characteristic of aniseed. Aniseconia, an ophthalmological condition where there is a significant difference in the perceived size of images. Aniseconias, plural of aniseconia. Aniseconic, having or relating to aniseconia. Anise-like, resembling or characteristic of anise. Anisende, any webspitter in a family SMUD. Anisendeds, plural of anisembia. Anisarut, any of certain North American herbs of the genus Osmorrhiza. Anises, plural of anis. Anisesi, alternative form of aniseed. Anisesides, plural of anisseseed. Anisette, a French alcoholic liqueur flavored with anise. Anisettes, plural of anisette. Anise, resembling or characteristic of anise. Anis, alternative form of anish. Anaya, a female given name from Sanskrit of Indian usage. Anishana, and Ojibwe, Nipissing. Algonquin, Potawatomi, or Odawa. Anishinabeg, plural of Anishinam. Anishinabek, plural of Anishinam. Anishinaabemowin, the macrolanguage/language as spoken by the Anishinaabe Ojibwe, Nipissing, Algonquins, Odawa, and Potawatomi. Anishinabs, plural of Anishinam. Anishinaabe, alternative form of Anishinaabe. Anishinaber, plural of Anishinabe. Anishinaber, plural of Anishinabe. Anishinabes, plural of Anishinabe. Amosa, a subdivision of the Triassic period. Aredic, of, pertaining to, or derived from anise. Anisic acid, any of the 3 isomeric aromatic carboxylic acid methoxybenzoic acid found in anise. They are mildly antiseptic. Anisic acids, plural of anisic acid. Anisidi, a derivative of anisidine by substitution of a hydrogen on the nitrogen atom. Isosidine, any of 3 isomeric forms of the aromatic amine methoxyalene. They are toxic and are used in the synthesis of ozodies in pharmaceuticals. Iosidines, plural of anisidine. Anisindiene, a synthetic anticoagulant and an indene-diene derivative. Amisketon, an organic compound with the formula CHO2. Anis-lactone, a sesquiterpenoid lactone derived from Alyssium marilinum. Anis-li, a barangay of Calbayog, Samar, Philippines. Anis-ligan, a barangay of Calubian, late Philippines. Anismes, a malfunction of the external anal sphincter and pubortalis muscle during defecation, sometimes causing constipation. Andiso, unequal, not the same, not the self-same, forming compounds words, often formed to contrast with similar words in iso. Anisostigmatism, anisotropic astigmatism. Anisacariosis, misspelling of anisacariosis. Anisoseroted, any member of the family Anisosratidae of extinct ammonite cephalopods. Anisosratids, plural of anisosratid. Anisochromazia, non-uniform coloration of erythrocytes caused by a non-uniform distribution of hemoglobin within them. Anisochromia, anisochromasia. Anisochronic, not isochronic. Anisochronies, plural of anisochrony. Amisochronous, not isochronous. Anisochrony, the condition of being anisochronous. Anisochoria, a condition characterized by an equal size of the pupils of the eye. Anisochoric, exhibiting anisochoria. Anisochorics, plural of anisochoric. Anisocalmarin, one of a family of natural chemical compounds which contains an isoprenoid ether of a calmarin. Anisocratic, not isocratic. Anisocycloplegia, cycloplegia to a different extent in each eye. Anisocyte, a blood cell that is significantly different in size to the others. Anisocytes, plural of anisocyte. Anisocytosis, plural of anisocytosis. Anisocytosis, significant size variation of blood cells. Anisodactyle, characterized by anisodactyly. Anisodactylous, anisodactyle. Anisodactyles, plural of anisodactyle. Anisodactyly, an arrangement of digits with 3 toes forward and 1 back, common in songbirds and other perching birds. Anisodamine, an anticholinergic and adrenergic receptor antagonist. Anisodiametric, not isodiametric, in different directions. Anisodiametrically, in an anisodiametric manner. Anisodont, having irregular teeth. Anisodonty, the condition of being anisodont. Anisoaconia, alternative spelling of anisoconia. Anisoaconias, plural of anisoaconia. Anisogamy, heterogamete. Anisogametes, plural of anisogamete. Anisogamy, a difference in the size or structure of conjugating gametes. Anisoganic, relating to anisogamy. Anisogomerid, any amphipod in the family Anisoderidae. Anisogomerids, plural of anisogomerid. Anisogamous, being married to someone whose age differs by an unusually large degree from one's own. Anisogamy, a form of sexual bonding involving partners of unusually widely differing ages. Anisogenic, not isogenic. Anisognathous, having different sizes to the upper and lower jaws. Anisognathously, in an anisognathous manner. Anisogmathy, the condition of being anisognathous. Anisogruptid, any graptolite of the family Anisogruptidae. Anisogmus, having fewer carpals than sepals. Anisohydric, not isohydric. Anisohypermetropia, hypermetropia to a different extent in each eye. Anisohypermetropic, relating to anisohypermetropia. Anisokaryosis, a larger than normal variation in the size of the nuclei of cells. Amisoconia, alternative form of anisoconia. Anisole, alternative form of anisole. Anisolibidid, eddy in the family Anisolidae of iwers. Anisolibidids, plural of anisolibidid. Anisolictome, an organic chemical containing a furanol and a tricyclic ring, with smiles string L equals C1C equals CC equals 2CO1 equals CC3 equals CC2OC equals CCC4C equals CCC equals OO4C equals CO3. Anisole, the aromatic ether methixybenzene. It is used in perfumery and in organic synthesis, any derivative of this compound. Anisoles, plural of anisole. Anisols, plural of anisole. Anisomelia, inequality between paired limbs. Anisomeric, not isomeric. Anisomerism, the quality of being anisomeric. Anisomerous, having varied parts, non-uniform. Amisomery, the condition of having a floral whorl with a different, usually smaller number of parts than the other floral whorls. Anisometric, not isometric or symmetrical. Anisommetrically, in an anisometric way. Anisomtropia, a condition in which the two eyes of an individual have different refractive power. Anisomtropias, plural of anisomtropia. Anisomtropic, relating to anisomtropia. Anisometry, the condition of being anisometric. Anisomorphic, not isomorphic. Anisomorphism, the absence of an exact correspondence between words etc. in two different languages, the differences between two given languages that create mismatches in a translation dictionary. Anisomorphisms, plural of anisomorphism. Anisomerian, having different forms of abductor muscles. Anisomycin, an antibiotic produced by Streptomyces gracilis, which inhibits protein synthesis. Anisomycin, alternative form of anisomycin. Anisomyo, a person who has anisomyopia. Anisomyops, plural of anisomyope. Anisomyopia, the presence of different degrees of myopia in the two eyes. Anisomyopic, relating to or exhibiting anisomyopia. Anisomycin, alternative form of anisomycin. Anisong, an anime song, anime music. Anisongs, plural of anisong. Anisonygamus, one who is married to someone whose age is unusually different to their own. Anisonygamists, plural of anisonygamists. Anisonucleosis, the presence of cell nuclei of different sizes. Amisopteles, having unequal, different petals. Amisovelous, having pairs of leaves different from one another, either in size or in shape. Anisoveli, the growing by a plant of leaves in pairs with a significant difference in size between the two. Anisopural, an antipsychotic drug. Anisoplanatism, the absence of spatial invariance over an extended field of view. Anisopodid, any member of the Anisopididae, wood gnats. Anisopodids, plural of anisopodid. Anisopoikilicitosis, plural of anisopoikilicitosis. Anisopoikilicitosis, the presence of RBCs of varying size and shape. Anisopoikilicitotic, of, relating to, or exhibiting anisopoikilicitosis. Anisopteran, any dragonfly of the infraorder Anisoptera. Anisopterans, plural of Amisopteran. Anisoriza, a form of nenatosis that is open at the tip with a slightly swollen base. Anisorizas, plural of Amisoriza. Anisosmotic, having different osmotic pressures. Anisospore, a sexual spore in which the sexes differ in size. Anisospores, plural of amisospore. Anisosporous, not isosporous, being an anisospore or producing anisospores. Anasostomonous, having unequal stamens. Anasosyllabic, of or pertaining to metrical systems in which syllables are of differing lengths. Anasosyllabism, the use of anasosyllabic verse. Anisothermal, of or pertaining to a system that is not in thermal equilibrium, that does not have a single fixed temperature. Anisotomic, not isotomic. Anisotomically, in an anisotomic manner. Anisotomous, having unequal or irregular divisions. Anisotomously, in an anisotomous manner. Anisotonic, not isotonic in any sense. Anisotonicity, the condition of being anisotonic. Anisotopic, lacking isotopy. Anisotrope, anisotropic. Anisotropy, misspelling of anisotropy. Anisotropic, having properties that differ according to the direction of measurement, exhibiting anisotropy. Anisotropical, alternative form of anisotropic. Anisotropically, in an anisotropic manner, in such a way as to depend upon direction. Anisotropicities, plural of anisotropicity. Anisotropicity, the quality of being anisotropic. Anisotropies, plural of anisotropy. Anisotropine, octotropi. Anisotropism, alternative form of anisotropy. Anisotropisms, plural of anisotropism. Anisotropous, archaic form of anisotropic. Anisotropy, the property of being directionally dependent. Anisotropy energies, plural of anisotropy energy. Anisotropy energy, energy stored in a ferromagnetic material as a result of the work done by the rotation of its magnetization. Anisole, any of three isomeric univalent radicals derived from anisoc acid. Anisols, plural of anisoil. Anisa, a female given name. Anastin, a surname. Anistreples, a thrombolytic drug. Anisyl, now any of three isomeric univalent radicals OM or p-methoxyphenyl CH3OC6H derived from anisolage bearing one of these radicals. Anisels, plural of anisyl. A Ni letter 1E6D, of a root, not Se letter 1E6D, not having a final I sound. And then a female given name from Spanish. Anida, a baron gay of Locke, Davao de Oro, Philippines. Anadism, indigenous Philippine folk religion. Anida, ancestor spirit in indigenous Philippine folk religions. Anidos, plural of anido. Anitrezaphin, a drug displaying COX-2 inhibitor activity. Anitrogenous, not nitrogenous. Name of a king of ancient Kasara, the earliest known ruler to compose a text in a Hittite language, the author of the Anida text, the oldest known text in the Hittite language, the oldest known Indo-European text altogether. Anatuber, a YouTube video blogger who reviews or discusses anime. Anatubers, plural of Anatuber. Anadut, the community of anime fans and anime photist accounts on Twitter. A synonym of Anika. Anoa, a coral island in Tofia province, Vanuatu. Anoan, of war relating to Anua, is a small island of Vanuatu. Anoans, plural of Anuan. Anax, synonym of Anus. Anuna, a female given name. Anuna, a female given name. Adiawea, the Cherokee people. Andadip, alternative form of Anjadiva. Anjali. A female given name. Ada, a hardwood tree, hardwickia, by not a native to dry regions of the Indian subcontinent. Anjana, a female given name from Sanskrit. Anjanulu, a male given name from Sanskrit used commonly in India. Andans, plural of Anjan. Anjadava, an Indian island in the Arabian Sea off the coast of Kenekona. Anjuir, figs the fruit. Anjengir, alternative form of Anjango. Anjangdo, former name of Anchathangu. Andur, a town in Banten, Indonesia. Andu, a former county, duchy, and province in the northwest of modern-day France. Anjouan, from Anjou. Anjouans, plural of Anduan. Andus, plural of Anju. Andu, a city in South Pyongyang province of North Korea. Ando, a surname. Andumara, synonym of Amara type of fish. Andums, plural of Anjum. Ankspond, ankylosing spondylitis. Ad, a prefecture-level city of Shaanxi, China. Ankambite, a tetragonal dipyramidal black mineral containing barium, chromium, oxygen, titanium, and vanadium. Ankara, the capital city of Turkey and the capital of Ankara province. Ankara halide, a glycosylated swin halide present in some cyanobacteria. Ankara halides, plural of Ankara halide. Angaramite, a specific type of volcanic rock. Angaramites, plural of Ankaramite. Angarami, a town in northern Madagascar. Agu, a people of Kerma district, Gulf province, Papua New Guinea. Adgi, a variety of the grass species Echinus cruz galli, used as a crop and its seeds for food. Agony, a surname. Ankanese, plural of Ankeny. Iver, a measure of wine or spirit equal to 10 gallons, a barrel of this capacity. Anchorite, any of a group of mixed carbonate minerals, principally of calcium with iron, magnesium, and manganese. Anchorites, plural of anchorite. Anchoritic, relating to anchorites. Anchoritization, conversion into anchorite. Anchoridize, converted into anchorite. Anders, a surname. Ankerson, a surname. At, a cross shaped like a T with a loop at the top, the Egyptian hieroglyph representing the Egyptian triliteral and letter 1 ataba luf and often used as an amulet at chum for this concept. Angs, plural of ank. Ankas, alternative form of ankus. Ancuses, plural of ankas. Agkafai, a peninsula in Diana, Madagascar. Anghalang, a barangay of Sagada, Mountain Province, Philippines. Angtimo, a Japanese dish of monkfish liver prepared with salt and sake, shaped into a cylinder and steamed. Agu, dated form of anking. Ankinovachite, a monoclinic prismatic mineral containing aluminum, copper, hydrogen, iron, nickel, oxygen, silicon, vanadium, and zinc. Adgit, a male given name from India of Indian usage. Adkal, The skeletal joint which connects the foot with the leg, the uppermost portion of the foot and lowermost portion of the leg, which contain the skeletal joint. Ankle biter. Alternative form of ankle biter. Ankle biters. Plural of ankle biter. Ankle boot. A boot that rises up to the ankle. Ankle boots. Plural of ankle boot. Ankle bracelet. A piece of jewelry worn around the ankle and anklet. Ankle bracelets. Plural of ankle bracelet. Ankle express. One's own legs used for walking instead of other forms of transport. Ankle grazers. A type of ladies' jeans that are slightly shorter than normal but longer than capri pants. Ankle lock. The technique of twisting the ankle of someone already down in order to keep them down under the painful threat of an injury to their ankle that will mar them for life. Ankle locks. Plural of ankle lock. Ankle monitor. A device that individuals under house arrest or parole are often required to wear to track their location. Ankle monitors. Plural of ankle monitor. Ankle slapper. A very small wave. Ankle slappers. Plural of ankle slapper. Ankle sock. A short sock that covers the foot and ankle. Ankle socks. Plural of ankle sock. Ankle biter. A small child. Ankle biters. Plural of ankle biter. Ankle deep. Up to one's ankles in something. Ankle high. A sock, stocking, or boot that reaches to the ankles. Ankle highs. Plural of ankle high. Anklebitter. Alternative form of ankle biter. Anklebitters. Plural of anklebitter. Anklebone. The bone of the ankle forming the lower part of the ankle joint and joining with the tibia and fibula. Anklobones. Plural of anklobone. Ankled. Having some specific type of ankle. Ankleful. A quantity that covers or fills an ankle. Anklefuls. Plural of ankleful. Ankleless. Without ankles. Ankle lock. A hold in professional wrestling, a leg lock applied to any of the joints in the ankle. Ankle locks. Plural of ankle lock. Ankles. Plural of ankle. Anklesful. Plural of ankleful. Anklet. A piece of jewelry/jewelry resembling a bracelet but worn around the ankle. Ankleted. Wearing an anklet or anklets. Anklets. Plural of anklet. Ankle warmer. A small garment, most commonly made from wool, that covers the ankle and parts of the lower leg. Ankle warmers. Plural of ankle warmer. Anklewear. Clothing worn at the ankles. Ankling. Present participle and gerund of ankle. Anklar. Alternative form of anklon. Anklons. Plural of anklon. Ankler. Alternative form of anklon. Anklungs. Plural of anklon. Agni. A surname. Agnes. Plural of agni. Anko. A paste made of azuki beans. Agbo. A traditional kingdom from the 15th century until its abolishment in 1967 in territory that later became part of the country of Uganda. Ankle African mole rats. Tachyorix ankoli, a species of mole rat found in Angola and Uganda. Ankle African mole rats. Plural of ankle African mole rat. Ankowatusi, a medium-sized breed of cattle with long, large horns and originated in Africa, Ankru, the personification of death in Celtic mythology. Agres, obsolete form of anchoress female anchorite. Angresses, plural of anchoress. Angrom, a surname. Angroms, plural of ankrom. Angrum, a surname. Angrams, plural of ankrum. Angre, misspelling of ankyrin. Axum, alternative form of anxum. Anpu, an archaeological site in the Tantameo district, Huamales province, department of Huánuco, Peru, declared a National Cultural Heritage Site on the 18th of June 2002. Angdas, the hot goat that is used in India to control elephants. Anguses, plural of Ancus. Adbush, alternative form of Ancus. Angpata, alternative form of Ancus. Ankatas, plural of Ankasha. Angas, plural of Ankush. Ankicorbin, a protein associated with spermatid adhesion. Ankhao, alternative form of ankilo before a vowel. Agilla, bent, crooked. Ankylophorein, fusion of the margins of the eyelids. Ankyloblasia, a congenital oral anomaly in which the lingual frenulum is unusually short and thick, decreasing mobility of the tongue and affecting eating, speech, etc. Ankylography, the determination of the three-dimensional structure of an object by analysis of the diffraction pattern obtained from a single exposure to monochromatic light. Ankylophobia, the fear of ankylosis. Ankylopalexian, any dinosaur of the clade Ankylopalexia. Ankylopalexians, plural of Ankylopalexian. Ankylosaur, any herbivorous dinosaur in the suborder Ankylosauria, having armor in the form of bony osteoderms. Ankylosauri, plural of Ankylosaurus. Ankylosaurian, any dinosaur of the suborder Ankylosauria. Ankylosaurians, plural of Ankylosaurian. Ankylosaurid, any of the dinosaurs of the family Ankylosauridae. Ankylosaurids, plural of Ankylosaurid. Ankylosaurine, any dinosaur of the subfamily Ankylosaurini. Ankylosaurians, plural of Ankylosaurine. Ankylosaurimorph, any dinosaur of the former order Ankylosaurimorpha, now Thyreophora. Ankylosaurimorphs, plural of Ankylosaurimorph. Ankylosaurs, plural of Ankylosaur. Ankylosaurus, a large herbivorous dinosaur of genus Ankylosaurus that lived in the Cretaceous period, noted for its heavy armor and club-like tail. Ankylosauruses, plural of Ankylosaurus. Ankylose, to cause bony structures to fuse or stiffen as a result of ankylosis. Ankylost, simple past and past participle of ankylose. Ankyloses, third person singular simple present indicative of ankylose. Ankylosing, present participle and gerund of ankylose. Ankylosing spondylitis, a particular arthritis disease that affects usually the joints between vertebrae and the sacroiliac joint. Ankylosis, the growing together of bones to form a single unit. Ankylostomiasis, plural of ankylostomiases. Ankylostomiases, alternative spelling of ankylostomiases. Ankylotic, placed in deep sockets and fused to the bone. Ankylotic, of or pertaining to ankylosis. Anchorrhea, impaired patency of the urethra owing to any sort of fusion that either partially or completely obstructs its lumen, for example, stricture due to adhesions. Agdarin, any of a family of adapter proteins that mediate the attachment of indigo membrane proteins to the spectrin actin base membrane skeleton. Anchorins, plural of anchorin. Anchuroid, hook-shaped and cinnate. Anchuroids, plural of anchuroid. Anlaby, a suburban village in Anlaby with Anlaby Common Parish, East Riding of Yorkshire, England OS Grid Ref TA0328. Anlaby Common, a western suburb of Kingston upon Hull, with its western half in Anlaby with Anlaby Common Parish, East Riding of Yorkshire, England OS Grid Ref TA0428. Anlaby with Anlaby Common, a civil parish in the East Riding of Yorkshire, England, next to the western boundary of Kingston upon Hull. Amlice, a medieval long dagger. Amlices, plural of amlice. Anvut, a primordium, the initial clustering of embryonic cells from which a body part develops. Amlidun, plural of amlage. Amlages, plural of amlage. Alas, alternative spelling of anlice, 14th, 15th centuries. Anlot, the first sound of a word initial position or syllable initial position. Anlots, plural of anlat. Ao, a district of Keelung, Taiwan. Ama, a locality in Settle Parish, south of Settle, North Yorkshire, England, previously in Craven District OS Grid Ref SD 8161. Amo, a subgroup of the Yu people of approximately 6 million people, inhabiting southern Togo, southern Benin, southwest Nigeria, and southeastern parts of the Volta region of Ghana. Amor, a county of Kingston in Guizhou, China. Amlatano, the tyrosine kinase inhibitor 1,4,4-fluoro 2-methyl-1-H-indole 5-L-oxy 6-methoxyquinoline 7-L-oxymethylcyclopropane 1-amine. Alo, a count-level city of Ziogan, Hubei, China. Ero, a form of traditional Japanese massage. Ametsu, a Japanese dessert made of small cubes of agar jelly and served in a bowl with anko, boiled peas, often juhai, and a variety of fruits such as peach slices, mikan, pieces of pineapples, and cherries, usually come in with a small pot of sweet black syrup which one pours onto the jelly before eating. Emo, a unisex given name from Hindi used in India among the followers of Hinduism, particularly in the northern part of the country. Amor, a town in West Virginia. Amor, a village in British Columbia, Canada. Initialism of artificial neural network. A female given name from Hebrew. Ann Arbor, a city, the county seat of Washtenaw County, Michigan, United States. Abbreviation of annual. A female given name from Latin. Anna Karenina principle, a notion stating that the success of an endeavor depends upon the fulfillment of several essential conditions, and a deficiency in any one of these factors dooms the endeavor to failure. Anna Kurnikova, in Texas Hold'em, the hole cards ace-king unsuited. Anna Kurnikovas, plural of Anna Kurnikova. Anna potatoes, Hans Anna. Anna's hummingbird, any of species Caloped Anna of hummingbirds, native to western North America. Anna's hummingbirds, plural of Anna's hummingbird. Anna, a city in eastern Algeria corresponding to the ancient settlement of Hippo. Anno, a female given name from Latin. Annabelle, a female given name from Latin. Annabella, a female given name from Latin, variant of Annabelle or Annabelle. Annabellas, plural of Annabella. Annabelle, a female given name from Latin. Annabelles, plural of Annabelle, Anols, plural of anable. Anabergite, a mineral consisting of a hydrous nickel arsenate, chemical formula Ni as O8H2O with an apple green color. Anora, a female given name originating as a coinage. Amakati, a suburban town in County Limerick, Ireland. Araha, a city in Gunma Prefecture, Japan. Araden, a surname. Amel, the record of a single event or item. Anale, a female given name. Anale, a female given name. Analus, a female given name. Analyst, alternative form of analyze. Analyze, a female given name. Analyze, simple past and past participle of analyze. Analyzes, third person singular simple present indicative of analyze. Analyzing, present participle and gerund of analyze. Annalist, a writer of annals, a chronicler, a historian. Annalistic, of or pertaining to annals. Annalists, plural of annalists. Analyze, to record in annals. Analyze, simple past and past participle of analyze. Analyzes, third person singular simple present indicative of analyze. Analyzing, present participle and gerund of analyze. Annal, obsolete spelling of annal. Annal, recorded in annals, documented. Annals, plural of annal. Annal, a former colonial province of China, now part of Vietnam's present-day Tonkin. Anor, a Tamil village deity of the Nalavar and Palar castes. Anamias, a former name of the Vietnamese language. Anamite, the Vietnamese language. Anamites, plural of Anamite. Anamitic, the Vietnamese language. Anamox, anaerobic ammonia oxidation, a bacterial process during nitrogen fixation. Annamycin, an anthracycline antibiotic with potential uses in treating cancer. Emma, a river in Dumfries and Galloway Council area, southern Scotland. Emma, a Scottish surname. Annandale, a valley or strath in Dumfriesshire, Dumfries and Galloway Council area, Scotland. Annandale Little Pond Howe Bay, a rural municipality of Kings County, Prince Edward Island, Canada. Alternative form of Anong. Aval, a female given name. Annapolis, the capital city of Maryland, United States, and the county seat of Anne Arundel County, Maryland. Annapolis County, a county of Nova Scotia, Canada. Annapolis Royal, a town. The county seat of Annapolis County, Nova Scotia, Canada. Annapolitan, of or relating to Annapolis, Maryland. Annapolitans, plural of Annapolitan. Annabresen, alternative form of Annaprashana. Annaprashana, a Hindu rite of passage marking an infant's first intake of food other than milk. Aurna, the Hindu goddess Durga. Anamur, obsolete spelling of Ann Arbor. Annas, plural of Anna. Annas in the rupee, used with a number to indicate the degree of an individual's mixed racial descent. Annaskaw, a village on the Dingle Peninsula, County Kerry, Ireland. Alternative form of Annat. The first year's profits of a Catholic benefice, as traditionally paid directly to the Pope. Ats, plural of anat. At, plural of anat. Anatho, a tropical American evergreen shrub, Bixa orellana, the lipstick tree, the fruit of the tree. Anathos, plural of anato. Anathat, a member of a Kurdish Sunni Muslim dynasty that once ruled parts of the present-day frontier between Iran and Iraq. Anazeds, plural of Anasid. Enthak, a village in South Ayrshire Council area, Scotland OS Grid Ref NS 4023. Adver, abbreviation of announcer. Agnes, plural of anchor. Elf, a female given name from French. Anne Arundel County, one of 23 counties in Maryland, United States. County seat, Annapolis. Anne Marie, a female given name from Hebrew. Alice, ellipsis of St. Anne's, referring to St. Anne's College, Oxford. Anel, to subject to great heat and then often slow cooling, and sometimes reheating and further cooling for the purpose of rendering less brittle, to temper, to toughen. Anel, capable of being annealed. Anneal, simple past and past participle of anneal. Annailer, a device or process that anneals. Annealers, plural of annealer. Annealing, the heating of solid metal or glass to high temperatures and cooling it slowly so that its particles arrange into a defined lattice to remove residual stress. Annealings, plural of annealing. Annulment, the process or the result of annealing. Annailments, plural of annealment. Annails, third person singular simple present indicative of anneal. Ac, synonym of annex. Acnant, joining, connecting. Acnant, serving to connect or annex. Assa, a city, the capital of Haute-Savoie department, over Rhône-Alpes, France. Anne, alternative form of Anne. Annes, plural of Annae. Annihilated, modified by the addition of the ring of a cyclic compound, often to form a polycyclic compound. Annihilation, annihilation. Annihilations, plural of annihilation. Annelid, any of various worm-like animals of the phylum Annelida having a segmented body. They include the earthworm and the leech. Annelidin, of or pertaining to the annelids. Annelidins, plural of annelidin. Annelides, of or pertaining to annelids. Annelids, plural of annelid. Anneliform, having the form of an annelid. Annela, a rare female given name. Annihilated, modified by annihilation. Annihilation, any addition reaction in which one ring is attached to another. Annihilations, plural of annihilation. Annuli, a specialized kinetogenous cell that grows as it extrudes material. Annelides, plural of annuli. Analytic, relating to annelides. Annilovirus, misspelling of annilovirus. Annelid, any animal resembling an annelid. Anneloids, plural of anneloi. Anneloni, misspelling of anneloni. Annemasse, a commune in Haute-Savoie department, over Rhône-Alpes, France, close to Geneva, in Switzerland. Anna, a surname. Evans, plural of Annan. Annapressin, a homologous form of oxytocin/vasopressin found in segmented worms. Annostai, a parish of Ljungby municipality, Kronoberg County, Sweden. Alice, plural of an, a surname from Italian. Assis, plural of Anise. Astley, a village and civil parish in Ashfield District, Nottinghamshire, England. OS grid ref SK 5153. Anasectomies, plural of anasectomy. Anasectomy, the removal of the ovaries and fallopian tubes. A silly fellow gall. Amatoxin, a homologous form of oxytocin/vasopressin found in segmented worms. Amats, plural of anat. A surname. Anat, a female given name from French. Anats, plural of anet. Anats, plural of anat. Annex, a census-designated place in Malheur County, Oregon, United States. Ax, simple past and past participle of annex. Axowa, able to be annexed. Annexation, addition or incorporation of something or territories that have been annexed. Annexational, of or pertaining to annexation. Annexationism, the tendency or policy of annexing, appropriating additional territories. Annexationist, an advocate of annexation. Annexationistic, of or pertaining to annexationism. Annexationists, plural of annexationists. Annexations, plural of annexation. Annex, alternative spelling of annex. Annex, simple past and past participle of annex. Annexed state, synonym of bound state. Annexed states, plural of annexed state. Annexer, one who annexes. Annexers, plural of annexer. Annexos, plural of annex. Annexa, third person singular simple present indicative of annex. Annexen, any of a group of cellular proteins found in all kingdoms animal, plant, and fungi with the exception of the bacteria. Annexen, pronunciation spelling of annexing. Annexing, present participle and gerund of annex. Annexes, plural of annexing. Accents, plural of annexin. Annexion, annexation. Annexionism, annexationism. Annexionist, an annexationist. Annexionists, plural of annexionists. Annexions, plural of annexion. Annexive, relating to annexation. Annexment, the act of annexing. Annexments, plural of annexment. Annex, simple past and past participle of annex. Annexure, the process of annexing. Annexures, plural of annexure. Anfield Plain, a village in County Durham, England. OS grid ref NZ 1751. Annie Mirabiles, plural of Annis mirabilis. Anagot, alternative form of anacut. Anagots, plural of anacut. Adaptation, the adaptation of the various genotypes to different ecological niches, such as where a mutant form of a species is maintained in a population because it can flourish in a way that the parent organisms cannot. Annodations, plural of annodation. A diminutive of the female given name Anne, also a popular given name in the 19th century. Adiopli, a complimentary ticket, a free ticket, a con. Anioplis, plural of aniopli. Adio, a children's game of throwing a ball back and forth over a building such as a barn. Adalid, any member of the family Anielidi. Adalid, plural of Anielid. Adis, plural of Annie. Asland, a suburb in city of Glasgow Council area, Scotland, OS Gridraf NS 5468. Annihilability, ability to be annihilated. Annihilable, capable of being annihilated, able to be destroyed completely. Annihilate, to reduce to nothing, to destroy, to eradicate. Annihilated, simple past and past participle of annihilate. Annihilates, third person singular simple present indicative of annihilate. Annihilata, third person singular simple present indicative of annihilate. Annihilating, causing annihilation, devastating. Annihilatingly, so as to annihilate. Annihilation, the act of destroying or otherwise turning into nothing or non-existence. Annihilationism, the Christian doctrine that sinners are permanently destroyed rather than being confined to hell. Annihilationists, a person who believes in annihilationism, that eternal punishment is the annihilation of both the body and the soul. Annihilationists, plural of annihilationists. Annihilations, plural of annihilation. Annihilative, serving to annihilate, radically destructive. Annihilator, one who annihilates. Annihilator method, a procedure used to find a particular solution to certain types of inhomogeneous ordinary differential equations. Annihilator methods, plural of annihilator method. Annihilators, plural of annihilator. Annihilatory, of, related to, or causing annihilation. Annihilistic, relating to annihilation. Ada, a female given name from Swedish in turn from Hebrew, a Swedish diminutive form of Anna. Annan tofu, a soft gelatin dessert made of apricot kernel milk, eaten in Chinese and Japanese cuisine. Adad, a count-level city of Kunming, Yunnan, China. Anis, a surname. Anis Domini, plural of Anno Domini, taking place a specified number of years after the assumed birth date of Jesus Christ. Anaseed, misspelling of aniseed. Anaseeds, plural of aniseed, misspelling of aniseeds. Adash, issue of a periodical that marks the anniversary of its first publication. Anahas, plural of Anish. Aston, a female given name transferred from the place name of modern usage. Amite, a phyllosilicate mineral related to biotite. Anites, plural of anhite. Anitsfur, a village in the metropolitan borough of North Tyneside, Tyne and Ware, England. OS Grid Ref NZ 2674. Evo, abbreviation of anniversary. Avo, alternative spelling of anniv. Anniversal, occurring yearly, annual. Anniversal, obsolete spelling of anniversal. Anniversaries, plural of anniversary. Anniversarily, annually. Anniversary, a day that is an exact number of years to the day since a given significant event occurred, often preceded by an ordinal number indicating the number of years. Anniversary clock, a mechanical clock that keeps time by means of a torsion pendulum. Anniversary clocks, plural of anniversary clock. Anniverse, obsolete form of anniversary. Anniverses, plural of anniverse. Annos, plural of anno. Abbreviation of annual. Anno Domini, in the year of our Lord, often abbreviated AD or AD. Anno Domini, alternative spelling of Anno Domini. Anno Hejri, in the year of the year accounted by the Islamic calendar. Anno Lucis, indicating a year in Masonic ceremonial or commemorative proceedings, equivalent to the Gregorian year plus 4,000. Anno Mundi, counted from the creation of the world according to the Hebrew Jewish calendar. Anno Bonés, a Portuguese Creole spoken in Anaban province, Equatorial Guinea. Annotated, curved into the form of a letter S. Mo, obsolete form of any unit of currency in former British India. Annos, plural of anno. Anoint, archaic form of anoint. Anointed, simple past and past participle of anoint. Anointing, present participle and gerund of anoint. Anointment, archaic form of anointment. Anointments, plural of anointment. Anoints, third person singular simple present indicative of anoint. Annotation, paranomasia, punning. Anominations, plural of anomination. Anomontasin, the furanon derivative 2-methyl-4,2,8-15-trihydroxy-15,5,1-hydroxytriethyloxylent 2-il-pentade-sil-2-H-furan 5-1 present in the seeds of Annonacera mollia. Anamuracin, any of a family of alkyl derivatives of tetrahydrofuran isolated from plants of the genus Annona. Anamuracins, plural of anamuracin. Annona, a Roman goddess personifying the yearly harvest. Ananaceous, of or pertaining to the soursop and other members of the Ananaceae family. Ananacin, an acetogenin found in fruits such as the guanabana, frequent consumption of which is implicated in Parkinson's disease. Ananacinon, an alkyl derivative of furanon 2,4,2-R13R213-5R5-1R1-hydroxytriethyloxylent 2-il-8-toxytriethyl-2-methyl-2-H-furan 5-1, found in plants of the genus Annona. Annonin, an antiparasitic aporphine alkaloid 7-AR677A8-tetrahydro 5H13-benzodioxylo-6,5-fortabenzo-G-quinoline. Annonas, plural of annona. Annona, an active ingredient present in extracts of seed kernels of the genus Annona, used as an insecticide. Animosity, fullness of years, great length of life, ageness, lengthiness of lifespan. Almite, abbreviation of annotation. Annotatable, that may be annotated. Annodate, to add annotation to. Annotated, containing or accompanied by annotations or labeled notes. Annotated bibliographies, plural of annotated bibliography. Annotated bibliography, a bibliography in which each item has an annotation, a brief summary of how each source is useful to an author in constructing a paper or argument. Annotator, misspelling of annotator. Annotates, third person singular simple present indicative of annotate. Annotating, present participle and gerund of annotate. Annotation, a critical or explanatory commentary or analysis. Annotational, synonym of annotative. Annotationist, an annotator. Annotationists, plural of annotationists. Annotations, plural of annotation. Amida, relating to annotation. Anabatuli, in an annotative manner. Abidemnus, the papi being additive. Amida, relating to annotation. Anabatuli, in an annotative manner. Abidemnus, the papi being additive. Annotator, one who annotates. Annotators, plural of annotator. Annotatory, pertaining to an annotator or annotation. Annotatrix, a female annotator. Annotinine, a particular diterpene alkaloid. Annotinous, a year old or having yearly growths. Annots, plural of annot, abbreviation of annotations. Another, alternative form of annotso. Annados, plural of annido. Announcable, misspelling of announceable. Announce, to give public notice of, especially for the first time, to make known. Announceable, able to be announced. Announceables, plural of announceable. Announced, having been preceded by an announcement, declared. Announcedly, in a manner that has been announced. Announcement, an act of announcing or giving notice. Announcements, plural of announcement. Announcementware, a computer technology product, usually software that has been announced but not yet shipped. Announcer, one who makes announcements. Announcers, plural of announcer. Announcers, third person singular simple present indicative of announce. Announcest, second person singular simple present indicative of announce. Announcep, third person singular simple present indicative of announce. Announcing, present participle and gerund of announce. To disturb or irritate, especially by continued or repeated acts, to bother with unpleasant deeds. Annoy, archaic form of annoy. Annoyable, capable of being annoyed. Annoyance, that which annoys. Annoyances, plural of annoyance. Annoyant, synonym of annoying. Annoyance, obsolete form of annoyance. Annoyances, plural of annoyance. Annoybot, a bot within an IRC channel that sends annoying messages to online participants. Annoybots, plural of annoybot. Annoy, simple past and past participle of annoy. Annoyedly, with annoyance. Annoy, one that is annoyed, the victim of an annoyer. Annoyers, plural of annoy. Annoyer, one who annoys. Annoyers, plural of annoyer. Annoy, third person singular simple present indicative of annoy. Annoyful, annoying. Annoying, causing irritation or annoyance, troublesome, vexatious. Annoyingly, in an annoying manner. Annoyingness, the quality of being annoying. Annoyings, plural of annoying. Annoyment, annoyance. Annoyments, plural of annoyment. Annoyous, troublesome, annoying. Annoys, plural of annoy. Annoyware, software that annoys the user, as by displaying constant advertisements or reminders to register. Plural of ann. Others, plural of an. Annual, happening once every year. Annual aberration, a deviation due to the Aristotle motion. Annual aberrations, plural of annual aberration. Annual accounts, the complete accounting record for a fiscal year. Annual general meeting, a meeting that official bodies, associations, and companies hold each year to elect the board of directors and inform their members of previous and future activities, commonly abbreviated as AGM. Annual general meetings, plural of annual general meeting. Annual leave, amount of time expressed as the number of days per year that an employee is entitled to be away from work. Annual meadow grass, annual. Annual mercury, Mercurialis annua, a spurge native to Europe, North Africa, and the Middle East and invasive elsewhere. Annual report, in business law, a comprehensive report on the activities of a company throughout the preceding year, generally produced in compliance with requirements established by government agencies. Annual reports, plural of annual report. Annual ring, the layer of wood, observed as one of many concentric rings when cut, formed during 1 year of a plant's growth. Annual rings, plural of annual ring. Annual ryegrass, any of various species of ryegrass, including annual ryegrasses, plural of annual ryegrass. Annual wormwood, an Asian aromatic herb widely naturalized, Artemisia annua, the source of the antimalarial drug artemisinin. Annual wormwoods, plural of annual wormwood. Annualization, alternative form of annualization. Annualizations, plural of annualization. Annualize, to express a quantity such as an interest rate, profit, expenditure, etc., as if it applied or were measured over 1 year. Annualize, simple past and past participle of annualize. Annualizes, third person singular simple present indicative of annualize. Annualizing, present participle and gerund of annualize. Annualist, one who writes for or edits an annual. Annualists, plural of annualists. Annualities, plural of annuality. Annuality, the condition of being annual. Annualization, the process of annualizing. Annualizations, plural of annualization. Annualize, American and Oxford British spelling of annualize. Annualize, arranged or written in an annual. Annualizes, third person singular simple present indicative of annualize. Annualizing, present participle and gerund of annualize. Annually, once every year without fail. Yearly. Annuals, plural of annual. Annuala, misspelling of annually. Annuaries, plural of annuary. Annuary, annual, yearly. Abbot, nodding, used in nodding. Annuitant, the recipient of an annuity. Annuitants, plural of annuitant. Annuities, plural of annuity. Annuitize, alternative form of annuitize. Annuitize, simple past and past participle of annuitize. Annuitizes, third person singular simple present indicative of annuitize. Annuitizing, present participle and gerund of annuitize. Annuitization, the process or the result of annuitizing an annuity. Annuitizations, plural of annuitization. Annuitize, to convert an annuity or similar instrument into a series of payments of income. Annuitize, simple past and past participle of annuitize. Annuitizes, third person singular simple present indicative of annuitize. Annuitizing, present participle and gerund of annuitize. Annuity, a right to receive amount of money regularly over a certain fixed period in perpetuity, or, especially, over the remaining life or lives of one or more beneficiaries. Amount, to formally revoke the validity of. Annulability, alternative form of annulability. Annular, pertaining to or having the form of a ring, ring-shaped, in the shape of an annulus. Annular eclipse, a solar eclipse in which the thin outer disk of the sun can be seen as a ring around the moon. Annular eclipses, plural of annular eclipse. Annular zone, a ring of fibers on the stem of a mushroom that is not well enough defined to be called an annulus. Annular zones, plural of annular zone. Annulare, any member of the family Annulariidae. Annularids, plural of annularia. Annularity, the papidui annular. Annule, in an annular manner. Annulary, having the shape of a ring, annular. Annulatascaceous, belonging to the Annulatascaceae. Annulate, having an annular form or shape. Annulated, having rings. Annulates, plural of annulate. Annulating, that causes an annulation a reaction which forms a ring of atoms. Annulation, the formation of a ring. Annulations, plural of annulation. Annul, a circular band formed by two transverse grooves in the cuticle of some nematodes with consequent apparent segmentation, annulus. Amylin, any monocyclic hydrocarbon of general formula CnHn where N is even, or CnHn where N is odd. Annulenes, plural of annuline. Annulinolidine, any carbene derived from an odd-numbered annuline by conversion of the CH2 group to C. Annulinolidines, plural of annulinolidine. Annular, one who, or that which, annuls. Annulars, plural of annular. Annuls, plural of anno. Annulet, a small ring. Annulets, plural of annulet. Annuli, plural of annulus. Annuliform, shaped like a ring. Annulability, that quality of being annullable. Annullable, capable of being annulled. Annulate, to annul. Annullated, simple past and past participle of annulate. Annullates, third person singular simple present indicative of annulate. Annullating, present participle and gerund of annulate. Annulation, annulment. Annullations, plural of annulation. Annul, cancelled or void. Annular, alternative spelling of annular. Annulars, plural of annular. Annulus, second person singular simple present indicative of annul. Annula, third person singular simple present indicative of annul. Annulity, semi-strewn with annulets. Annulling, present participle and gerund of annul. Annullings, plural of annulling. Annullities, plural of annullity. Annullity, synonym of annulment. Annulment, an act or instance of annulling. Annulments, plural of annulment. Annulo, relating to an annulus ring. Annual aortic, relating to the aorta and the aortic annulus. Annuloi, of or pertaining to the annuloida, an obsolete classification of various annelids and similar animals. Annuloplasties, plural of annuloplasty. Annuloplasty, surgical repair of the annular aspect of a cardiac valve. Annuloplasty, one of the annulosa. Annulosans, plural of annulosum. Annulos, furnished with or composed of rings or ring-like segments, ringed. Annulosophonate, having ring-shaped deposits at the septal foramina or siphuncle which resemble a thickening of the connecting ring. Annulospiral, wrapped around the center of the intrafusal fiber. Annulospirals, plural of annulospiral. Annulotomies, plural of annulotomy. Annulotomy, an incision between intervertebral discs to allow decompression. Annuloventricular, annular and ventricular. Third person singular simple present indicative of annul. Annulus, a ring or donachate area, object, or structure. Annulus fibrosus cordis. Annulus of Zen, the ring of fibrous tissue surrounding the optic nerve at its entrance at the apex of the orbit. Annulusis, plural of annulus. Synonym of year, particularly. Enumerate, to add on, to count in. Enumerated, simple past and past participle of enumerate. Enumerates, third person singular simple present indicative of enumerate. Enumerating, present participle and gerund of enumerate. Enumeration, addition to a former number. Annus, plural of annum. Enunciable, that may be announced or declared. Enunciate, to announce. Enunciated, simple past and past participle of enunciate. Enunciates, third person singular simple present indicative of enunciate. Enunciating, present participle and gerund of enunciate. Enunciation, the announcement by the Archangel Gabriel to Mary that she would give birth to a son, namely Jesus, celebrated on 25th March. Annunciation lilies, plural of annunciation lily. Annunciation lily, the common white lily, Lilium candidum. Annunciations, plural of annunciation. Annunciative, pertaining to annunciation, announcing. Annunciator, anything that announces something. Enunciators, plural of enunciator. Enunciatory, in the nature of an announcement. Annunziato, a surname from Italian. Annunziatos, plural of annunziato. Annus horribilis, a horrible year. Annus mirabilis, a year that includes a multitude of significant and fateful events, be they disasters or successes. Adelphin, alternative form of Anon. Adelphin, alternative form of Anon. The other world in Welsh mythology, a place of delights and eternal youth. Dated form of Annie. Ano, a barangay of San Carlos, Pangasinan, Philippines. Ano, Inas. Ano, either of two related species of small Indonesian water buffalo similar in appearance to deer, Bubalus quarlesi or Bubalus depressicornis. Anaoas, plural of anao. Anabit, any member of the family Anobitinao often included in family Tinidae of boring beetles. Anabit, plural of anobiit. Anos association, the prevention of shock during surgery using a combination of methods, including sedation and anesthesia. Anaclethrum, a form of the clethrum present in some early tetrapods. Anacoccygel, relating to the anus and coccyx. Anocracies, plural of anocracy. Anocracy, a political system which is neither fully democratic nor fully autocratic, often being vulnerable to political instability. Enercratic, characterized by a mixture of autocratic and democratic government. Anactamen, any of a group of transmembrane proteins associated with the channeling of chloride ions. Anactamens, plural of anactamen. Anacutaneous, relating to both the anus and the skin as usually, more specifically to ashes or lesions that involve both the anal mucosa and the adjacent parietal skin. Anode, pronunciation, spelling of another. Anodal, relating to, functioning as, or occurring at an anode. Anodolant, towards an anode. Anode, an electrode of a cell or other electrically polarized device through which a positive current of electricity flows inwards and thus electrons flow outwards. It can have either a positive or a negative voltage with respect to cathode of the same polarized device depending on whether the device is a load or a source, respectively. Anode slime, a sediment that settles at the bottom of a copper electrorefining cell. It is rich in silver, gold, selenium, and tellurium. Anode slimes, plural of anode slime. Anodendrocy, a particular steroid glycoside. Amoderm, a skin-like area within the anal canal. Anodes, plural of anode. Anode, relating to, functioning as, or occurring at an anode. Anodically, in an anodic manner. Anodization, non-Oxford British English Standard spelling of anodization. Anodize, non-Oxford British English Standard spelling of anodize. Anodize, simple past and past participle of anodize. Anodizer, alternative form of anodizer. Anodizers, plural of anodizer. Anodizes, third person singular simple present indicative of anodize. Anodizing, present participle and gerund of anodize. Anodium, anodized aluminum. Anodization, the process of anodizing. Anodizations, plural of anodization. Anodize, to coat the surface of a metal electrolytically with an oxide, either as protection or decoration. Anodized, simple past and past participle of anodize. Anodizer, one who or that which anodizes. Anodizers, plural of anodizer. Anodizes, third person singular simple present indicative of anodize. Anodizing, present participle and gerund of anodize. Anodin, any of the genus anodin, now anodonta, of fresh water by valves. Anodins, plural of anodin. Elda, having a strong ligament or a series of transverse ligamental grooves instead of true hinge teeth. Anodontia, the congenital absence of some or all primary or permanent teeth caused by a rare genetic disorder. Anodontias, plural of anodontia. Anodontine, any mollusk that exhibits anodontia. Anodontines, plural of anodontine. Anodophile, an anodophilic material. Anodophiles, plural of anodophile. Anodophilic, that is attracted to the anode of a cell. Anodyne, capable of soothing or eliminating pain. Anodyne necklace, a kind of necklace purported to possess medicinal properties, particularly for teething children. Anodyne necklaces, plural of anodyne necklace. Anodyne necklace, alternative form of anodyne necklace. Anodynes, plural of anodyne. Anodynia, the absence of pain in a previously painful region. Anodenic, in the way of an anodyne, relating to relief from pain. Anodynous, anodyne. Dyspareunia, pain accompanying receptive anal sexual intercourse. Anauses, the reception of impressions or sensations by the brain without any intellectual understanding. Anostra, plural of anostrum. Anostrum, synonym of anastrus. Anostrus, alternative spelling of anastrus. Anovic, or relating to anoses. Anaphenic acid, 2,2-dimethyl-2H-chrome-6-carboxylic acid. Anogenic, developing inward or upward. Anogenital, of or relating to the anus and genitals. Anogenitally, in an anogenital manner. A comarca in central Catalonia. Anoyi, exhibiting anoikes, the form of apoptosis that occurs when a cell comes loose from its anchorage. Anoikes, the form of apoptosis or programmed cell death that occurs when a cell becomes dislodged from its matrix. Anoikism, the splitting up of a town into smaller units. Anoil, to anoint with oil. Anoil, simple past and past participle of anoil. Anoiling, present participle and gerund of anoil. Anoils, third person singular simple present indicative of anoil. Anoint, to smear or rub over with oil or an unctuous substance. Also to spread over as oil. Anointable, able to be anointed. Anointed, simple past and past participle of anoint. Anointeds, plural of anointed. Anointeds, second person singular simple past indicative of anoint. Anointee, the person or thing that is anointed. Anointees, plural of anointee. Anointer, one who anoints. Anointers, plural of anointer. Anointest, second person singular simple present indicative of anoint. Anointe, third person singular simple present indicative of anoint. Anointing, present participle and gerund of anoint. Anointing of the sick, a Catholic sacrament in which a priest anoints a sick or dying person with oil and prays for his salvation. Anointings, plural of anointing. Anointment, the act of anointing with oil or other liquids. Anointments, plural of anointment. Annoyance, third person singular simple present indicative of anoint. Anoga, an unincorporated community in Cass County, Indiana, United States. Anoka County, one of 87 counties in Minnesota, United States. County seat, Anoka. Anal, any of the family Dactylidae of chiefly arboreal dactylid lizards native to the Americas, which feature a brightly colored dillap and the ability to change color. Anoles, plural of anal. Anoling, a barangay of Camaleg, Albay, Philippines. Analyte, the portion of an electrolyte near an anode, especially in a cell in which the cathode and anode are in separate compartments. Analytes, plural of analyte. Anamadasi, the name of the 10th of 27 named Buddhas immediately preceding Gautama. Anomal, something anomalous, especially an irregular word in a language. Anomalet, a primary malformation together with its subsequently derived structural changes. Anomalads, plural of anomalat. Anomalpid, any snake in the family Anomalpidae. Anomalpidid, any snake in the family Anomalpidae. Anomalpidids, plural of anomalpidid. Anomalpids, plural of anomalpid. Anomalies, plural of anomaly. Anomalinid, a foraminifer of the family Anomalinidae. Anomalinids, plural of anomalinin. Anomalism, the state or quality of being anomalous. Anomalisms, plural of anomalism. Anomalous, an advocate of anomalism. Anomalistic, anomalous. Anomalistic year, the time taken for the Earth to complete one revolution with respect to its apsides, usually defined as the time between perihelion passages. Anomalistic years, plural of anomalistic year. Anomalistical, alternative form of anomalistic. Anomalistically, in an anomalistic manner, unevenly or with irregularity. Anomalists, plural of anomalous. Anomalite, a dark brown variety of Jeffersonite. Anomality, anomalousness. Anomalotherid, a member of the extinct arthropod clade Anomalocaridea. Anomalocaridid, any of a group of large marine animals of the family Anomalocarididae, known only from fossils. Anomalocaridids, plural of anomalocaridid. Anomalocarids, plural of anomalocarid. Anomalocystidid, any echinoderm of the family Anomalocistidae. Anomalodsmaton, any bivalve mollusk of the order Anomalodsmata. Anomalodsmatans, plural of anomalodsmaton. Anomalomid, any of the rodents in the family Anomalamidae. Anomalomids, plural of anomalomian. Anomalopid, any of the family Anomalopia flat-foot fishes. Anomalopids, plural of anomalopid. Anomalocea, any cuttlefish of the subgenus Anomalocipia. Anomaloceids, plural of anomalocea. Anomaloscope, an instrument used to test for color blindness by measuring quantitative and qualitative anomalies in color perception. Anomaloscopes, plural of anomaloscope. Anomaloscopic, relating to anomaloscopy. Anomaloscopy, the measurement of color blindness using an anomaloscope. Anomalous, deviating from the normal, marked by incongruity or contradiction, aberrant or abnormal. Anomalous water, synonym of polywater. Anomalously, in an anomalous manner. Anomalousness, the state or quality of being anomalous. Anomals, plural of anomal. Anomalure, a rodent of any species of the family Anomaluridae, having membranes between their front and hind legs like those of a flying squirrel found in Central Africa. Anomalures, plural of anomalure. Anomalurid, any member of the Anomaluridae, a family of rodents found in Central Africa. Anomalurids, plural of anomalurid. Anomaly, a deviation from a rule or from what is regarded as normal, an outlier. Anomalide, a withanolide present in the red pepper tubicapsicum anomalum. Anomalolides, plural of anomaloli. Anomer, a barangay of Surigao, Surigao del Norte, Philippines. Enomer, any diastereoisomer of a sugar or derivative differing in configuration only at C1 of an aldose or C2 of a ketose. Enomerase, an enzyme that catalyzes the formation of enomers. Enomerases, plural of enomerase. Anomeric, relating to or characteristic of an enomer. Anomerics, plural of anomeric. Enomerization, alternative form of enomerization. Enomerizations, plural of enomerization. Enomerization, conversion to an enomer. Enomerizations, plural of enomerization. Enomers, plural of enomer. Anomia, the inability to remember names. Anomias, plural of anomia. Anome, characterized by or pertaining to anomia, the inability to remember names. Anome, alienation or social instability caused by erosion of standards and values. Anomes, plural of anami. Anade, any member of the family Anomiidae. Anamids, plural of anamid. Anami, any moth of the tribe Anomini. Anami, a form of biotite in which the plane of the optic axis is perpendicular to the plane of symmetry. Anomites, plural of anomite. Anomacarid, any of the asteroids in the family Anomiidae. Anomacarids, plural of anomacarid. Anomacarbus, having anomalous fruits. Anomacidic, having anomalous, irregularly shaped cells. Anomodont, any therapsid of the suborder Anomodontia. Anomodonts, plural of anomodont. Anomaly, misspelling of anomaly. Anomopod, any crustacean of the suborder Anomapoda. Anomopods, plural of anomopod. Anomopterelid, any of the subfamily Anomopterelinae, sometimes family Anomopterelidae. Anomopterelids, plural of anomopterelid. Anomotreme, having irregular apertures. Anomphylid, any of the gastropods in the family Anomphalidae. Anomphalids, plural of anomphalid. Anomurin, any of the Anomura. Anomurins, plural of anomurin. Anami, alternative spelling of anami. Ava, the name given when an author's name is unknown. Anami, an online space, typically a live journal or Dreamwidth community used for anonymous fanish discussion. Anonymes, plural of anon-meme. Abbreviation of anonymous. Anona, a female given name. Ananaceous, alternative form of ananaceous. Ananin, alternative form of ananine. Anana, a barangay of Aurora, Zamboanga del Sur, Philippines. Ananans, plural of ananang. Anonas, plural of anona. Ananet, synonym of feminine and female user of 4chan. Ananets, plural of ananet. Eva, a Sino-Tibetan language spoken in China and Myanmar. Anant, plural of anon. Ananidia, the absence of nails. Anonym, an anonymous person. Anotherm, abbreviation of anonymous. Anonymma, a courtesan, a female prostitute. Anonymal. Anonymous. Anonymous. Plural of anonyma. Anonymous. Plural of anonymous. Anonymizable. Alternative form of anonymizable. Anonymization. Alternative spelling of anonymization. Anonymizations. Plural of anonymization. Anonymize. Alternative form of anonymize. Anonymized. Simple past and past participle of anonymize. Anonymizer. Alternative spelling of anonymizer. Anonymizers. Plural of anonymizer. Anonymizos. Third person singular simple present indicative of anonymize. Anonymizing. Present participle and gerund of anonymize. Anonymities. Plural of anonymity. Anonymity. The quality or state of being anonymous, nameless, or unidentified. Anonymizable. That can be anonymized. Anonymization. The act or process of making anonymous, of hiding or disguising identity. Anonymizations. Plural of anonymization. Anonymize. To make or render anonymous, especially to remove personally identifying data. Anonymize. Simple past and past participle of anonymize. Anonymizer. A software tool that attempts to make a user's internet activity untraceable by acting as a proxy. Anonymizers. Plural of anonymizer. Anonymizos. Third person singular simple present indicative of anonymize. Anonymizing. Present participle and gerund of anonymize. Anonymosity. The state of being anonymous. Anonymous. Without any name acknowledged of a person responsible. Anonymous class. A class without a name, available only in the scope where it is defined. Anonymous classes. Plural of anonymous class. Anonymous function. Synonym of lambda function. Anonymous functions. Plural of anonymous function. Anonymous pipe. A simplex FIFO communication channel that may be used for one-way inter-process communication. Anonymous pipes. Plural of anonymous pipe. Anonymous sculpture. Any industrial structure whose architecture is thought to have unintended artistic qualities. Anonymous sculptures. Plural of anonymous sculpture. Anonymous. A person who posts to an online forum or otherwise distributes information anonymously. Anonymously. In an anonymous manner without a name. Anonymousness. The state or quality of being anonymous. Anonyms. Plural of anonym. Anonymuncule. An insignificant anonymous writer. Anonymuncules. Plural of anonymuncule. Out. Immediately, straight away. Anodpsia. A condition in which one eye gazes upward while the other looks straight ahead. Anophrenial. Relating to the anus and perineum. Anopheline. Misspelled. Loose terminology for species in the Anopheles genus of mosquitoes, some of which may transmit various parasites, Plasmodium, that are the cause of malaria. More strictly speaking, as Anopheles is a proper name, it should be capitalized. Anophelicide, that which kills mosquitoes. Anophelin, an anticoagulant protein derived from mosquitoes that inhibits thrombin. Anopheline, any mosquito of the genus Anopheles. Anophelines, plural of anopheline. Anophelism, infestation with mosquitoes of the genus Anopheles. Anophensin, an inhibitor of kallikrein present in the venom of Anopheles mosquitoes. Anophthalmia, the congenital absence of one or both eyes. Anophthalmias, plural of anophthalmia. Anophthalme, from which the eye has been removed. Anophthalmes, plural of anophthalmi. Anophthalmos, anophthalmia. Anophthalmi, alternative form of anophthalmia. Anophyte, a moss or similar plant with cellular stems, having usually an upward growth and distinct leaves. Anophytes, plural of anophyte. Anopia, state or condition of sightlessness, often due to medical reasons. Anopias, plural of anopia. Anapisograph, written on one side only. Anapisographic, not opposite the graphic, bearing writing on one side only. Anapisographically, in an anapisographic manner. Anaplasties, plural of anaplasty. Anaplasty, correction of an anal malformation. Anaplopomatid, any fish in the family Anaplopomatidae, the sablefish and skillfish. Anaplopomatids, plural of anaplopomatid. Anaploid, any member of the extinct mammal family Anaploidae. Anaploids, plural of Anaplotheriae. Anaplotherium, any member of the extinct ungulate genus Anaplotherium. Anaplotheriums, plural of Anaplotherium. Anapluran, any louse of the suborder Anaplura, a sucking louse. Anaplurans, plural of Anapluran. Amaplor, a form of aluminium oxide sheet. Anopsia, a defect in the visual field. Anopsias, plural of anopsia. Anopsologists, the proponent of anopsology. Anopsologists, plural of anopsologists. Anopsology, a raw food diet based on the sensory pleasure instinct. Anopsy, dated form of anopsia. Anapube, relating to the anus and pubis. Another, used in case citations. Anorak, a heavy weatherproof jacket with an attached hood, a parka or wind cheater. Anorate, wearing an anorak. Anorakish, obsessively absorbed in a subject, especially an unusual or obscure subject. Anorax, plural of anorak. Anoraki, alternative form of anorakish. Anorgia, an intersex condition of XY individuals where both testes are absent at birth. Anordi, without testes. Anorchid, lacking testicles. Anorchidism, synonym of anorchism. Anorchism, anorgia. Anorgis, synonym of anorchic. Anhorgerin, a synthetic steroidal estrogen used as a postcoital contraceptive. Anodal, the dihydroxylated active metabolite of anhorgerin with similar but more potent estrogenic action. Anorctol, of or pertaining to the anus and the rectum. Anorctoi, in terms of the anus and rectum. Anorcte, characterized by a lack of appetite, especially as suffering from anorexia nervosa. Anortically, in an anortic way. Anortex, plural of anortic. Anortin, a peptide that reduces eating in mammals. The sequence of amino acids is Pervalas, Sermet, Tiopilab, Lugialenlas, Gialenmet, Lulu, Luzeralu, Valalalu, Lugialenlas, Visorgazan, Sur, DLNH2. Anorctoplasties, plural of anorctoplasty. Anorctoplasty, repair to the anus and rectum. Anortes, anortic, lacking appetite. Anortum, the rectum and anus considered as a single entity. Anoretic, alternative form of anorexic. Anoretics, plural of anoretic. Anorexia, loss of appetite, especially as a result of disease. Anorexia athletica, hypergenesia. Anorexia mirabilis, a supposedly miraculous lack of appetite among women of the Middle Ages who would starve themselves as a form of religious asceticism. Anorexia nervosa, an eating disorder characterized by self-starvation due to an irrational fear of gaining weight. Anorexiant, a thing, especially a medication, that promotes a decrease in body weight or a reduction in appetite. Anorexiants, plural of anorexiant. Anorexias, plural of anorexia. Anorexic, pertaining to or suffering from anorexia nervosa. Anorexically, pertaining to loss of appetite or anorexia. Anorexics, plural of anorexic. Anorexes, plural of anorexia. Anorexigen, an appetite suppressant drug. Anorexigenic, creating or inducing a state of anorexia. Anorexigenics, plural of anorexigenic. Anorexigens, plural of anorexigen. Anorexogenic, misspelling of anorexigenic. Anorexy, archaic form of anorexia. Anorganic, inorganic. Anorganology, the scientific study of inorganic entities, geology, mineralogy, etc. Anorgasmia, failure to achieve orgasm. Anorgasmic, pertaining to anorgasmia, unable to achieve orgasm. Anorgonia, a deficit of organ energy within an organism. Anormal, not according to normality, abnormal. Anormalities, plural of anormality. Anormality, abnormality. Anormogenesis, abnormal formation and development of cells or tissue. Amor, to adorn. Amord, simple past and past participle of anorn. Anorns, third person singular simple present indicative of anorn. Anorogenic, unrelated to orogeny, the process of mountain formation. Anorgenically, in an anorogenic way, in a way unrelated to the formation of mountains. Anerogenous, anorogenic. Anorthic, having three unequal axes that intersect obliquely. Anoroide, a variety of Plagiocles feldspar, the calcium and member of that series. Anorites, plural of anorthite. Anorbitic, composed of or resembling anorthite. Anorthoclase, any of a group of feldspars being mixed sodium and potassium aluminosilicates. Anorthoclases, plural of anorthoclase. Amorthomonastrogrite, a triclinic pinacoidal blue-green mineral containing hydrogen, oxygen, sulfur, and vanadium. Anorthopia, a defect of vision in which straight lines appear to be curved, is symptom of various vision disorders. Anorthopias, plural of anorthopia. Anorthoscope, an optical device, often a toy used to produce a form of anamorphosis or to view distorted figures. Anorthoscopes, plural of anorthoscope. Anorthoscopic, of pertaining to or produced by an anorthoscope, Anorthoscopic perception. Perception, especially visual perception, that does not immediately follow from what is actually sensed, such as perception of an entire object, only a part of which is seen at a time. Anorthoscopic perceptions, plural of anorthoscopic perception. Anorthos, synonym of anorthoclase. Anorthosite, a phaneritic, intrusive igneous rock characterized by a predominance of plagioclase feldspar. Anorthosites, plural of anorthosite. Anorthositic, composed of anorthosite. Anos, a barangay of Tayabas, Quezon, Philippines. Anosognosia, misspelling of anosognosia. Anoscope, the instrument used in anoscopy. Anoscopes, plural of anoscope. Anoscope, of or relating to anoscopy. Anoscopies, plural of anoscopy. Anoscopus, a person who is skilled in anoscopy. Anoscopus, plural of anoscopus. Anoscopy, an examination using a small, rigid, tubular instrument called an anoscope, which is inserted into the anal canal. Anazabam-Mohibi, a village in Siranamandidi district, Bongalava, Madagascar. Anosbatic, lacking olfactory organs and so having no sense of smell, anosmic. Anothemia, inability to smell, the inability to perceive odors. Anosmias, plural of anosmia. Anosmic, having anosmia, lacking a sense of smell. Anosmics, plural of anosmic. Anisodiaphoria, a condition in which a person who suffers disability due to brain injury seems indifferent to the existence of his or her handicap. Anisodiaphoric, of relating to or exhibiting anisodiaphoria, affected by, yet pathologically indifferent to, one's neurological deficit, especially paralysis secondary to a brain injury. Anosognosia, the inability of a person to recognize his or her own illness or handicap. Anasognosias, plural of anosognosia. Anasognosic, of pertaining to or exhibiting anosognosia. Anasal, a surname from Russian. Anaspinal, relating to the anus and spinal cord. Anasacidic, free from as-easates. Anastomid, any fish in the family Anastomidae, one of several with fish known as headstanders. Anastomids, plural of anastomid. Anastosis, failure of bone formation or atrophy of bones. Anastostomatid, any member of the Anastostomatidae, the Weddas. Anastomatids, plural of anastostomatid. Anastrachen, any fairy shrimp of the order Anastraca. Anastracans, plural of anastracan. Alternative form of or not. Anata, pronunciation spelling of another. Amata, pronunciation spelling of another. Another, one more further, in addition to the quantity by then, a second or additional one, similar in likeness or in effect. Another country heard from. Alternative form of another county heard from. Another county heard from, used to note the addition of a new voice to an existing discussion. Another day in paradise. Everything is going well. Another day, another dollar. Everything is routine and mundane, and nothing eventful or extraordinary has happened. Another matter. A matter entirely different from the one being discussed. Another nail in someone's coffin. An event that increases the likelihood of or causes further failure. Another nail in the coffin. Alternative form of another nail in someone's coffin. Another pair of shoes. Quite a different matter, something else entirely. Another place. Used other than figuratively or idiomatically, see another place. Another story, a radically different interpretation of a situation. Another string to one's bow, another skill. Ability or resource to be used in case of failure. Another syndrome, a syndrome involving alopecia, nail dystrophy, ophthalmic complications, thyroid dysfunction, hypohidrosis, ephelides and enteropathy, and respiratory tract infections. Another thing, a matter entirely different from the one being discussed. Analergates, of a different kind or sort. Analergus, of another kind. Analergens, of another kind. Analermal, having a decreasing temperature with increasing water depth. Anothers, obsolete form of another's. Another, a rare congenital deformity where the pinna or auricle, the outer projected portion of the ear, is completely absent. Anatopterid, any fish in the family Anatopteridae, the dagger-tooths. Anatopterids, plural of anatopterid. Anato, adai. Ella, obsolete form of enough. Anurus, alternative form of anurus. Anola, acronym of analysis of variance. Anovaginal, relating to the anus and vagina. Anola, plural of anova. Anovesical, relating to the anus and urinary bladder. Anovulent, any drug that prevents ovulation. Anovulence, plural of anovulent. Anovular, synonym of anovulatory. Anovulation, lack of ovulation. Anovulations, plural of anovulation. Anovulatory, not ovulatory, characterized by anovulation, a lack of ovulation. Emo, obsolete form of eno enough. Anaxemia, critical lack of oxygen in blood, severe hypoxemia. Anaxemias, plural of anaxemia. Anaxeme, relating to or exhibiting anaxemia. Anaxemia, alternative spelling of anaxemia. Anaxemias, plural of anaxemia. Anaxemic, alternative form of anaxemic. Anaxemia, alternative form of anaxemia. Anaxemias, plural of anaxemia. Anaxemia, alternative form of anaxemia. Anaxemia, obsolete spelling of anaxemia. Anoxia, a condition in which a body tissue or an environment is severely or totally deprived of oxygen, severe hypoxia. Anoxias, plural of anoxia. Anoxe, suffering from a reduced supply of oxygen. Anoxic event, a period of time, for example, in Earth's history when large expanses of ocean are depleted of dissolved oxygen. Anoxic events, plural of anoxic event. Anoxically, in an anoxic way. Without oxygen. Anaxibiosis, a biological response triggered by a lack of oxygen in which an organism takes in water and becomes turgid and immobile, possibly a form of cryptobiosis. Anaxibiade, of or pertaining to anaxibiosis. Anaxigenic, that does not involve the production of oxygen. Anaxigenic photosynthesis, a form of photosynthesis employed by certain bacteria in which oxygen is not produced. Anaxihemia, archaic form of annexenia. Anaxemia, archaic spelling of annexenia. L, initialism of atrial natriuretic peptide. And then, a Japanese sweet roll most commonly filled with red bean paste. Anthens, plural of Antan. And then, a district of Tainan, Taiwan. Ampertali, a serotonin agonist. L, initialism of All Nigeria People's Party. Eber, initialism of automatic number plate recognition. And Rho, clipping of anarcho-primitivist. Andromes, plural of Anprim. L, plural of ANP. And the, an ancient Egyptian goddess, the wife of Anubis. Ade, a prefecture-level city of Anhui, China. Our initialism of audio news release. AMRIP effect, an autoregulation method in which myocardial contractility increases with afterload. AMRIP effects, plural of AMRIP effect. Amrukinzumab, a humanized monoclonal antibody designed for the treatment of asthma. As initialism of autonomic nervous system. As a municipality in Liege province, Belgium. As abbreviation of answer. As the most protruding part of planetary rings as seen from a distance, perceived to project like handles on either side of the disk of the planet. Ansa cervicalis, a nerve loop from the upper cervical nerves that accompanies the hypoglossal nerve and innervates the infrahyoid muscles. Ansa compound, any cyclophane in which the parapositions of a benzene ring are connected by a bridge of at least 10 atoms. Ansa compounds, plural of Ansa compound. Adse, plural of Ansa. Ansaphone, alternative form of answerphone. Ansaphones, plural of ansaphone. Ansagan, a barangay of Tuba, Banked, Philippines. Adza, a surname. Ansas, plural of Ansa. Anti, a district of Yan'an, Shaanxi, China. Ansalactam, any of a group of enzymycin macrolides present in marine some bacteria. Ansalactams, plural of ansalactam. Ansamedicine, any of a group of maytansinoid antibiotics. Ansamidicinici, any glycoside of ansamidicin. Ansamidicinides, plural of ansamidicinici. Ansamidicins, plural of ansamidicin. Ansamycin, any of a family of secondary metabolites with antimicrobial and antiviral effects. Ansamycins, plural of ansamycin. Adla, a city in Gyeonggi Province, South Korea. Ansaphone, alternative form of answerphone. Ansaphones, plural of ansaphone. Ansar, a group of tribespeople living in Medina who gave aid and protection to the Prophet Muhammad and his followers, the Muhajirun. Ansar al-Sharia, a multinational Islamic group that seeks to implement Sharia law. Ansari, a surname. Ansaris, plural of Ansari. Ansate, that is a handle or a part that resembles a handle. Ansate cross, synonym of Ankh. Ansate crosses, plural of Ansate cross. Ansate, synonym of Ansate. And that's alternative letter case form of ansats. Ansatsi, plural of ansats. Ansatsi, alternative spelling of ansatsi. Ansatses, plural of ansats. Ansatses, plural of ansatsi. Ansbacher, a surname from German. To sense perception. Andalus, political annexation, specifically that of Austria into Nazi Germany in 1938. Antats, a surname. Antatses, plural of Anschatz. Anskum, a surname. Anskums, plural of Anscombe. Ansdal, a suburb of Lythams and Ans, File Borough, Lancashire, England, named after Richard Ansdell OS Grid Ref SD 3428. Abs, a male given name, diminutive of various names. Athol, initialism of American National Standard for Extended Latin. Athol, a surname. Ansel, a surname. Anselm, a male given name from the Germanic languages. Anselma, a female given name, a feminine form of Anselm. Anselmian, of or relating to Saint Anselm of Canterbury c.1033-1109, philosopher and theologian, or his ontological argument for the existence of God. Anselme, Anselmian. Anselmo, a surname. Ansels, plural of Ansel. Anserenatid, any water bird of the family Anserenatidae. Anserenatids, plural of Anserenatid. Anserated, having the extremities terminate in the heads of eagles, lions, etc. Ansericide, the killing of a goose. Anseriform, of or pertaining to birds of the order Anseriforms, including ducks, geese, swans, and screamers. Anseriforms, plural of anseriform. Anserine, silly, foolish, stupid. Anserians, plural of anserine. Ansermetite, a monoclinic prismatic carmine red mineral containing hydrogen, manganese, oxygen, and vanadium. Anserus, resembling a goose. Anton, a prefecture-level city of Liaoning in northeastern China. Andor, a sky god. Adhook, a prefecture-level city of Guizhou, China. Eder, alternative form of Anchar. Anza, acronym of American National Standards Institute. Anziet, a form of letter art that used the extended ASCII character set from the IBM Model 5150 personal computers IBM PC disk operating system DOS and control codes which allowed for limited color, graphic block characters, limited sound, limited animation. Ansawal, a hypothetical device that enables users to communicate instantaneously across great distances, that is, a faster-than-light communication device. Ansibles, plural of Ansible. Ansachao, Anxi, a historical department in Gansu, China, whose capital is located in present-day Guizhou County, known as Anxi County until 2006. Ansiform, having the form of a loop. Anslate, archaic form of onslaught. Anslates, plural of anslate. Ansley, a female given name transferred from the surname. Ansley, a place name. Ansleys, plural of Ansley. Allen, an English surname transferred from the given name meaning son of Agnes. Anson County, one of 100 counties in North Carolina, United States. County seat, Wadesboro. Ansonica, a white grape variety used in various parts of Italy. Ansotomies, plural of ansotomy. Ansotomy, the division of a loop, especially of one that forms a constriction. Ansexetine, an antidepressant drug never marketed. Ansbach, a surname from German. Ansbach, plural of Ansbach. Ansbach, a French gendarme serving in the military between the 16th and 17th centuries. Ansbach, plural of Ansbach. As plural of ans. Anste, a surname. Anste, a surname. Anstedt, plural of Ansted. Anste, a small village and civil parish in East Hertfordshire District, Hertfordshire, England. OS Grid Ref TL 4032. Anstis, plural of Anstey. Asti, a surname. Anstis, plural of Anstey. Adstein, a surname. Ansteins, plural of Anstein. Adson, a civil parish in the metropolitan borough of Rotherham, South Yorkshire, England, which includes the villages of North Anston and South Anston. Anstruther, a small coastal town in Fife Council area, Scotland, divided into Anstruther Easter and Anstruther Wester. OS Grid Ref No 5603. Anstey, a village in Hilton Parish, Dorset, England, which includes Anstey Cross, Higher Anstey, Lower Anstey, and Little Anstey or Pleck. OS Grid Ref SD 7602. Ansty and Staplefield, a civil parish in Mid-Sussex District, West Sussex, England. Ansolate, coiled at the apex and then bent over in a loop like the shoots in some cucurbitaceae. Anthuman, a male given name from India. Athos, an Austronesian language spoken in Indonesian New Guinea. Ansosinha, a surname from Thai. Ansuvimab, a monoclonal antibody medication for the treatment of Zaire Ebola virus infection. Ansas, the symbol letter 16A8, the A rune of the Elder Futhark. Alf, Agenzia Nazionale per la Sicurezza del Volo, the Italian Aircraft Accident Investigation Agency. Answer, obsolete spelling of answer. Answers, plural of answer. Answer, a response or reply. Something said or done in reaction to a statement or question. Answer back, to reply impertinently to someone, to talk back. Answer for, to be held responsible for, to take the blame for something. Answer key, an assorted list of solutions to problems or exercises in a test, textbook, etc. Answer keys, plural of answer key. Answer on a postcard, a brief answer or opinion. Answer phone, alternative form of answer phone. Answer phones, plural of answer phone. Answer print, the first graded print of an edited film combining sound and picture, which is created for the client to view and approve. His answer decides when the rest of the copies of the film are printed or not. Answer prints, plural of answer print. Answer sheet, a sheet of paper supplemental to an assessment onto which the answers to the questions must be written. Answer sheets, plural of answer sheet. Answer someone's prayers, to be or do exactly what someone has been wishing or asking for. Answer song, a song whose lyrics serve as a response or sequel to the lyrics of another song. Answer songs, plural of answer song. Answer the call, to voluntarily perform a task or set of tasks with which one is confronted, especially when motivated by a sense of responsibility or duty. Answer the call of nature, to satisfy a bodily urge to urinate or defecate. Answer the helm, to respond to a movement of the helm by changing direction. Only happens if the ship has steerage way. Answer to be accountable or responsible to account to report to. Answer to someone's prayers, exactly what someone has been wishing or asking for. Answer up. To come forth with a prompt answer. Answered. Simple past and past participle of answer. Answerabilities. Plural of answerability. Answerability. The state of being answerable. Answerable. Required to justify one's actions to somebody, accountable, responsible. Answerromus. The state or quality of being answerable. Answerably. In suitable proportion, proportionately. Answer back. A response to a message originally in radio but now through other media. Answerbacks. Plural of answer back. Answered. Obsolete spelling of answered, past of answer. Answer. Obsolete spelling of answer. Answered. Having an answer. Answered back. Simple past and past participle of answer back. Answered for. Simple past and past participle of answer for. Answered someone's prayers. Simple past and past participle of answer someone's prayers. Answered the call. Simple past and past participle of answer the call. Answered the call of nature. Simple past and past participle of answer the call of nature. Answered the helm. Simple past and past participle of answer the helm. Answered to. Simple past and past participle of answer to. Answered up. Simple past and past participle of answer up. Answerets. Second person singular simple past indicative of answer. Answerer. A person who, or thing that, answers or responds. Answerers. Plural of answerer. Answers. Plural of answer. Answeress. Second person singular simple present indicative of answer. Answereth. Third person singular simple present indicative of answer. Answerin. Pronunciation spelling of answering. Answering. Present participle and gerund of answer. Answering back. Present participle and gerund of answer back. Answering for. Present participle and gerund of answer for. Answering machine. A device that automatically records voicemail from unanswered telephone calls. Answering machines. Plural of answering machine. Answering pennant. A pennant with vertical red and white stripes, acknowledging receipt of the previous signal. Answering penance. Plural of answering pennant. Answering service. A service that collects and responds to calls for its clients. Answering services. Plural of answering service. Answering someone's prayers. Present participle and gerund of answer someone's prayers. Answering the call. Present participle and gerund of answer the call. Answering the call of nature. Present participle and gerund of answer the call of nature. Answering the helm. Present participle and gerund of answer the helm. Answering to. Present participle and gerund of answer to. Answering up. Present participle and gerund of answer up. Answeringly. In a way that answers so as to answer in reply. Answerings. Plural of answering. Answerless. Having or producing no answer. Answerlessly. Without an answer, without answering. Answerlessness. Absence of an answer. Answerphone. A telephone containing a built-in device for recording incoming callers' messages for later retrieval. Answerphones. Plural of answerphone. Answers. Plural of answer. Answers back. Third person singular simple present indicative of answer back. Answers for. Third person singular simple present indicative of answer for. Answers on a postcard. Plural of answer on a postcard. Answers on postcards. Plural of answer on a postcard. Answers someone's prayers. Third person singular simple present indicative of answer someone's prayers. Answers the call. Third person singular simple present indicative of answer the call. Answers the call of nature. Third person singular simple present indicative of answer the call of nature. Answers the helm. Third person singular simple present indicative of answer the helm. Answers to. Third person singular simple present indicative of answer to. Answers to someone's prayers. Plural of answer to someone's prayers. Answers up. Third person singular simple present indicative of answer up. Initialism of Afghanistan national television. Any of various insects in the family Formicidae in the order Hymenoptera typically living in large colonies composed almost entirely of flightless females. Ant bear. Aardvark. Orcteropus a fur. Ant bears. Plural of ant bear. Ant beetle. A species of beetle that resembles a large ant, Thanasimus formicarius. Ant beetles. Plural of ant beetle. Ant cattle. Ant cows. Ant cow. Any aphid from which ants obtain honeydew. Ant cows. Plural of ant cow. Ant cricket. Any of various small insects of the family Myrmecophilidae that live commensally with ants. Ant crickets. Plural of ant cricket. Ant egg. A small white egg-shaped pupa or cocoon of an ant. Ant eggs. Plural of ant egg. Ant farm. A glass-sided dirt-filled box containing ants, normally used as a biological study tool. Ant farms. Plural of ant farm. Ant hill. Alternative form of anthill. Ant hills. Plural of ant hill. Antlion. Alternative form of antlion. Antlions. Plural of antlion. Antmill. A phenomenon where a group of army ants, separated from the main foraging party, lose the pheromone track and begin to follow one another, forming a continuously rotating circle and eventually dying of exhaustion. Ant mills. Plural of ant mill. Ant mimicry. Myrmecomorphy, the mimicry events they are animals. Ant mound. Anthill. Ant mounds. Plural of ant mound. Ant nest beetle. A porcine. Ant nest beetles. Plural of ant nest beetle. Ant orchid. An orchid, Chiloblates formicifera, originally from New Zealand. Ant orchids. Plural of ant orchid. Ant rattan. Any species of rattan frequently inhabited by ants, especially Corthalsia rostrata sin, Corthalsia scaphedra. Ant rice. Grass of species Aristida elegantha. Ant sand. An ant-killing powder in granulated form. Ant tanager. Any birds of the genera Hevia or Diophlax. Ant tanagers. Plural of ant tanager. Ant thrush. Alternative form of ant thrush. Ant thrushes. Plural of ant thrush. Ant tree. A tree species that is myrmecophytic. A tree inhabited by ants. Ant trees. Plural of ant tree. Eva. A type of traditional Bahamian folk song derived from old slave music and Christian hymns. Andalus. Plural of antum. Ants pants. Something that is regarded as outstanding. A variant form of anti used before a vowel. Ant bear. Alternative spelling of ant bear. Ant bears. Plural of ant bear. and bed, termite mounds, crushed and watered, used as flooring material, and beds, plural of ant bed, and below, any of various likened butterflies of the genus Acridipses, and blues, plural of ant blue, anteater, alternative form of anteater, anteaters, plural of anteater, anteep, and antill, anteeps, plural of anteep, antill, a mound-shaped nest built or inhabited by ants or termites, antills, plural of anthill, and plant, any myrmecophilous plant. Ant plants, plural of ant plant. Ant tanager, alternative form of ant tanager. Ant tanagers, plural of ant tanager. At, abbreviation of antum. At and bar, abbreviation of Antigua and Barbuda. Have initialism of Australia. Australian National Training Authority. Have a kind of pier that terminates the walls of the naus, a kind of post or pillar on either side of a doorway or entrance of a Greek temple. Antagonist, misspelling of antagonist. Antabuse, disulfiram, prescribed to recovering alcoholics. Antabuses, plural of antabuse. Antacid, an agent that counteracts or neutralizes acidity, especially in the stomach. Antacidity, the property of being antacid. Antacids, plural of antacid. Anticrid, serving to correct acridness of the humors. Anticrids, plural of anticrid. Antadao, a barangay of Sagada, Mountain Province, Philippines. Adi, alternative form of Antis. Relating to Antaeus, a half-giant slain by Hercules in Greek mythology. Attias, the son of Poseidon and Gia. Antiphni, an anthominthic drug. Antofumicin, any of a group of antifungal agents based on 3s, 5s, 5,3-acetyl 2,6-dihydroxyphenyl 3-methoxyoxylin 2,1 present in the Moldus burgulus niger or its close relatives. Antofumicins, plural of antofumicin. Clipping of antagonist. Antagomer, any of a class of chemically engineered oligonucleotides used to silence endogenous microRNA. Antagomers, plural of antagomer. Antagonically, misspelling of antagonistically. Antagonizable, alternative form of antagonizable. Antagonization, alternative form of antagonization. Antagonizations, plural of antagonization. Antagonize, non-Oxford British English Standard spelling of antagonize. Antagonized, simple past and past participle of antagonize. Antagonizer, alternative form of antagonizer. Antagonizers, plural of antagonizer. Antagonizes, third person singular simple present indicative of antagonize. Antagonizing, present participle and gerund of antagonize. Antagonism, a strong natural dislike or hatred, antipathy. Antagonisms, plural of antagonism. Antagonists, an opponent or enemy. Antagonistic, contending or acting against. Antagonistical, alternative form of antagonistic. Antagonistically, in an antagonistic manner. Antagonistic, obsolete form of antagonistic. Antagonists, plural of antagonist. Antagonizable, capable of being antagonized. Antagonization, a process or action of antagonizing. Antagonizations, plural of antagonization. Antagonize, to work against, to oppose, especially to incite a reaction. Antagonized, simple past and past participle of antagonize. Antagonizer, one who or that which antagonizes. Antagonizers, plural of antagonizer. Antagonizes, third person singular simple present indicative of antagonize. Antagonizing, tending to antagonize. Antagony, contest, opposition, and antagonism. Antagonym, contronym. Antagonyms, plural of antagonym. Antags, plural of anti. Antergraft, rare spelling of an-aircraft. Antakarinia, a Pominungan Australian Aboriginal language spoken in the Unadata region of South Australia, a major dialect of the Western Desert language group. Antakya, synonym of Antioch. Antadia, a city and district in southeastern Turkey, had a province, the ancient Antioch. Antal-Arman, the heterocyclic compound N-butyl-ethyl 2,5,6-trimethyl-7,2,4,6-trimethylphene -pyrrolo-3,2-E pyrimidine 4-amine that is a corticotropin-releasing hormone. Analgesia, alternative form of analgesia. Analgesic, alternative form of analgesic. Analgesics, plural of analgesic. Antalgic, alleviating pain. Antalgics, plural of antalgic. Antalkali, any substance that counteracts the action of an alkali. Antalkali, alternative form of antialkaline. Antalkalize, plural of antalkali. Antalya, a province and metropolitan municipality in southwest Turkey on the Mediterranean coast. Antalya minnow, Pseudophoxinus antalyi, a species of minnow. Antalya minnows, plural of Antalya minnow. Antimonide, a cyclic decaptide present in the fungus Amanita phallids. Antambulacral, away from the ambulacral region. Antinaclases, plural of antinaclases. Antinaclases, the repeated use of the same word or phrase, but with a different meaning each time, a kind of paranomasia. Antinaclaste, exhibiting or relating to antinaclases. Antinagoge, answering the charge of an adversary by a countercharge. Antananarivo, the capital city of Madagascar. Antanandro, a tribe of Madagascar. Antapex, the point opposite the solar apex. Antaphrodisiac, capable of reducing the sex drive. Antaphrodisiacs, plural of antaphrodisiac. Antaphroditic, antaphrodisiac or antisyphilitic. Antapical, relating to the antapex. Antapaces, plural of antapex. Antapologies, plural of antapology. Antapology, a response to an apology. Antapoplectic, alternative form of antiapoplectic. Antapoplectics, plural of antapoplectic. ANTAR, acronym of Australians for Native Title and Reconciliation. Antara, a female given name from Sanskrit. Antarafacial, a chemical reaction involving two simultaneous changes in bonding to opposite faces of a common center or related centers of a molecular fragment. Antarafacially, in an antarafacial way. Antarchism, amergism. Antarctalian, of or relating to the Antarctilia. Antarctic, of, from, or pertaining to Antarctica and the South Polar regions. Antarctic 10, a person in Antarctica who is very desirable as a potential romantic or sexual partner, but only by the standards of Antarctica with its small population. Antarctic tens, plural of Antarctic 10. Antarctic beech, a species of beech tree, Nothofagus morae, endemic to South America. Antarctic beaches, plural of Antarctic beach. Antarctic circle, the line which marks approximately the northernmost place in the southern hemisphere where the sun does not set on the summer solstice and does not rise on the winter solstice. Antarctic kai, synonym of Antarctic twofish Disostachys mawsoni. Antarctic convergence, a line circling the Antarctic, indicating the boundary between the subantarctic and subtropical waters. Antarctic convergence, alternative letter case form of Antarctic convergence. Antarctic English, an accent and variety of the English language spoken by researchers living on the continent of Antarctica, being a mixture of their native languages and neologisms for concepts relating to the continent and daily life, such as the types and characteristics of ice, equipment, and routine. Antarctic hair grass, Disjampsia antarctica, a flowering plant native to Antarctica. Antarctic minke whale, a species of minke whale, Balaenoptera bonaerensis, found mainly in the southern hemisphere. Antarctic minke whales, plural of Antarctic minke whale. Antarctic Ocean, the Southern Ocean, particularly when understood as the waters south of the Antarctic Circle. Antarctic pearlwort, Colobenthus quaitensis, a flowering plant found in the Antarctic, with yellow flowers and a cushion-like growth habit that gives it a mossy appearance. Antarctic Peninsula, the northernmost part of the mainland of Antarctica. Antarctic petrel, a species of petrel, Thalassoca antarctica, which breeds in Antarctica. Antarctic petrels, plural of Antarctic petrel. Antarctic stare, a mild fugue state that is symptomatic of polar T3 syndrome. Antarctic twofish, Disostachys mawsoni, a large, black or brown fish found in very cold sub-zero waters of the Southern Ocean near Antarctica. Antarctic twofishes, plural of Antarctic twofish. Antarctic wolf, synonym of Falkland Islands wolf. Antarctic zone, the part of the Earth between the geographical South Pole and the Antarctic Circle. Antarctica, the southernmost continent, south of the Southern Ocean, containing the South Pole. Antarctical, alternative form of Antarctic. Antarctically, in an Antarctic manner or direction. Antarctican, Antarctic of or pertaining to Antarctica. Antarcticans, plural of Antarctican. Antarctician, of or pertaining to Antarctica. Antarcticians, plural of Antarctician. Antarcticide, a trigonal trapezohedral colorless mineral containing calcium, chlorine, hydrogen, and oxygen. Antarcticacide, a particular steroid glycoside. Antarctic dye, an evaporide consisting of calcium chloride, CaCl.6H2O, found in Victoria Land, Antarctica. Antarcturid, Aniasopod of the family Atardridae. Antarcturids, plural of Antarcturid. Antarian, or relating to antares. Andarians, plural of Antarian. Andares? Alpha Scorpiae Alpha Sco, the brightest star in the constellation Scorpius. It is AM-type red giant and is a binary with a B-type companion visible in greenish. Antarian, alternative form of Antarian. Andarians, plural of Antarian. Antarcturidic, an agent that prevents or alleviates arthritis. Antarcturidics, plural of Antarcturidic. Antarctic, misspelling of Antarctic. Antarctica, misspelling of Antarctica. Antarctica Chilna, a province of Chile. Capital and largest city, Puerto Williams. Antas, plural of Anta. Antas de Ala, a municipality of Lugo, Galicia, Spain. Antasthmatic, relieving the symptoms of asthma. Antasthmatics, plural of antasthmatic. Antazoline, a first-generation antihistamine drug used to relieve nasal congestion and in eye drops, usually in combination with nafazoline to relieve the symptoms of allergic conjunctivitis. And there, alternative spelling of ant-bear. Ant-bears, plural of ant-bear. And the alternative spelling of ant-bed. Ant-bed parrot, any parrot of the genus Cephalus or Cephotellus that dig nest holes in termite mounds. Ant-bed parrot moth, a moth of species Tricentopiscata family Ocophoridae, which lays its eggs inside nest holes of ant-bed parrots. Ant-bed parrot moths, plural of ant-bed parrot moth. Ant-bed parrots, plural of ant-bed parrot. Anttheds, plural of ant-bed. Antbird, any of various drab-colored South American birds of the family Thamnophilidae that feed on ants. Antbirds, plural of antbird. Anatak, a surname from Polish. Amidax, plural of antixac. Abdom, the realm or world of ants, ants collectively. Anti, a surname. Antebellum, alternative form of antebellum. Antechamber, alternative spelling of antechamber. Athia, to antiat. Antiliteram, before the term existed, before the term was coined. Antemeridim, before noon, in the morning. Antiat, to contribute one's share of a payment, to provide funds, to pay what is due. Adi, prior to in time. Anti-cabinet, a large saloon placed before the chamber in which the council of a prince or state hold private consultations. Anti-cabinets, plural of anti-cabinet. Anti-historic, synonym of prehistoric. Antemortem, alternative form of antemortem. Anti-Mosaic, alternative form of anti-Mosaic. Ante-Nicene, of or relating to those early Christians who lived before the Council of Nicaea in 325 AD. Antiport, alternative form of antiport. Antiports, plural of antiport. Antiposts, alternative form of antipost. Anteroom, alternative form of anteroom. Anterooms, plural of anteroom. Atiat, non-standard spelling of antiop. Atiating, an increase, a ratcheting up. Atique, a preceding act, deed, or action. Antiques, plural of antiqued. Antlo, located before or in front. Antole, at the front, on the foremost portion. Antivocal, located in front of an apex. Anteater, any of several animals of South and Central America in the suborder Vermilingua, which are noted for eating ants and termites which they catch with their long sticky tongues, including giant anteater and lesser anteater, also known as collared anteater. Anteater chat, a bird of species Myrmecitzla aethiops found in Africa. Anteater dick, an uncircumcised penis. Anteater dicks, plural of anteater dick. Anteater dick, alternative form of anteater dick. Anteater dicks, plural of anteater dick. Anteaters, plural of anteater. Atiere, feeding on ants. Antibaptismal, before baptism. Antebellum, of the time period prior to a war. Antebrachial, plural of antebrachium. Antebrachial, relating to the forearm. Antebrachial, anterior to the brachial plexus and carpal tunnel. Antebrachium, the forearm. Antecedaneous, antecedent, coming earlier in time. Antecedaneously, in an antecedaneous way, precedingly. Antecede, to go before, to precede. Antecede, simple past and past participle of antecede. Antecedents, the relationship of preceding something in time or order. Antecedences, plural of antecedents. Antecedencies, plural of antecedency. Antecedency, antecedents, various senses. Antecedent, earlier, either in time or in order. Antecedent phrase, the first phrase in a period. Antecedent phrases, plural of antecedent phrase. Antecedental, of or relating to antecedents. Antecedently, at an earlier time. Antecedents, plural of antecedent. Antecedes, third person singular simple present indicative of antecede. Anteceding, present participle and gerund of antecede. Antecessor, a person or thing that precedes or goes before. Antecessors, plural of antecessor. Antecessor, obsolete form of antecessor. Antecessors, plural of antecessor. Antechamber, a small room used as an entryway or reception area to a larger room. Antechambered, having one or more antechambers. Antechambers, plural of antechamber. Antechapel, the outer part of the west end of a chapel. Antechapels, plural of antechapel. Antecini, plural of antechinus. Antechinus, any member of the genus Antechinus of small carnivorous marsupials that resemble shrews. Antichinuses, plural of antechinus. Antechoir, the part of a church in front of the choir, often reserved for the clergy and choristers. Antechoirs, plural of antechoir. Antechurch, the west front portion of certain churches. Antechurches, plural of antechurch. Antecians, alternative form of antoci. Anticiliary, situated before the ciliary band, that is, before the band in front of the marginal fringe of the wings. Anticlassical, pertaining to something from before the classical era. Anticlassically, in an anticlassical manner. Anticlize, a large uplifted structure on a continental platform. Anticlizes, plural of anticlize. Anticlipi, plural of anticlypius. Anticlypius, the lower part of a divided Clypeus between the postclypeus and the labrum. Anticolic anterior to the colon. Antecommunion, the part of the Anglican communion liturgy that precedes the consecration of the elements. Anticonsonantal, placed before a consonant. Anticonsonantic, synonym of anticonsonantal. Anticosta, an internal ridge near the anterior margin of a dorsal or ventral plate of the primitive segment of an arthropod to which muscles are attached. Anticostal, relating to an anticosta. Anticritical, prior to criticism. Anticrotchus, a fold of enamel on the molar teeth of some rhinoceros. Anticrotchets, plural of anticrotchet. Anticrys, a crystal formed from an earlier phase of the magmatic system, different from later forming crystals. Anticrests, plural of antichrys. Anticubal, misspelling of anticubital. Anticubital, pertaining to or situated in the anterior or inner part of the elbow cubitus. Anticursor, a forerunner, a precursor. Anticursors, plural of anticursor. Anteed, simple past and past participle of ante, alternative spelling of anteed. Anteed-in, simple past and past participle of ante-in. Anteed up, simple past and past participle of ante-up. Anteed up, simple past and past participle of ante-up. Antedatable, capable of being antedated. Antedate, to occur before an event or time, to exist further back in time. Antedated, simple past and past participle of antedate. Antedater, one who antedates something. Antedators, plural of antedater. Antedates, third person singular simple present indicative of antedate. Antedating, present participle and gerund of antedate. Antedatings, plural of antedating. Antedation, antedating. Antedations, plural of antedation. Antediluvian, obsolete spelling of antediluvian. Antedependence, the dependence of a measure on some previous observations. Antidependences, plural of antidependence. Antidependent, having an antidependence. Antediluvial, of or pertaining to a time before Noah's flood. Antediluvially, in an antediluvial manner. Antediluvian, belonging or pertaining to, or existing in, the time prior to the great flood described in Genesis, or by extension to a great or destructive flood or deluge described in other mythologies. Antediluvianism, extremely outdated attitudes. Antediluvianly, in an antediluvian manner. Antediluvians, plural of antediluvian. Antedona, any of the kunos in the family identity. Antedonids, plural of antedonid. Antidrug, a drug that is designed to act upon a desired site within the body and then rapidly become inactive upon entering the systemic circulation. Ante, simple past and past participle of ante. Antefact, something done before another act. Antefact, plural of antefact. Antefebrile, preceding a fever. Antefex, the vertical blocks which terminate the covering tiles of the roof of a Roman, Etruscan, or Greek temple. Antefexa, alternative form of antefix. Antefixy, plural of antefixa. Antefixal, relating to an antefix. Antefixes, plural of antefix. Antefixum, alternative form of antefix. Anteflex, bent in an anterior forward direction as the uterus. Anteflexion, a forward bending or an organ, especially that of the uterus near the cervix. Anteflections, plural of anteflexion. Antefurca, a forked chitinous structure in the thorax of some insects. Antefurci, plural of antefurca. Antefurcal, relating to an antefurca. Antegastric, anterior to the stomach. Anteglacial, occurring before a glacial period. Antegodeo, anterior of the gonian. Antegrade, moving or directed forward. Antegradely, in an antegrade manner or direction. Antegrammatical, prior to the formation of a grammar. Antihelices, plural of antihelix. Antihelix, alternative spelling of antihelix. Antihelixes, plural of antihelix. Antihuman, preceding the advent of modern humanity. Homo sapiens. Antihumeral, at the immediately at here to basal part of the wing of Zadinlai. Antihypophyseal, relating to the antihypophysis. Antihypophyses, plural of antihypophysis. Antihypophysis, the anterior lobe of the pituitary gland. At the present participle and gerund of anti. At the present participle and gerund of anti-in. Anti-not, present participle and gerund of anti-up. Anti-not, present participle and gerund of anti-up. Antaso, an aliphatic compound, especially a fatty acid having a branch on the antepenultimate carbon atom of a chain. Antigentacular, occurring before breakfast. Antigentacularly, before breakfast. Antilabat, synonym of jackalope folkloric animal. Antilabats, plural of antilaba. Antilabra, plural of antilabrum. Antilabrum, the anterior part of the labrum of an invertebrate. Antilopsarian, synonym of supralapsarian. Antilopsarians, plural of antilopsarian. Antelman, a surname from German. Antelmans, plural of Antelman. Antelope, a census-designated place in Sacramento County, California, United States. Antelope brush, antelope bush. Antelope bush, Persea tridentata, a North American shrub of the rose family. Antelope County, one of 93 counties in Nebraska, United States. County seat, Neligh. Antelope Mesa, a mesa in Navajo County, Arizona, United States. Antelope squirrel, any of a group of ceerids of the genus Amispermophilus, found in the desert and dry scrub areas of the southwestern United States and northern Mexico. Antelope squirrels, plural of antelope squirrel. Antelopes, cantaloupes, synonym of cat's meow. Antelopeli, resembling or characteristic of an antelope. Antelopes, plural of antelope. Antilopian, of or relating to an antelope. Antelucan, before dawn. Alternative spelling of antum. Antimarginal, located a little within the margin. Antimarital, before marriage. Antimasked, obsolete form of anti-mask. Masks, plural of antimasked. Antimasked, obsolete form of anti-mask. Antimasks, plural of anti-masked. Antemedial, situated before, i.e. closer to the head than the middle of the thorax or wing. Antemedian, alternative form of antemedial. Antemeridian, of or relating to morning, that happens in the morning. Antemeridum, alternative form of antimeridum. Antimetallic, before the discovery and use of metals. Antiemetic, alternative form of antiemetic. Antiemetics, plural of antiemetic. Antimillennial, synonym of premillennial. Antimodern, before modern or modernity or modernization. Antimolar, of a tooth located in front of the molars. Antemortem, having occurred or having been inflicted before death. Antimosaic, before the time of Moses. Antems, plural of antem. Antimony, being or occurring prior to the creation of the world. Antemural, an outwork of a strong, high wall with turrets in front of the gateway as of an old castle for defending the entrance. Antemurals, plural of antemural. Antenarrative, the process by which a retrospective narrative is linked to a living story. Antenarratives, plural of antenarrative. Antenarratology, the study of antenarratives and their interplay with narratives and stories. Antenatal, occurring or existing before birth. Antenatally, before birth. Antenati, those born before a certain event, such as the Union of England and Scotland Act 1603 or the United States Declaration of Independence. Antenicene, alternative form of ante-Nicene. Andena, an appendage used for sensing on the head of an insect, crab, or other animal. Antenna codlet, Brachioceros atlanticus, a species of codlet fish found in the subtropical zones of the oceans, growing up to 6.7 cm 2.6 in total length. Antenna codlets, plural of antenna codlet. Antenna complex, a light harvesting array of protein and chlorophyll molecules embedded in the thylakoid membrane of plants and cyanobacteria. Antenna complexes, plural of antenna complex. Antenna switch, a switch allows one to select which antenna to use with a transmitter, receiver, or transceiver. Antenna switches, plural of antenna switch. Antennae, plural of antenna. Antennen, having antennae. Antenniform, alternative form of antenniform. Antenna gate, a 2010 controversy over problems with the Apple iPhone 4 antenna. Antennal, of, pertaining to, or functioning as an antenna. Antennal gland, synonym of green gland. Antennal glands, plural of antennal gland. Antennalis, without antennae. Antennali, resembling an antenna or antennae or some aspect of them. Antennally, in terms of or by means of an antenna. Antennapedia, a homeobox protein and associated gene whose overexpression in the head segment of insects can lead to the formation of legs instead of antennae. Antennary, any fish of the family Antennariidae, the frogfish. Antennaries, plural of antennaria. Antennarity, the condition of being antennary. Antennary, relating to antennae or feelers. Antennas, plural of antenna. Antennate, to bring one's antennae into contact with another insect. Antennative, simple past and past participle of antennate. Antennates, third person singular simple present indicative of antennate. Antennating, present participle and gerund of antennate. Antennation, an act of antennating or touching the antennae to another insect. Antennations, plural of antennation. Antennectomies, plural of antennectomy. Antennectomize, subjected to antennectomy. Antennectomy, the removal of the antennae of an insect. Antenniferous, bearing or having antennae. Antenniform, having the shape of an antenna. Antennocerebral, relating to or connecting the antennas or antennal lobes and the brain of an insect. Antennocular, relating to an antenna and eye of an insect. Antennogram, a record of the electrical activity of an insect's antenna in the presence of an odor, particularly a pheromone. Antennograms, plural of antennogram. Antennomaxillary, relating to the antenna and jaw of an insect. Antenomer, misspelling of antenomer. Antenomer, any of the segments of an insect's antenna in cases where all segments are more or less uniform, for example the millipedes. Antenomers, plural of antenomer. Antennophorid, any of the mason of family Antennophori. Antennophorids, plural of antennophorid. Antennulo, alternative form of antennule. Antennulae, plural of antennulo. Antennular, of or relating to antennules or an antennule. Antennulariolaceous, belonging to the family Antennulariolaceae. Antennulate, relating to an antennule. Antennule, a small antenna. Antennules, plural of antennule. Antennuliform, having the form of an antennule. Antennae, plural of antenna. Antennatal, before a node or nodus. Antenatal vein, a small crossvein at the front of the wing of a dragonfly or damselfly. Antenatal veins, plural of antenatal vein. Antenatals, plural of antenatal. Antenor, a son of Asiates. Antenuptial, occurring before marriage, prenuptial. Antenuptially, before marriage. Antenuptials, plural of antenuptial. Adiacular, position in front of the eye. Adiaudito, referring to the period before orbit is achieved. Adiosar, any extinct therapsid of the clade Eniosauria. Andiosaurid, any of the thautas in the family Eniosauria. Antiosaurids, plural of antiosauri. Antiosaurs, plural of antiosaur. Antepenultimate, rare spelling of antepenultimate. Antepagment, synonym of antepigmentum. Antepigmenta, plural of antepigmentum. Antepagments, plural of antepagment. Antepigmentum, in ancient architecture, a doorpost or garnishing in a post or door, wrought in stone or timber or lintel of a window. Antepalatal, in front of the palate. Antepartal, antepartum. Antepartum, describing the period before childbirth, antenatal. Antebashal, relating to the time before the Passover or before Easter. Antepass, a foretaste. Antepass, plural of antepast. Antepectoral, of the feet of insects, fixed in the forepart of the prosternum or prothorax. Antependia, plural of antependium. Antependium, the hangings were screened in front of the altar and altar cloth, the frontal. Antependiums, plural of antependium. Antepenult, the third to last syllable of a word. Antepenultima, the last syllable of a word except two. Antepenultimus, plural of antepenultima. Antepenultimata, plural of antepenultimatum. Antepenultimate, two before the last, i.e. the one immediately before the penultimate in a series. Antepenultimately, second from the last in serial order. Antepenultimates, plural of antepenultimate. Antepenultimatum, a statement of terms or conditions made by one party to another, essentially a penultimatum, but even more tentative and more repeatedly abandoned in favor of subsequent ignominious compromises. Antepenultimatums, plural of antepenultimatum. Antepenultime, synonym of antepenult. Antepenults, plural of antepenult. Antepedalous, used of inner parts of flowers, most often stamens that are in equal number to and aligned with the petals. Antealti, acting against nightmares. Antiepileptic, archaic form of antiepileptic. Antiepileptics, plural of antiepileptic. Anteplacental, in front of the placenta. Anteport, a hanging or covering in front of a door. Anteportico, an outer porch or vestibule. Anteports, plural of anteport. Anteposition, the placing of something in front of something else, especially of words in a sentence. Antepositional, of or relating to anteposition. Antepositions, plural of anteposition. Antepost, being a kind of bet in horse racing and greyhound racing, placed before the racecourse's betting market has opened on the expectation that the price of the animal is presently more favorable than it will be when the market opens. Anteprandial, before a meal, especially before dinner. Antepredicament, a prerequisite to a clear understanding of the predicaments and categories, such as definitions of common terms. Antepredicaments, plural of antepredicament. Anteprohibition, before prohibition period of alcohol ban. Antepronatal, anterior to the pronatum. Antepronatum, an antepronatal lobe in some insects. Antepubic, synonym of prepubic. Antepiretic, preceding a fever. Antepenultimate, archaic spelling of antepenultimate. Antequarter, a city in Malaga, Andalusia, Spain. Anteraxanthin, alternative form of anthraxanthin. Anterevolutionary, synonym of pre-revolutionary. Anterior, towards the anterior. Anterior, alternative form of antero. Anteriodorsal, alternative form of anterodorsal. Anteriodorsally, alternative form of anterodorsally. Anterograde, misspelling of anterograde. AUNV, alternative form of anteroinferior. Anterolateral, misspelling of anterolateral. Anterolaterally, misspelling of anterolaterally. Anterolingual, misspelling of anterolingual. Anteromedial, misspelling of anteromedial. Anteromedially, misspelling of anteromedially. Anteromedian, alternative form of anteromedian. Aethratio, anterior antaraxial. Aethasi, alternative form of anterior posterior. Aethasioli, alternative form of anterior posteriorly. At ere, nearer the forward end, especially in the front of the body, nearer the head or fore part of an animal. Anterior auricular muscle, alternative form of auricularis anterior. Anterior auricular muscles, plural of anterior auricular muscle. Anterior cerebral arteries, plural of anterior cerebral artery. Anterior cerebral artery. Artery that rises from the eternal credit artery follows the anterior portion of the circle of Willis, where it is linked to the artery on the opposite side of the anterior communicating artery and passes on to supply the medial surfaces of the cerebrum. Anterior chamber, a space inside the eye between the cornea and the iris filled with aqueous humor. Anterior chambers, plural of anterior chamber. Anterior choroidal arteries, plural of anterior choroidal artery. Anterior choroidal artery, an artery of the brain that typically branches off from the internal carotid artery and supplies several structures of the brain. Anterior ciliary arteries, plural of anterior ciliary artery. Anterior ciliary, any of 7 arteries located in each of a human's eye socket. Anterior cingulate cortex, the frontal part of the cingulate cortex. Anterior cingulate cortexes, plural of anterior cingulate cortex. Anterior cingulate cortices, plural of anterior cingulate cortex. Anterior commissure, a bundle of nerve fibers connecting the 2 temporal lobes of the cerebral hemispheres across the midline and placed in front of the columns of the fornix. Anterior commissures, plural of anterior commissure. Anterior communicating arteries, plural of anterior communicating artery. Anterior communicating artery, one of the 3 arteries in the brain that form parts of the circle of Willis. It connects the anterior cerebral arteries. Anterior cruciate ligament, one of a pair of cruciate ligaments, the other being the posterior cruciate ligament in the human knee. Anterior deltoid, the largest of the muscles of each of the front shoulder. Anterior deltoids, plural of anterior deltoid. Anterior ethmoidal arteries, plural of anterior ethmoidal artery. Anterior ethmoidal artery, one of the arteries of the eye branching off the ophthalmic artery. Anterior and inferior cerebellar arteries, plural of anterior inferior cerebellar artery. Anterior inferior cerebellar artery, an artery that arises from the basilar artery either alone or by a common trunk with the labyrinthian artery, divides into branches distributed to the anterior parts of the inferior surface of the cerebellum and gives off a branch that anastomoses with the posterior inferior cerebellar artery. Anterior median fissure, a groove along the anterior midline of the spinal cord that incompletely divides it into symmetrical halves. Anterior median fissures, plural of anterior median fissure. Anterior pituitaries, plural of anterior pituitary. Anterior pituitary, adenoepiphysis. Anterior pituitary gland, adenoepiphysis. Anterior pituitary glands, plural of anterior pituitary gland. Anterior scalene muscle, a muscle arising from the transverse processes of the 3rd to 6th cervical vertebrae, inserting on the scalene tubercle of the first rib, and functioning to bend the neck forward and laterally and to rotate it to the side. Anterior spinal arteries, plural of anterior spinal artery. Anterior spinal artery, A single and paired artery that is formed by the anastomosis of a bridge of the vertebral artery on each side and that descends in the anterior median fissure of the spinal cord. Anterior superior alveolar arteries, plural of anterior superior alveolar artery. Anterior superior alveolar artery, one of several alveolar arteries which supplies blood to the upper incisors and canines. Anterior superior iliac spine, a projection at the anterior end of the iliac crest. Anterior triangle, a triangular region that is a landmark in the neck, has its apex at the sternum pointing downward and is bounded in front by the anterior midline of the neck, behind by the anterior margin of the sternocleidomastoid muscle, and above by the inferior margin of the lower jaw. Anterior triangles, plural of anterior triangle. Anteriorly, alternative form of anteriorly. Anteriorization, alternative form of anteriorization. Anteriorities, plural of anteriority. Anteriority, the state of being previous or preceding in time or in situation. Anteriorization, the process of anteriorizing. Anteriorizations, plural of anteriorization. Anteriorize, to inhibit posteriorization. Anteriorize, simple past and past participle of anteriorize. Anteriorizes, third person singular simple present indicative of anteriorize. Anteriorizing, present participle and gerund of anteriorize. Anteriorly, before in time. Anteromedial, misspelling of anteromedial. Anteriormost, nearest the front or head. Anteriorness, the state or quality of being anterior. Anteriorward, toward the anterior. Anteriosptal, alternative form of anterosptal. Anterior, obsolete form of anterior. Anteriorly, right spelling of anteriorly. Anterioventral, alternative form of anteroventral. Anterior, all the past generations, especially the ancestors of a specific person. And then the means by which ants communicate with each other, analogous to the TCP/IP algorithm that the internet uses to control the flow of data. Antero, anterior, front, forward. Antero-internal, in front and to the inner side. Anteroventrolateral, alternative form of anteroventrolateral. Anteroventrolaterally, alternative form of anteroventrolaterally. Anteropical, anterior and apical. Anteropically, in an anteropical manner. Anterobasal, anterior and basal. Anterobipedal, that walks on its forelegs. Anterobuccal, anterior and buccal. Anterobuccally, in an anterobuccal direction. Anterocaudal, anterior and caudal. Anterocaudally, in an anterocaudal manner or direction. Anterocentral, anterior and central. Anterocingulate, synonym of anterolophed. Anterocingulates, plural of antero. Cingulate. Anterocaules, the forward tilting of the head. Anterocana, a cusp at the front of the tooth that may be divided into anterolabial and anterolingual canules. Anterocons, plural of anterocone. Anteroconid, a cusp at the front of the tooth that may be divided into anterolabial and anterolingual canulids. Anteroconids, plural of anteroconid. Anterocubital, anterior and cubital. Anterodistal, situated at the front and away from the body. Anterodistally, in an anterodistal direction. Anterodorsal, in front at the head end and toward the back side nearest the spine. Anterodorsally, in an anterodorsal direction. Anterodorsolateral, anterior and dorsolateral, anterodorsal and lateral. Anterodorsolaterally, in an anterodorsolateral manner or direction. Anterodorsomedial, anterior and dorsomedial, anterodorsal and medial. Anterodorsomedially, in an anterodorsomedial manner or direction. Anteroexternal, anterior and external. Anteroflex, to flex in an anterior direction. Anteroflex, simple past and past participle of anteroflex. Anteroflexes, third person singular simple present indicative of anteroflex. Anteroflexed, a flexed between the anterolophed and the anterolingual cannula. Anteroflexeds, plural of anteroflexed. Anteroflexing, present participle and gerund of anteroflex. Anteroflexus, a flexus between the anteoloph and the anteolabial canal. Anterofauceted, an ephemeral lingual flexid in some primitive rodents. Anterofaucetids, plural of anterofauceted. Anterofrontal, anterior and frontal. Anterograde, effective immediately after a traumatic event such as an external shock. Anterograde amnesia, the ability to remember new information from a period beginning the amnesic episode. Anterograde amnesias, plural of anterograde amnesia. Anterogradely, with a forward motion. Inferior, located in front and below. Inferiorly, in an anterior-inferior manner or direction. Antero-infralateral, inferior and lateral. Antero-intermediate, located in the front and in the middle. Antero-internal, synonym of antero-internal. Anteolabial, behind the lips. Anteolabially, in an anteolabial direction. Anterolateral, in front of the body, away from the midline. Anterolateral ligament, a ligament located on the outside, front portion of the knee. Anterolateral ligaments, plural of anterolateral ligament. Anterolaterally, in an anterolateral manner or direction. Anterolingual, near the front of the tongue. Anterolingually, in an anterolingual manner. Anteroloph, a crest between the pericone and the anterolabial canal that may connect to a peristyle. Anterolophed, a crest between the metaconid and the anterolabial cannulid that may connect to a metastylid. Anterolophids, plural of anterolophed. Anterolophs, plural of anteroloph. Anterolophulid, an anterior lophulid. Anterolophulids, plural of anterolophulid. Anteromedial, located in the front and towards the middle line. Anteromedially, in an anteromedial position or direction. Anteromedian, in the front of the midline. Anteromesal, alternative form of anteromesial. Anteromesally, alternative form of anteromesially. Anteromesial, anterior and mesial. Anteromesially, in an anteromesial manner or direction. Anteromesoscutum, anterior mesoscutum. Anteromidal, synonym of anteromedial. Anterom, a room before or forming an entrance to another, a waiting room. Anterums, plural of anterum. Antera palatal, pertaining to the anterior front of the palate. Anteroparietal, anterior and parietal. Anteroposterior, anterior to posterior, front and back. Anteroposteriority, the state of being anteroposterior. Anteroposteriorly, along the anteroposterior axis. Anteroproximal, anterior and proximal. Anteroproximally, in an anteroproximal manner. Anterorolandic, anterior to the Rolandic fissure in the brain now called the central sulcus. Anteros, the counterlove or affectionate response a philerast gives to the love of an erasts. Anterosptal, anterior to the septum of the heart. Anterosptum, an area in front of the interventricular septum. Anteostapedial, anterior and stapedial. Anterosri, a vertical groove found between the metaconid and the metalophilid on the crowns of lower cheek teeth of certain rodents. Anterostries, plural of anterostria. Anterostyle, a style associated with the anterior. Anterostyles, plural of anterostyle. Anterosomedian, located in the front and next to the midline. Anterosuperior, from anterior to superior. Anterosuperiorly, in an anterosuperior manner. Anterosuperolateral, anterosuperior and lateral. Anterotemporal, at the base of the temples. Anteroventral, relating to the underside of the front of the head. Anteroventrally, in an anteroventral direction. Anteroventral, plural of anteroventral. Anteroventrolateral, anterior and ventrolateral. Anteroventrolaterally, in an anteroventrolateral manner or direction. Anteroversion, synonym of anteversion. Anteroverted, bent forward. Antes, a medieval European tribal union who lived north of the lower Danube and the Black Sea on the territory of modern Moldova and Ukraine in the 6th and 7th century AD. Antes, in third-person singular simple present indicative of ante-in. Anti-sup, third-person singular simple present indicative of ante-up. Anti-sup, third-person singular simple present indicative of ante-up. Antiscript, a note appended to a document, a preface or foreword. Antiscripts, plural of antiscript. Antiscule, anterior to a scutum of an insect. Antisepalous, used of inner parts of flowers, most often stamens, that are in equal number to and align with the sepals. Antisiv, indicating the spatial relation of preceding or being before something. Antisiv case, the grammatical case that indicates the spatial relation of preceding or being before something. Antisiv cases, plural of antisiv case. Antestermal, anterior to the sternum. Antistomach, a cavity that leads into the stomach as in birds. Antistomachs, plural of antistomach. Antisutural, anterior to a suture, presutural. Antitemple, the portico or narthex in an ancient temple or church. Antitemples, plural of antitemple. Antitorsion, a twisting angle between the neck and condyle of a bone such as the femur that ceases before it reaches normal. Antitype, an archetype or prototype, something serving as a model for what comes later. Antitypes, plural of antitype. Antivaginal, anterior to the vagina. Antivasan, someone who lives on the border of two worlds, materialistic and transcendental. Antivasans, plural of antivasan. Adivine, coming before, preceding. Antiverbal, prior to being verbal, using words. Antiversion, the state or condition of being antiverted. Antiversions, plural of antiversion. Antiver, to prevent, to avert. Antiverted, turned or tipped forward. Antiverting, present participle and gerund of antivert. Antiverts, third person singular simple present indicative of antivert. Antivocalic, synonym of provocalic. Antivocalically, immediately before a vowel or vowel sound. Antivolate, to fly before or in front of. Antivolated, simple past and past participle of antivolate. Antivolates, third person singular simple present indicative of antivolate. Antivolating, present participle and gerund of antivolate. Antivorta, an ancient Roman goddess of the future. Abbreviation of anthropology. Anthracycline, misspelling of anthracycline. Anthracyclines, plural of anthracycline. Anthindrin, a polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbon containing 6 fused benzene rings. Anthracycline, any arylene derived from anthracycline. Anthracyclines, plural of anthracycline. Antharcycline, misspelling of anthracycline. Anthaspidolid, any of the extinct sponges in the family Anthaspidolidae. Anthaspidolids, plural of anthaspidolid. A moon of Saturn. A female given name from ancient Greek. Amphitrite, any of the copas in the family Amphitritidae. Antichirids, plural of antichirid. Adlenin, of or relating to and in Greek mythology. Endive, antil. Endives, plural of anthep. Anthropological, relating to anthropology. Anthropologist, one who studies anthropology. Anthropologists, plural of anthropologists. Anthropology, the study of the relationships between flowers and pollinators. Antha, one of the Chairites worshipped in Athens. Andella, a cymoscorim with the lateral flowers higher than the central ones. Ethyle, plural of anthella. Anthelia, plural of anthelion. Anthelyses, plural of anthelex. Anthelid, any of the moths in the family Anthelidae. Anthelids, plural of anthelid. Anthelion, a faint white halo rarely seen in the sky opposite the sun on the parhelic circle. Anthelions, plural of anthelion. Ethelix, alternative spelling of antihelix. Anthelixes, plural of anthelix. Ethelmint, alternative form of anthelmintic. Ethelminthic, alternative form of anthelmintic. Anthelminthix, plural of anthelminthic. Anthelmintic, destructive to parasitic worms. Anthelmintically, in an anthelmintic manner. Anthelmintix, plural of anthelmintic. Athelment, plural of anthelment. Andalone, synonym of Eurogastrone. Antavon. Anthemed, simple past and past participle of anthem. Anthemia, plural of anthemion. Anthemic, suggestive of an anthem, rousing. Anthemically, in an anthemic way. Anthemics, plural of anthemic. Antheming, present participle. And gerund of anthem. Anthemion, an ornamental design consisting of palmettes or lotus flowers. Anthemions, plural of anthemion. Anthemiphyli, any stony coral of the family Anthemiphyli. Anthemiphylids, plural of anthemiphylidae. Anthemis, chamomile, in genus Anthemis. Anthemizes, plural of anthemis. Anthemless, without an anthem. Anthemli, resembling an anthem. Anthemoid, that has basal columella. Anthemol, a monoterpene alcohol, 4-propan 2-L-cyclohexa 1,3-dene-1-L-methanol, found in the oil of chamomile as esters of tiglyc and angelic acids. Anthems, plural of anthem. Anthem-wise, alternately. Anther, the pollen-bearing part of the stamen of a flower. Antheral, relating to an anther. Anthraxanthin, a yellow carotenoid pigment found in some protozoa. Anther, having a specified type of anthers. Anthracaceous, belonging to the family Anthraceae, now often trade at in family Asparagaceae. Anthericum, any member of the genus Anthericum of rhizomatous perennial plants in the family Asparagaceae. Anthericums, plural of anthericum. Antheridia, plural of antheridium. Antheridial, of, pertaining to, or produced in, the antheridium. Antheridic, synonym of antheridial. Antheridigen, a chemical any one of a class of chemicals secreted by fern gametophytes which promote the production of male gametanglia. Antheridigens, plural of antheridiogen. Antheridiophore, a gametophyte that bears antheridia typically in a moss or liverwort. Antheridiophores, plural of antheridiophore. Antheridium, an organ producing male gametes called antherozoids, found in some algae, ferns, and bryophytes. Antheriferous, producing anthers as plants. Antheriform, shaped like an anther. Antherine, a light fabric made from wool and silk. Antherians, plural of antherine. Antholus, without anthers. Antherode, the anther of a stamina. Antherodes, plural of antherode. Antheroid, resembling an anther. Antherzoa, plural of antherazoon. Antherozoi, one of the mobile male reproductive bodies in the antheridia of cryptogams. Antherozoids, plural of antherozoi. Antherozoid, alternative form of antherozoid. Antherozoids, plural of antherozoid. Antherazoon, synonym of antherozoid. Anders, plural of anther. Ems, a surname from German. Antheses, plural of ans. Anthesis, the event of a flower opening. Anthestheria, a Dionysian flower festival in ancient Athens. Anthetic, relating to anthesis. Ade, any fish of the subfamily Adenia, the family Setidae of basids and groupers. Anthias, plural of Anthia. Anthacid, any of the beetles in the family Anthacidae. Anthacids, plural of Anthacid. Anthill, a cone-shaped structure built from sediment and other available materials by ants or white ants termites, and beneath which the colony nests. Anthills, plural of anthill. Anthemere, the use of a word from one word, class, or part of speech as if it were from another. In English, typically the use of a noun as if it were a verb. Anthemerias, plural of anthemeria. Anthalamine, an anthelmintic drug. Anthypasia, a traditional cavalry display in ancient Athens, in particular, a series of contests occurring later in the democratic period as a contest between tribal cavalry units at Athenian festivals such as the Olympia and Panathenaea. Antho forms words relating to flowers. Anthocarp, any of various forms of fruits in which part of the perianth tissue remains attached to the fruit as part of the mechanism of dispersal. Anthocarpus, having some portion of the floral envelopes attached to the pericarp to form the fruit. Anthocarps, plural of anthocarp. Anthocali, plural of anthocaulus. Anthocaulus, a polyp that develops asexually on the skeletons of some coral species. Anthos rotaceus, of or relating to the Anthos rotaceae. Anthos rhodalian, of or relating to the Anthos rotales. Anthos rhodophyte, any hornwort of the division Anthos rhodophyta. Anthos rhodophytes, plural of Anthos rhodophyte. Anthochlor, any of a group of yellow plant pigments that have a chalcone or aura in structure. Anthochlorine, the yellow coloring of flowers, xanthine. Anthochlors, plural of anthochlor. Anthocodia, plural of anthocodium. Anthocodial, relating to the anthocodia. Anthocodium, the upper part of the polyp in some corals. Anthochord, any member of the insect family Anthochordae, the minute pirate bugs, or flower bugs. Anthochords, plural of anthochord. Anthochorm, any of several pluriaxial reproductive zones postulated to have been the ancient ancestors of flowers. Anthochorms, plural of anthochorm. Anthocyane, anthocyanin. Anthocyansins, the formation of red pigments such as anthocyanin as a symptom of disease. Anthocyanic, relating to or composed of anthocyanins. Anthocyanidin, and a glycone of an anthocyan. Anthocyanidins, plural of anthocyanidin. Anthocyanin, any of many water-soluble red to violet plant pigments related to the flavonoids more noticeable in autumn after the chlorophyll decomposes. Anthocyanin, alternative form of anthocyanin. Anthocyanins, plural of anthocyanine. Anthocyanemus, without anthocyanin. Anthocyanins, plural of anthocyanin. Anthocyanisi, any of a class of molecules consisting of an anthocyanidin backbone with specific sugars attached. Anthocyanicides, plural of anthocyanisi. Anthocyanosis, a purple discoloration of flowers due to a virus. Anthocyanatic, relating to or affected by anthocyanosis. Anthocyans, plural of anthocyan. Anthodia, plural of anthodium. Anthodi, a speleothem cave formation composed of long needle-like crystals situated in clusters which radiate outward from a common base. Anthodites, plural of anthodite. Anthodium, the inflorescence of a compound flower in which many florets are gathered into an involucrate head. Anthosia, plural of anthosium. Anthosium, a fertile lemma or palea of a grass. Anthocology, the ecology of flowers. Anthogenesis, the production of both males and females by parthenogenesis. Anthographies, plural of anthography. Anthography, the branch of botany that deals with the description of flowers. Anthoid, resembling a flower. Anthoids, plural of anthoi. Anthonite, a white mineral that is a hydrated aluminium tungstate. Anthocyan, anthocyanin. Antholatry, worship of flowers. Antole, a hole in which ants live. Antoles, plural of antole. Antolucin, a substance isolated from flowers and thought to act as a white pigment. Antholite, a fossil plant resembling a petrified flower. Antholites, plural of antholite. Anthologer, an anthologist. Anthologers, plural of anthologer. Anthological, of or pertaining to anthology, consisting of extracts from different authors. Anthologically, in the manner of an anthology. Anthologies, plural of anthology. Anthologize, non-Oxford British English Standard spelling of anthologize. Anthologized, simple past and past participle of anthologize. Anthologizer, alternative spelling of anthologizer. Anthologizers, plural of anthologizer. Anthologizes, third person singular simple present indicative of anthologize. Anthologizing, present participle and gerund of anthologize. Anthologist, a person who anthologizes. Anthologists, plural of anthologists. Anthologizable, suitable for inclusion in an anthology. Anthologization, compilation as part of an anthology. Anthologizations, plural of anthologization. Anthologized, to gather a collection of written works for publication. Anthologized, simple past and past participle of anthologize. Anthologizer, agent noun of anthologize, one who creates an anthology. Anthologizers, plural of anthologizer. Anthologizes, third person singular simple present indicative of anthologize. Anthologizing, present participle and gerund of anthologize. Anthology, a collection of literary works, such as poems or short stories, especially a collection from various authors. Antholysis, the retrograde metamorphosis of a flower. Anthomania, an extravagant passion for flowers. Anthomaniac, someone who has anthomania. Anthomaniacs, plural of anthomaniac. Anthomjuicin, anhydrozoan of the former order Anthomjuicinae, now Anthothecata. Anthomjuicins, plural of Anthomjuicin. Athame, any member of the fly family Athamiidae. Athames, plural of Anthame. Anthomizid, any fly in the family Anthomyzidae. Anthomizids, plural of Anthomizid. Amnon, a male given name from German. Antony, a male given name from Latin in regular use since the Middle Ages. And then yet, a monoclinic mineral containing chlorine, copper, hydrogen, and oxygen. Anthood, the state or essence of being an ant. Anthophagous, that feeds on flowers. Anthophyte, feeding on flowers. Anthophile, an organism that visits flowers. Anthophiles, plural of anthophile. Anthophilia, the love of flowers. Anthophilic, thriving in the presence of flowers. Anthophilous, living or growing on flowers. Anthophily, the condition of being anthophilous. Anthophobia, fear of flowers. Anthophore, the stipe when developed into an internode between calyx and corolla, as in the pink family. Anthophores, plural of anthophore. Anthophord, any be the family Anthophoi, now considered part of the family Aphidae. Anthophorids, plural of anthophord. Anthophornid, any be of the tribe Anthophori. Anthophornids, plural of anthophornid. Anthophorus, having or relating to an anthophore. Anthophilite, a dark brown amphibial mineral, a mixed silicate of iron and magnesium. Anthophilites, plural of anthophilite. Anthophyte, any flowering plant, or extinct close relative of the flowering plants. Anthophytes, plural of anthophyte. Anthroponotic, misspelling of anthroponotic. Anthoptosis, the falling of flowers. Anthora, Aconinem anthora, a European species of monkshade with yellow flowers. Anthorism, a description or definition contrary to that which is given by the opposing party. Anthosphere, a philosphere of flowers. Anthospheres, plural of anthosphere. Anthostel, the rigid lower part of a polyp. Anthostels, plural of anthostel. Anthotaxis, plural of anthotaxy. Anthotaxis, synonym of anthotaxy. Anthotaxy, the arrangement of flowers such as a cluster inflorescence, or solitary flower, the relative position of flowers on a plant. Anthothecol, the anti-cancer drug 17-furin, 3-6-hydroxy, 4,4,8-trimethyl 3,7-dioxo 14,15-epoxyetostate 1,5-dene 11-il acetate. Anthotype, an image created using photosensitive material taken from plants. Anthotypes, plural of anthotype. Anthotyros, a Greek cheese made from goat or ewe milk. Anthoxanthin, any of a group of water-soluble flavonoid pigments found in plants. Anthoxanthine, alternative form of anthoxanthin. Anthoxanthines, plural of anthoxanthine. Anthoxanthins, plural of anthoxanthin. Anthozoa, plural of anthozoan. Anthozoan, a marine invertebrate of the class Anthozoa, such as a sea anemone or coral. Anthozoans, plural of anthozoan. Anthozoic, of or pertaining to the anthozoans any member of Anthozoa, the corals, sea pens, and sea anemones. Anthozoon, a member of the class Anthozoa, comprising marine invertebrates including corals and sea anemones. Anthozymes, a supposed enzyme found in the petals of flowers. Amla, derivatives of anthracene. Anthrach, alternative form of anthraco before a vowel. Anthracemia, alternative form of anthracemia. Anthracene, a tricyclic aromatic hydrocarbon and acene containing 3 fused rings obtained from coal tar, used in the manufacture of wood preservatives, insecticides, and the dye alizarin. It is isomeric with phenanthrene. Anthracene carboxylate, any of the 3 isomeric carboxylate anions derived from an anthracene carboxylic acid and salt or ester containing this group. Anthracene carboxylates, plural of anthracene carboxylate. Anthracenediene, synonym of anthraquinone. Anthracenediens, plural of anthracenediene. Anthracenes, plural of anthracene. Anthracenol, a radical derived from anthracene. Anthracenols, plural of anthracenol. Anthracellin, a bacterial anthrax siderophore. Anthracic, of or relating to anthrax. Anthraciferous, yielding anthracite. Anthracene, alternative form of anthracene. Anthracite, a form of carbonized ancient plants, the hardest and cleanest burning of all the coals. Anthracites, plural of anthracite. Anthracitic, pertaining to or composed of anthracite. Anthracitism, the formation of anthracite. Anthracitization, conversion into anthracite. Anthracidus, synonym of anthracitic. Anthracnose, any of several fungal diseases that affect many plants and trees. Anthracnosis, plural of anthracnose. Anthracnosis, an inflammatory infection of the ear and auditory canal, especially in cats and dogs. Anthraco, alternative form of anthra for derivatives of anthracene. Anthracarbonid, any of the extinct mammals in the family Anthracarbonidae. Anthracarbonids, plural of anthracarbonid. Anthracosratid, any of the extinct animals in the family Anthracosatidae. Anthracosratids, plural of anthracosratid. Anthracofibrosis, anthracotic fibrosis. Anthracoi, resembling anthrax. Anthracological, relating to anthracology. Anthrachologist, one who studies anthracology. Anthrachologist, plural of anthracologists. Anthracology, the science of the analysis and identification of charcoal based on wood anatomy which remains perfectly preserved after carbonization. Anthracomancy, divination by studying burning coals. Anthracomartid, any of the extinct arachnids in the family Anthracomatidae. Anthracomartids, plural of anthracomartid. Anthracometer, an instrument for measuring the amount of carbonic acid in a mixture, usually in air. Anthracometers, plural of anthracometer. Anthraconize, a coal-black marble, usually emitting a fetid smell when rubbed. Anthraconites, plural of anthraconite. Anthraconitic, relating to anthraconite. Anthracoptylid, any member of the extinct insect family Anthracoptylidae. Anthracoptylids, plural of anthracoptylid. Anthracosaur, a member of the extinct genus Anthracosaurus of embalmers. Anthracosaurian, synonym of anthracosaur. Anthracosaurid, any member of the extinct family Anthracosauridae. Anthracosaurids, plural of anthracosaurid. Anthracosaurs, plural of anthracosaur. Anthracosilicosis, advanced pneumoconiosis resulting from inhalation of coal dust. Anthracosilicotic, relating to anthracosilicosis. Anthracosis, a relatively mild pneumoconiosis caused by inhalation of coal. Anthracother, any of several identical ungulates of the extinct family Anthracoideae related to the hippopotamus. Anthracothers, plural of Anthracother. Anthracoid, any mammal of the extinct family Anthracoideae. Anthracoides, plural of Anthracotherid. Anthracotid, relating to anthracosis. Anthracoxine, a mixture of anthracoxinite and schlinite. Anthracoxinite, the part of anthracoxine that is insoluble in ether. Anthracycline, alternative form of anthracycline. Anthracycline, any of a class of antibiotic chemotherapeutic agents used to treat cancer. Anthracyclines, plural of anthracycline. Anthracyclinic, relating to or characteristic of anthracyclines. Anthracyclines, plural of anthracycline. Anthracylline, alternative form of anthracycline. Anthracylines, plural of anthracylline. Anthrafurin, any of a group of heterocycles composed of a furin ring fused to an anthracene. Anthrafurins, plural of anthrafurin. Anthragalol, 1,2,3-trihydroxyanthraquinone. Anthraglycoside, any of a group of glycosides of anthraquinones. Anthraglycosides, plural of anthraglycoside. Anthralgia, misspelling of arthralgia. Androlin, dithronol. Androlins, plural of anthrolin. Anthromycin, any of a class of broad-spectrum antibiotics having a benzodiazepine structure isolated from Streptomyces bacteria that have antitumor activity. Anthromycins, plural of anthromycin. Anthranilami, the amide of anthranilic acid. Andranilate, any salt or ester of anthranilic acid. Anthranolates, plural of anthranilate. Antranilic, of or pertaining to antranilic acid or its derivatives. Antranilic acid, the aromatic amino acid 2-aminobenzoic acid that has biological activity and is used in organic synthesis. Antranilol, the acyl radical of antranilic acid. Anthranilals, plural of antranilol. Anthranoid, any of several anthrones, anthraquinones, and dianthrones of natural origin that are laxatives. Anthranoids, plural of anthranoid. Andronol, any of a class of anthraquinone derivatives commonly found in aloes. Andronols, plural of anthranol. Andronon, alternative form of anthrone. Andronol, a univalent radical formerly derived from antranilic acid by removal of the hydroxyl group. Anthranoylicoctinine, a diterpene alkaloid found in the Delphinium genus. Anthranilate, misspelling of anthranilate. Anthroperfurin, 1,2,7-trihydroxyanthraquinone. A purple dye used in histology for the detection of calcium. Anthropyrazole, any of a class of compounds that have a pyrazole ring formed adjacent to two of the rings of an anthracene. Many of them are cytotoxic or have anti-cancer activity. Anthropyrazoles, plural of anthropyrazole. Anthropyrazolone, synonym of pyrazolone throne. Anthropyrazolones, plural of anthropyrazolone. Anthracite, modified by man-made moisture management such as irrigation or terracing. Anthraquinone, a tricyclic quinone derived from anthracene. Anthraquinones, plural of anthraquinone. Anthraquinonic, relating to or derived from an anthraquinone. Anthraquinoid, any compound that is structurally related to an anthraquinone, typically having a C equals N group replacing one of the C equals O groups. Anthraquinoids, plural of anthraquinoid. Anthrorufin, 1,5-dihydroxyanthraquinone. Anthractome, an anthraquinone dimer present in the leaves of teak Tectona grandis. Anthrax, an acute infectious disease of herbivores, especially sheep and cattle, caused by Bacillus anthracis. Anthracanthin, alternative form of anthraxanthin. Anthraxes, plural of anthrax. Anthraxiferous, alternative form of anthraciferous. Anthraxili, resembling or characteristic of anthrax. Anthraxolite, a carbonaceous substance resembling anthracite. Anthraxolites, plural of anthraxolite. Anthrept, a kind of insectisol modified by human habitation and farming. Anthreps, plural of anthrept. Anthrubid, adiafatally weevils. Anthrubids, plural of anthrubid. Anthrich, showing the influence of human cultivation. Ammo, anthropology. Ammo, alternative form of anthropo. Anthrobot, a machine designed to resemble a human being, an android. Anthrobotics, robotics related to human-like robots. Anthrobots, plural of anthrobot. Anthrohistory, a branch or method of history which incorporates anthropology. Anthrolysin, a toxic cytolysin present in the bacterium Bacillus anthracis. Anthrolysin, plural of anthrolysin. Ambro, an anthropogenic biome. Andromes, plural of anthrum. Anthropomorphic, alternative form of anthropomorphic. Amyro, a tricyclic aromatic ketone, used in a popular cellulose assay and in the colorimetric determination of carbohydrates, any derivative of this compound. Andrones, plural of anthrone. Andra, abbreviation of anthropology. Andra, alternative form of anthropo, used before vowels. Androp, abbreviation of anthropology. Anthroparchies, plural of anthroparchy. Anthroparchy, a social system of attitudes, practices, and institutions through which the natural world is dominated to the benefit of humans. Anthroparian, a human or a creature having human characteristics or traits. Anthroparians, plural of anthroparian. Anthropause, a global reduction in modern human activity resulting from the COVID-19 pandemic. Anthropauses, plural of anthropause. Anthroperturbation, any perturbation due to human activity. Anthropia, syncopic form of anthropopia. Anthrophilia, the property of thriving in the presence of humans. Anthrophilic, thriving in the presence of humans. Anthrophobe, a person who actively avoids or fears human beings. Anthrophobes, plural of anthrophobe. Anthrophobia, alternative spelling of anthropophobia. Anthrophonic, relating to anthrophony. Anthrophony, any sound produced by human beings or their creations. Anthrope, of or pertaining to mankind or humans, or the period of humanity's existence. Anthropic coincidence, a coincidence in the known physical constants, without which life as we know it would not be possible. Anthropic coincidences, plural of anthropic coincidence. Anthropic principle. Any of several similar explanations for the nature of the universe and for the values of its fundamental constants that states either that the universe is as it is because otherwise we wouldn't be here to observe it, or that the very presence of intelligent life constrains the universe to be as it is. Anthropic principles. Plural of anthropic principle. Anthropical. Alternative form of anthropic. Anthropically, in an anthropic manner. Anthropics, reasoning using the anthropic principle or related considerations about the presence of an observer constraining the nature of the reality that can be observed. Anthropization, alternative spelling of anthropization. Anthropize, non-Oxford British English standard spelling of anthropize. Anthropize, simple past and past participle of anthropize. Anthropizing, present participle and gerund of anthropize. Anthropism, the belief that human beings have a spiritual nature beyond the physical body characterized by indwelling divinity. Anthropization, the transformation or adaptation of the environment to meet the needs of humans or by human activity. Anthropize, to transform or adapt the environment either to meet the needs of humans or by human activity. Anthropized, simple past and past participle of anthropize. Anthropizes, third person singular simple present indicative of anthropize. Anthropizing, present participle and gerund of anthropize. Anthropo, forming words related to men or people. Anthropobiological, bioanthropological. Anthropobiologists, bioanthropologists. Anthropobiologists, plural of anthropobiologists. Anthropobiology, bioanthropology. Anthropobiome, an anthropogenic biome human-generated vegetation type. Anthropobiomes, plural of anthropobiome. Anthropocene, a proposed but rejected geological epoch in which the effect of human activities on the global environment has disrupted the natural variability of the Holocene, ending the Holocene. It was rejected as formal scientific nomenclature in 2024 owing to not meeting a bar for how a geological epoch is formally defined. Anthropocenic, relating to the Anthropocene. Anthropocentric, placing humans at the center of something, giving preference to humans above all other considerations. Anthropocentrically, in an anthropocentric manner. Anthropocentrism, alternative form of anthropocentrism. Anthropocentricisms, plural of anthropocentricism. Anthropocentricity, the quality of being anthropocentric. Anthropocentrism, a viewpoint or theory that places human beings at the center of everything, giving preference to human beings above all other considerations. Anthropocentrisms, plural of anthropocentrism. Anthropocentrist, a person who accepts the ideas of anthropocentrism. Anthropocentrists, plural of anthropocentrist. Anthropochore, a species that depends on anthropochory as a routine means of reproductive dispersal. Anthropochores, plural of anthropochore. Anthropochoric, alternative form of anthropochorus. Anthropochorus, that have populations transported as aliens to geographical areas by the direct or indirect, typically inadvertent action of humans. Anthropochory, the typically inadvertent dispersal of seeds, spores, or other reproductive botanical material, or of reproductively capable animals by humans as a routine means of reproductive dispersal of that species. Anthropocide, the death or murder of all humankind. Anthropoclimatology, the scientific study of the relationship between human beings and the climate. Anthropocosmic, relating to humankind and the cosmos. Anthropod, misspelling of arthropod. Anthropodermic, of a book bound in human skin. Anthropodices, plural of anthropodici. Anthropodici, an attempt or an argument attempting to justify that human beings are fundamentally good despite the commission of evil acts by some people. Anthropods, plural of anthropod. Anthropoia, syncopic form of anthropopia. Anthropogenealogical, anthropocenic and genealogical. Anthropogenesis, the origin of man. Anthropogenetic, relating to anthropogenetics. Anthropogenetically, in an anthropogenetic manner. Anthropogenetics, the study of the origins and development of human beings and of human genetics. Anthropogenic, pertaining to the origin of man, or anthropogeny, anthropogonic. Anthropogenically, in an anthropogenic way. Anthropogenicity, the quality of being anthropogenic. Anthropogenes, plural of anthropogeny. Anthropogenize, alternative form of anthropogenize. Anthropogenize, simple past and past participle of anthropogenize. Anthropogenizes, third person singular simple present indicative of anthropogenize. Anthropogenizing, present participle and gerund of anthropogenize. Anthropogenization, the process or the result of anthropogenizing. Anthropogenize, to become anthropogenic. Anthropogenized, simple past and past participle of anthropogenize. Anthropogenes, of or pertaining to anthropogeny. Anthropogeny, the study of human origins, human generation, or the origin and development of man. Anthropogeographer, one who studies anthropogeography. Anthropogeographers, plural of anthropogeographer. Anthropogeographic, relating to anthropogeography. Anthropogeographical, of or relating to anthropogeography. Anthropogeographically, in terms of anthropogeography. Anthropogeography, the study of the geographical distribution of humankind and the relationship between human beings and their environment. Anthropod lot, an animal such as a parrot with tongue similar to humans, allowing human-like speech. Anthropod lots, plural of anthropod lot. Anthropogonic, relating to anthropogony. Anthropogony, synonym of anthropogenesis. Anthropographer, one who studies anthropography. Anthropographers, plural of anthropographer. Anthropographer, relating to anthropography. Anthropographic, relating to anthropography. Anthropography, the branch of anthropology that deals with the geographical distribution of the human race in its different divisions as distinguished by physical character, language, institutions, and customs, in contradistinction to ethnography, which deals historically with the origin and filiation of races and nations. Anthropoi, having characteristics of a human, usually in terms of shape or appearance. Anthropodal, anthropoi. Anthropoids, plural of anthropoid. Anthropol, abbreviation of anthropology. Anthropolator, a worshipper of a human or humans. Anthropolators, plural of anthropolator. Anthropolatris, worshipping a person or people. Anthropolatry, the worship of a human or humans. Anthropolinguist, one who studies anthropolinguistics. Anthropolinguistic, relating to anthropolinguistics. Anthropolinguistics, Anthropological linguistics. Anthropolinguists, plural of anthropolinguists. Anthropolite, a petrified human body or of any portion of it. Anthropolites, plural of anthropolite. Anthropolis, alternative form of anthropolite. Anthropolis, plural of anthropolith. Anthropologian, a theologian of anthropology. Anthropologians, plural of anthropologian. Anthropologic, anthropological, pertaining to anthropology, belonging to the nature of man. Anthropological, relating to anthropology. Anthropologically, in a manner which pertains to anthropology. Anthropologies, plural of anthropology. Anthropologists, an expert in anthropology. Anthropologists, plural of anthropologists. Anthropology, the scientific study of humans systematically describing the ethnographic, linguistic, archaeological, and evolutionary dimensions of humanity using a holistic methodological framework. Anthropomancy, divination by the interpretation of human sacrificial entrails. Anthropomantic, relating to anthropomancy. Anthropometer, a device used in anthropometry to measure parts of the body. Anthropometers, plural of anthropometer. Anthropometric, of or relating to anthropometry. Anthropometrical, pertaining to anthropometry. Anthropometrically, by means of or in terms of anthropometry. Anthropometrics, synonym of anthropometry. Anthropometries, plural of anthropometry. Anthropometrism, the philosophical doctrine founded on the principle of Protagoras that humanity is the measure of all things. Anthropometrist, a practitioner of anthropometry. Anthropometrists, plural of anthropometrists. Anthropometry, the science of measuring the human body to ascertain the ranges and averages of dimensions of the human form for various purposes including physical anthropology, epidemiology, the ergonomics of industrial design, and so on. Anthropomimetic, mimicking human physical movements at a structural level. Anthropomorph, a figure in ancient art resembling a human being. Anthropomorphic, having the form of a human. Anthropomorphical, alternative form of anthropomorphic. Anthropomorphically, in an anthropomorphic manner. Anthropomorphics, anthropomorphism. Anthropomorphization, alternative spelling of anthropomorphization. Anthropomorphizations, plural of anthropomorphization. Anthropomorphize, non-Oxford British English Standard spelling of anthropomorphize. Anthropomorphize, simple past and past participle of anthropomorphize. Anthropomorphizes, third person singular simple present indicative of anthropomorphize. Anthropomorphizing, present participle and gerund of anthropomorphize. Anthropomorphism, the attribution of human characteristics and behavior to something not human. Anthropomorphisms, plural of anthropomorphism. Anthropomorphis, one who anthropomorphizes. Anthropomorphistic, synonym of anthropomorphic. Anthropomorphists, plural of anthropomorphis. Anthropomorphite, one who ascribes a human form or human attributes to a deity. Anthropomorphites, plural of anthropomorphite. Anthropomorphitic, archaic spelling of anthropomorphic. Anthropomorphitical, alternative form of anthropomorphitic. Anthropomorphitism, alternative form of anthropomorphism. Anthropomorphisms, plural of anthropomorphism. Anthropomorphizable, capable of being anthropomorphized. Anthropomorphization, endowing with human qualities. Anthropomorphizations, plural of anthropomorphization. Anthropomorphize, to endow with human qualities. Anthropomorphize, simple past and past participle of anthropomorphize. Anthropomorphizes, third person singular simple present indicative of anthropomorphized. Anthropomorphizing, present participle and gerund of anthropomorphize. Anthropomorphological, relating to anthropomorphology, human morphology. Anthropomorphologically, with regard to anthropomorphology, human morphology. Anthropomorphology, human morphology. Anthropomorphoses, plural of anthropomorphosis. Anthropomorphosis, transformation into a human form. Anthropomorphous, synonym of anthropomorphic. Anthropomorphously, in an anthropomorphous manner, in a manner resembling that of a human. Anthropomorphs, plural of anthropomorph. Anthropomorphy, the quality of being anthropomorphic. Anthroponymastics, anthroponymy. Anthroponomic, relating to anthroponomy. Anthroponomical, relating to anthroponomy. Anthroponomics, anthroponony. Anthroponymus, one who studies anthroponomy. Anthroponymus, plural of anthroponymus. Anthroponomy, the science of the laws of the development of the human organism in relation to other organisms and the environment. Anthropognosis, plural of anthropognosis. Anthropognosis, any disease that is spread from humans to animals. Anthroponautic, relating to anthropognosis. Anthropонautically, in an anthroponic manner. Anthroponym, the name of a person, especially a surname. Anthroponymus, of or relating to an anthroponym. Anthroponyms, plural of anthroponym. Anthroponymy, the study of personal names. Anthropopathetic, exhibiting human emotions. Anthropopathetically, exhibiting human emotions. Anthropopathy, alternative form of anthropopathy. Anthropopathic, of or relating to anthropopathy. Anthropopathical, synonym of anthropopathic. Anthropopathically, in an anthropopathic manner. Anthropopathies, plural of anthropopathy. Anthropopathism, anthropopathy. Anthropopathisms, plural of anthropopathism. Anthropopathy, one who ascribes human feelings to a deity. Anthropopathites, plural of anthropopathite. Anthropopathy, the attribution of human emotions to a god. Anthropopia, scientific inquiry aimed at the deduction of the laws that regulate the interactions of the anatomical, biological, and psychological elements of human physiology. Anthropophagi, plural of anthropophagus. Anthropophagic, cannibalistic, man-eating. Anthropophagical, alternative form of anthropophagic. Anthropophagies, plural of anthropophagy. Anthropophaginian, one who eats human flesh. Anthropophaginians, plural of anthropophaginian. Anthropophagism, synonym of anthropophagy. Anthropophagus, a cannibal. Anthropophagiste, cannibalistic. Anthropophagous, plural of anthropophagus. Anthropophagi, a cannibal. Anthropophagites, plural of anthropophagites. Anthropophagize, to commit anthropophagy or cannibalism. Anthropophagized, simple past and past participle of anthropophagize. Anthropophagizes, third person singular simple present indicative of anthropophagize. Anthropophagizing, present participle and gerund of anthropophagize. Anthropophagalagnia, the paraphilia of cannibalism preceded by rape. Anthropophagus, who practices anthropophagy, cannibalistic. Anthropophagously, in an anthropophagous manner. Anthropophagus, a man-eater, a cannibal. Anthropophagy, the eating of human flesh, cannibalism. Anthropophilia, the condition of being anthropophilic. Anthropophilic, preferring human beings to other animals. It especially alludes to blood-sucking arthropods such as mosquitoes, denoting the preference of a parasite for the human host as a source of blood or tissues over an animal host, and Roman II dermatophytic fungi which grow preferentially on humans. Anthropophilus, synonym of anthropophilic. Anthropophily, alternative form of anthropophilia. Anthropophobe, one who dislikes human beings. Anthropophobes, plural of anthropophobe. Anthropophobia, a profound fear of human beings or of human society. Anthropophobic, disliking human beings. Anthropophobics, plural of anthropophobic. Anthropophonic, of or relating to anthropophonics. Anthropophonics, the study of the full range of human vocalizations. Anthropophony, any sound produced by the human voice. Anthropophuism, human nature. Anthropophuistic, of or relating to anthropophuism. Anthropophilic, misspelling of anthropophilic. Anthropophyte, a plant introduced into a new habitat by humans. Anthropophytes, plural of anthropophyte. Anthropopoeia, alternative spelling of anthropopia. Anthropopoiesis, the self-building process of social man and of a whole culture, particularly referred to what concerns modifications of socialized body. Anthropopression, alternative form of anthropopressure. Anthropopressure, pressure due to the presence of people or habitation. Anthropopsychic, of or relating to anthropopsychism. Anthropopsychism, the act of ascribing human-like qualities to a non-human entity. Anthropomorphism. Anthropopsychisms, plural of anthropopsychism. Anthropopoeia, obsolete form of anthropopia. Anthroporadiometry, the measurement of the radiation emitted by all or part of the human body in order to identify the radionuclides present and to evaluate their activity. Anthroponography, the presentation of animals, especially those raised to be killed for food, in quasi-pornographic poses. Anthropos, the primordial man/humanity. Anthroposcopic, relating to anthroposcopy. Anthroposcopy, a form of anthropology based upon visual observation of the physical characteristics of the human body. Anthroposemiosis, semiosis in and between human beings. Anthroposemiotic, of or pertaining to anthroposemiotics. Anthroposemiotics, the study of human communication. Anthroposociological, of or relating to social anthropology. Anthroposociologist, one who studies anthroposociology. Anthroposociologist, Anthroposociologists, plural of anthroposociologists. Anthroposociology, the anthropological and sociological study of race as a means of establishing the superiority of certain peoples. Anthroposol, a soil that has been influenced by human cultivation. Anthroposols, plural of anthroposol. Anthroposomatology, the sum of knowledge regarding the human body, comprehending anatomy, physiology, pathology, etc. Anthroposophic, of or pertaining to anthroposophy. Anthroposophical, anthroposophic, anthroposophically, in terms of anthroposophy. Anthroposophist, a proponent of anthroposophy. Anthroposophists, plural of anthroposoph. Anthroposophy, alternative letter case form of anthroposophy. Anthroposphere, that part of the environment that is made or modified by humans for use in human activities and human habitats. Anthropospheres, plural of anthroposphere. Anthropotechnic, relating to anthropotechnics. Anthropotechnical, relating to anthropotechnics. Anthropotechnically, in terms of anthropotechnics. Anthropotechnics, the science and technology concerning the close interaction of man and machines. Anthropotechnogenic, both anthropogenic and technogenic. Anthropotechnological, relating to anthropotechnology. Anthropotechnology, the study and improvement of working and living conditions. Anthropophyism, the ascription of human form and nature to the gods, or the belief that gods are deified human beings. Anthropotomical, pertaining to anthropotomy, the dissection of human bodies. Anthropotomically, in terms of anthropotomy. Anthropotomies, plural of anthropotomy. Anthropotomist, someone versed in anthropotomy or human anatomy. Anthropotomists, plural of anthropotomists. Anthropotomy, the anatomy or dissection of the human body, androtomy. Anthropotoponym, a place name derived from the name of a person. Anthropotoponyms, plural of anthropotoponym. Anthropotropic, designed to be more suitable for use by humans. Anthropozoic, the geological era dominated by the presence of man. Anthropozoological, synonym of anthrozoological. Anthropozoology, synonym of anthrozoology. Anthropozoonosis, plural of anthropozoonosis. Anthropozoonosis, any pathogen that is transmitted from animals to humans. Specifically, it refers to infections that primarily affect animals but can be naturally transmitted to humans. Anthropozoonotic, relating to anthropozoonosis. Anthropulse, a burst of human activity following an anthropos. Anthropulses, plural of anthropulse. Anthropoia, obsolete form of anthropoia. Anthraquinon, misspelling of anthraquinon. Andros, plural of anthro. Anthroscopic, misspelling of arthroscopic. Andros, the sugar amide N2R3s for its 5R46-hydroxy, 5-methoxy, 2-methyloxin, 3-ill-3-hydroxy, 3-methylbutanamide. Anthrosol, a soil that has been formed or heavily modified by long-term human activity, such as irrigation or disposal of organic waste. Anthrasols, plural of anthrasol. Anthrastate, a political unit that is defined by its population and ideas rather than geographical borders. Anthrastates, plural of anthrastate. Anthrasilvan, of or pertaining to the relationship between humans and forest ecosystems. Anthroturbation, the disturbance of the soil and slash or crust by human activity, mining, etc. Anthrozoological, relating to anthrozoology. Anthrozoologist, one who studies anthrozoology. Anthrozoologist, plural of anthrozoologists. Anthrozoology, the study of the interactions between humans and animals. Anthro, any of three isomeric univalent radicals derived from anthracene. Andros, plural of anthril. Anthumus, published during the author's lifetime. Anthumously, afore death. Anthuria, plural of anthurium. Anthurid, any isopo, the phallianthuridae. Anthurids, plural of anthurid. Anthurium, any of several tropical American evergreen plants of the genus Anthurium grown for their ornamental leaves and spathes. Anthuriums, plural of anthurium. Antheroi, any isopod of the superfamily Antheroidea. Antheroids, plural of antheroi. Anthopnotic, alternative form of antihypnotic. Anthopnotics, plural of anthopnotic. Anthopophora, a device in which the author poses an opposing argument, then immediately refutes it. Anti, opposed to something. Anti-scub, alternative form of anti-scub. Ethyl, synonym of corpse powder. Anti, against, opposed to. Anti-abolitionism, the campaign against the abolition of the slave trade and slash or slavery. Anti-abortion, alternative spelling of anti-abortion. Anti-abortionism, an ideology or policy of opposition to the practice and slash or legalization of abortion. Anti-abortionists, alternative spelling of anti-abortionist. Anti-abortionists, plural of anti-abortionists. Anti-Abrahamic, opposed to Abrahamic religions or doctrines. Anti-academic, alternative form of anti-academic. Anti-access area denial, network-on-network warfare. Anti-aging, related to the lessening or halting of the aging process. Anti-agnostic, a person who opposes agnosticism. Anti-agnostics, plural of anti-agnostic. Anti-agreement, alternative spelling of anti-agreement. Anti-air, synonym of anti-aircraft. Anti-aircraft, intended to attack aircraft. Anti-aircrafts, plural of anti-aircraft. Anti-Al-Qaeda, opposing Al-Qaeda. Anti-alcohol, alternative form of anti-alcohol. Anti-alcoholic, temperance, against the excessive consumption of alcohol. Anti-algebra, opposed to the teaching or learning of algebra, especially to or by non-mathematical students. Anti-alias, alternative form of anti-alias. Anti-alias, simple past and past participle of anti-alias. Anti-aliases, third-person singular simple present indicative of anti-alias. Anti-aliasing, alternative form of anti-aliasing. Anti-Americanism, the fear or dislike of the people, policies, culture, or government of the United States. Anti-anarchism, opposition to anarchism. Anti-anarchists, opposing anarchism. Anti-anarchists, plural of anti-anarchists. Anti-anti, synonym of pro-shipper. Anti-anti-Semitism, opposition to anti-Semitism. Anti-antibodies, plural of anti-antibody. Anti-antibody, alternative alternative form of anti-antibody. Anti-Antifa. A collection of various far-right and fascist groups which oppose Antifa. Anti-Antifa. Alternative letter case form of anti-Antifa. Anti-anti-feminism. Opposition to anti-feminism. Anti-anti-feminist. Against anti-feminism. Anti-apartheidism. Opposition to apartheid or apartheidism. Anti-apartheidist. Opposed to apartheid or apartheidism. Anti-apartheidists. Plural of anti-apartheidists. Anti-aphrodisiac. Alternative form of anti-aphrodisiac. Anti-Arabism. Racial prejudice, hostility, or discrimination against Arabs. Anti-Armenianism. Synonym of Armenophobia. Anti-art that is usually exhibited and delivered in a conventional context but that makes fun of serious art or the artistic establishment or challenges the nature of art. Anti-Syrianism. Opposition or hostility to Assyrians. Anti-Australianism. The hatred of Australians. Anti-authoritarian. Alternative spelling of anti-authoritarian. Anti-authoritarianism. Opposition to authoritarianism. Anti-authoritarians. Plural of anti-authoritarian. Anti-autistic. Alternative form of anti-autistic. Anti-avoidance. That counters the avoidance of paying tax. Anti-B7H4. That targets the B7H4 protein. Anti-Balaka. Alternative form of anti-Balaka. Anti-Balaka. Any of several primarily Christian militias in the Central African Republic. Anti-Balakas. Plural of anti-Malaka. Anti-Balakas. Plural of anti-Malaka. Anti-ballistic. Alternative form of anti-ballistic. Anti-ballistic missile. A missile designed to shoot down ballistic missiles in flight. Anti-ballistic missiles. Plural of anti-ballistic missile. Anti-beauty. Alternative form of anti-beauty. Anti-beauty quark. The antibiotum quark. Anti-beauty quarks. Plural of anti-beauty quark. Anti-bias. Alternative form of anti-bias. Anti-bisexual. Alternative spelling of anti-bisexual. Anti-black. Alternative form of anti-black. Anti-black. Alternative form of anti-black. Anti-blackness. Alternative form of anti-blackness. Anti-blur. A feature that prevents blurring of the image. Anti-bottom quark. The antiquark corresponding to the bottom quark. Anti-bottom quarks. Plural of anti-bottom quark. Anti-Boolean guess. Opposed to Booleanism. Anti-bribery. Alternative form of anti-bribery. Anti-bronies. Plural of anti-brony. Anti-brony. An anti-fan of the animated television series My Little Pony. Friendship is magic, typically an adult male. Anti-brown. Opposed to brown-skinned people. Anti-bubble. Alternative spelling of anti-bubble. Anti-bubbles. Plural of anti-bubble. Anti-Buddhist. Against or opposing Buddhists or Buddhism. Anti-bumping granule. A small, coarse stone added to boiling liquids to make them boil more evenly without sudden, violent releases of vapor, used especially in vacuum distillation. Anti-bumping granules. Plural of anti-bumping granule. Anti-burqa. Alternative form of anti-burqa. Anti-burqa, opposed to the wearing of burqas and typically niqabs or other clothing that hides the face in public. Anti-caking, used to prevent a powder from forming a solid block or cake. Anti-caking agent, alternative spelling of anti-caking agent. Anti-caking agents, plural of anti-caking agent. Anti-caliph, alternative form of anti-caliph. Anti-caliphs, plural of anti-caliph. Anti-Canadianism, sentiments or actions directed against the government, culture, or citizens of Canada. Anti-cancer, alternative form of anti-cancer. Anti-cap, flipping of anti-capitalist. Anti-capitalism, alternative spelling of anti-capitalism. Anti-capitalisms, plural of anti-capitalism. Anti-capitalists, alternative form of anti-capitalist. Anti-capitalists, plural of anti-capitalists. Anti-caps, plural of anti-cap. Anti-castration, in opposition to castration, acting against castration. Anti-Catalanism, hostility or discrimination against Catalans. Anti-Cateral, counteracting or suppressing Qatar. Anti-Caterals, plural of anti-Cateral. Anti-Catholicism, fear or hatred of Catholics. Anti-centrists, of or pertaining to anti-centrism, against centrism. Anti-centrists, plural of anti-centrists. Anti-charm quark, the antiquark corresponding to the charm quark. Anti-charm quarks, plural of anti-charm quark. Anti-cheat, alternative spelling of anti-cheat. Anti-China, opposing China. Anti-Chinese, against or opposing the Chinese or China. Anti-chip, resistant to chipping, breaking into small pieces. Anti-choice, not pro-choice, opposed to the individual's choice, especially of abortion or euthanasia. Anti-choicer, one who opposes pro-choice views. Anti-choicers, plural of anti-choicer. Anti-Christian, opposed to Christians or Christianity. Anti-Christianity, opposition to Christians or Christianity. Anti-Christians, plural of anti-Christian. Anti-Christmas, being against the Christmas holiday. Anti-circ, synonym of anti-circumcision. Anti-circer, one who opposes male infant circumcision. Anti-circers, plural of anti-circer. Anti-circumcisionist, one who opposes male infant circumcision. Anti-circumcision, plural of anti-circumcisionists. Anti-civil, uncivilized and in opposition to civil society, opposed to or lacking the features of civil society, for example, opposing or simply lacking civil liberties. Anti-civilizational, British standard spelling of anti-civilizational. Anti-civilizational, opposing civilization against civilization. Anticlimaxes, plural of anticlimax. Anticlimax, alternative spelling of anticlimax. Anticlimaxes, plural of anticlimax. Anticlimb, of a substance or device intended to prevent a person from climbing the object to which the substance or device is applied. Anticlockwise, non-Oxford British English Standard spelling of anti-clockwise. Anti-coalition, alternative form of anti-coalition. Anti-cockroach, alternative form of anti-cockroach. Anti-collision, alternative form of anti-collision. Anti-Comintern, rare spelling of anti-Comintern. Anti-Comintern Pact, an alliance between the Third Reich and the Empire of Japan in opposition to the Comintern, the Soviet Union, and all communists. Anti-commentaries, plural of anti-commentary. Anti-commentary, a hostile commentary as distinct from an exposition. Anti-commie, synonym of anti-communist. Anti-commes, plural of anti-commie. Anti-communism, alternative form of anti-communism. Anti-communisms, plural of anti-communism. Anti-communists, alternative spelling of anti-communist. Anti-communists, plural of anti-communists. Anti-competitive, alternative form of anti-competitive. Anti-conspiratorial, against conspiracies. Anti-constitutional, alternative form of anti-constitutional. Anti-consumer, opposing the consumer. Anti-consumers, plural of anti-consumer. Anti-contagion, alternative form of anti-contagion. Anti-control, alternative form of anti-control. Anti-controls, plural of anti-control. Anti-copyright, alternative form of anti-copyright. Anti-corruption, alternative form of anti-corruption. Anti-covenanter, an opponent of the Covenanters. Anti-crystal, alternative form of anti-crystal. Anti-crystals, plural of anti-crystal, alternative form of anti-crystals. Anti-cure, opposed to a cure, especially where the condition being cured may be regarded as an acceptable alternative state of being. Anti-dazzle, alternative form of anti-dazzle. Anti-de Sitter space, a Lorentzian manifold in Minkowski space which is the analog of a hyperbola in ordinary Euclidean space. Anti-de Sitter spaces, plural of anti-de Sitter space. Anti-defecation league, the Anti-Defamation League. Anti-democratic, opposing the democratic process or democracy, especially by the use of force. Antidepressant, alternative spelling of antidepressant. Antidepressants, plural of antidepressant. Antidepression, alternative form of antidepression. Antidetriment, being or relating to a refund of the contributions tax paid within a tax superannuation account in the event of a member's death. Anti-devolutionists, opposed to devolution. Anti-devolutionists, plural of anti-devolutionists. Anti-diagonal, alternative spelling of anti-diagonal. Anti-diagonals, plural of anti-diagonal. Anti-differentiation, alternative form of anti-differentiation. Anti-diphtheric, relating to a substance or treatment which seeks to cure diphtheria. Anti-discrimination, alternative spelling of anti-discrimination. Anti-discriminative, alternative form of anti-discriminative. Anti-discriminator, an opponent of discrimination. Anti-discriminators, plural of anti-discriminator. Anti-dogger, a person in favor of vivisection who vandalized the bronze memorial to a vivisected dog in Battersea at the start of the 20th century. Anti-doggers, plural of anti-dogger. Anti-doping, alternative form of anti-doping. Anti-down quark, the anti-quark corresponding to the down quark. Anti-down quarks, plural of anti-down quark. Anti-Dutch, against or opposing the Dutch or Netherlands. Anti-earth, alternative form of anti-earth. Anti-earthquake, alternative form of anti-earthquake. Anti-eavesdropping, preventing eavesdropping. Anti-edge, a pair of vertices that do not form an edge. Anti-Egyptian, against or opposing Egyptians. Anti-elite, alternative form of anti-elite. Anti-elites, plural of anti-elite. Anti-endorsement, an expression of disapproval for a particular individual or idea. Anti-endorsements, plural of anti-endorsement. Anti-English, against or opposing the English. Anti-environmentalism, alternative form of anti-environmentalism. Anti-environmentalists, opposing environmentalism, political ideologies seeking protection of the environment. Anti-environmentalists, plural of anti-environmentalists. Anti-epidemic, alternative form of anti-epidemic. Anti-establishment, opposed to the existing socio-political system, the establishment. Anti-establishmentarian, alternative form of anti-establishmentarian. Anti-establishmentarianism, alternative form of anti-establishmentarianism. Anti-European, opposing European integration and the European Union. Anti-Europeanism, a position that rejects European political and economic integration. Anti-exploit, preventing an exploit. Anti-fact, synonym of lie. Anti-facts, plural of anti-fact. Anti-fade, resistant to the dimming fading of color. Anti-faggot, alternative spelling of anti-faggot. Anti-faggots, plural of anti-faggot. Anti-fan, a person who dislikes something, generally a creative work, fictional character, or person, but is still interested in it, devoting time to mocking or criticizing it. Anti-fandom, the anti-fans of a television show, movie, book, fictional character, etc. taken as a group. Anti-fandoms, plural of anti-fandom. Anti-fans, plural of anti-fan. Anti-fascism, the opposition to fascist ideologies, organizations, governments, and people. Anti-fascisms, plural of anti-fascism. Anti-fascist, alternative form of anti-fascist. Anti-fascist protection wall, synonym of Berlin Wall from the perspective of East Germany. Anti-feature, intentionally implemented functionality of a product or service, typically technology, which hinders or disadvantages the user and which the seller may charge users to not include. Anti-features, plural of anti-feature. Anti-federal, of, related to, or supporting anti-federalism. Anti-federalism, opposition to federalism, not favoring a strong federal government. Anti-federalists, one who opposes federalism. Anti-federalists, plural of anti-federalists. Anti-federals, plural of anti-federal. Anti-female, alternative spelling of anti-female. Anti-females, plural of anti-female. Anti-feminism, alternative form of anti-feminism. Anti-feminists, alternative form of anti-feminist. Anti-feminists, plural of anti-feminists. Anti-fire, synonym of firefighting. Anti-flash, intended to reflect the thermal radiation from a nuclear detonation. Anti-foaming agent, any food additive added to prevent excessive effervescence. Anti-foaming agents, plural of anti-foaming agent. Anti-faux, a style of music derived from folk music, but with a self-mocking or ironic twist. Anti-foreignism, alternative spelling of antiforeignism. Anti-foundationalism, alternative form of anti-foundationalism. Anti-foundationalist, alternative form of anti-foundationalist. Anti-fracking, alternative form of anti-fracking. Antifreeze, alternative form of antifreeze. Antifer, alternative form of antifer. Antifurries, plural of antifurry. Antifurry. A person who is opposed to furries. Antifurs, plural of anti-fur. Anti-G, counteracting the G-force of acceleration. Anti-G straining maneuver, any of various techniques to increase G tolerance and reduce GLOZ incidences that involve emptying the lungs while straining the muscles to force oxygenated blood to the brain. Most common techniques include visualizing a walnut held between one's butt cheeks and trying to crush it, or tensing the abdominal and chest muscles, possibly while bent over at the hips. Anti-G straining maneuvers, plural of anti-G straining maneuver. Anti-Gallican, alternative form of anti-Gallican. Anti-Gallicanism, dislike of the French. Anti-Gaullist, opposed to Gaullism. Anti-Gaullists, plural of anti-Gaullist. Anti-gay, against or opposed to gay people or to rights for gay people. Anti-gays, plural of anti-gay. Anti-gender, alternative form of anti-gender. Anti-gentile, alternative form of anti-gentile. Anti-gentilism, alternative form of anti-gentilism. 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 Anti-German, against Germans or Germany. Anti-DG, opposed to Gamergate. Anti-glare, designed to reduce glare from secondary light sources. Anti-globalization, opposed to globalization. Anti-globalism, a philosophy which rejects the current global economic and trade system because of the belief that it undermines the environment, labor rights, national sovereignty, and the interests of third world states. Anti-globalization, anti-globalists. Anti-good, opposed to good. Anti-government, alternative form of anti-government. Anti-governments, plural of anti-government. Anti-goy, someone with anti-goyish views. Anti-goyish, relating to or exhibiting anti-goyism. Anti-goyism, alternative spelling of anti-goyism. Anti-goyism, alternative spelling of anti-goyism. Anti-goys, plural of anti-goy. Anti-graft, alternative form of anti-graft. Anti-gravitation, alternative form of anti-gravitation. Anti-gravitational, alternative form of anti-gravitational. Anti-gravitic, alternative form of anti-gravitic. Anti-gravitically, alternative form of anti-gravitically. Anti-gravity, any concept, system, or device that would oppose or cancel out the force of gravity. Anti-gravity lean, In performance dance, a freestanding 45-degree lean with a special shoe anchored to the floor by a support pole locking to the dance shoe. Anti-gravity leans, plural of anti-gravity lean. Anti-greenhouse effect, a process that occurs when energy from a celestial object's sun is absorbed or scattered by the object's upper atmosphere, preventing that energy from reaching the surface, which results in surface cooling. Anti-greenhouse effects, plural of anti-greenhouse effect. Anti-green mail, preventing green mail. Anti-griddle, alternative form of anti-griddle. Anti-griddles, plural of anti-griddle. Anti-Grinch, a person who is overly enthusiastic about a holiday X, Christmas, but whose attempts to celebrate misplace or lack the intent of the holiday and inadvertently spoils it for others. Anti-Grinches, plural of anti-Grinch. Anti-gun, alternative form of anti-gun. Anti-hacker, alternative form of anti-hacker. Anti-hackers, plural of anti-hacker. Anti-hemorrhagic, alternative form of anti-hemorrhagic. Anti-Haitianism, prejudice or social discrimination against Haitians. Anti-Halloween, against Halloween. Anti-haul, a video posted on the internet consisting of someone showing and talking about products or items they have chosen not to purchase. Anti-hauls, plural of anti-haul. Anti-Hegelian, opposing the Hegelian philosophy. Anti-Hegelians, plural of anti-Hegelian. Anti-hemorrhagic, alternative form of anti-hemorrhagic. Anti-hemorrhagics, plural of anti-hemorrhagic. Anti-hero, alternative form of anti-hero. Anti-heroes, plural of anti-hero. Anti-heroine, alternative form of anti-heroine. Anti-heroines, plural of anti-heroine. Anti-heterosexist, opposed to heterosexism. Anti-heterosexist, plural of anti-heterosexist. Anti-heterosexual, synonym of heterophobic. Anti-heterosexuals, plural of anti-heterosexual. Anti-Hindu, against or opposing Hindus. Anti-homeless, alternative form of anti-homeless. Anti-homophobe, one who is opposed to homophobia. Anti-homophobes, plural of anti-homophobe. Anti-homosexualism, homophobia, prejudice against homosexual gay people. Anti-human, alternative form of anti-human. Anti-humanism, alternative spelling of anti-humanism. Anti-humans, plural of anti-human. Anti-humor, a form of humor that subverts expectations, often by being deliberately unfunny or surreal. Anti-hunger, of or relating to activity and policies directed towards eliminating hunger, a social problem. Anti-hemorrhagic, obsolete form of anti-hemorrhagic. Anti-ice, removing ice or preventing it from building up. Anti-icer, a device or chemical substance that prevents ice formation or removes any formed ice. Anti-icers, plural of anti-icer. Anti-icing, the prevention of the buildup of ice on the surfaces of an aircraft by means of heating, antifreeze, etc. Anti-ideological, relating to anti-ideology. Anti-ideologically, in an anti-ideological manner. Anti-ide, alternative form of ideology. Anti-typic, alternative form of ideotypic. Anti-immigrant, opposing immigrants or immigration. Anti-immigration, opposing immigration. Anti-imperialism, any belief or practice which opposes imperialism. Anti-imperialisms, plural of anti-imperialism. Anti-imperialists, against imperialist ideals and practices. Anti-imperialists, plural of anti-imperialists. Anti-implantation, preventing the implantation of a fertilized egg into the uterus. Anti-incendiary, that prevents fire. Anti-incest, opposed to incest. Anti-independence, opposing political independence. Anti-index, a listing of records used to prune them during requests. Anti-indexes, plural of anti-index. Anti-industrial, opposing industry. Anti-infection, alternative form of anti-infection. Anti-inflammatories, plural of anti-inflammatory. Anti-inflammatory, an agent that prevents or counteracts inflammation. Anti-inflation, that counteracts inflation. Anti-inflationary, intended to counteract or reverse inflation or its effects. Anti-institutionalism, opposition to or rejection of institutionalism. Anti-institutionalists, a proponent of anti-institutionalism. Anti-institutionalists, plural of anti-institutionalists. Anti-intellectual, hostile to intellectual thinking methods or ideas. Anti-intellectualism, a sentiment of hostility towards or mistrust of intellectuals and intellectual pursuits. Anti-intellectualists, one who opposes intellectualism. Anti-intellectualists, plural of anti-intellectualists. Anti-intellectuals, plural of anti-intellectual. Anti-internationalism, opposition to internationalism. Anti-invasive, that counters invasion or counters something being invasive. Anti-ischemic, alternative form of anti-ischemic. Anti-ischemic, alternative form of anti-ischemic. Anti-Islam, against or opposing Islam. Anti-Islamic, relating to or exhibiting prejudice, discrimination, or hostility directed against Islam or Muslims. Anti-Islamophobia, opposition to Islamophobia. Anti-Islamophobic. Opposing Islamophobia. Anti-Italian, against or opposing Italians or Italy. Anti-Italianism, synonym of Italophobia. Anti-Jabber, a person who opposes vaccination or refuses to be vaccinated, especially against COVID-19. Anti-Jabbers, plural of anti-jabber. Anti-jamming, alternative form of anti-jamming. Anti-Japanese, against or opposing Japan or Japanese people. Anti-Jewish, opposed to Jews. Anti-Jewishness, quality or state of being anti-Jewish, anti-Semitism. Anti-Jewism, opposition or hostility to Jews, anti-Semitism. Anti-joke, alternative form of anti-joke. Anti-jokes, plural of anti-joke. Anti-Judaism, opposition to Judaism. Anti-kangaroo, countering kangaroos. Anti-knock, alternative form of anti-knock. Anti-knock index, a measurement of a fuel's ability to resist detonation or engine knocking. Anti-knock indexes, plural of anti-knock index. Anti-knowledge, alternative form of anti-knowledge. Anti-labor, alternative spelling of anti-labor. Anti-labor, alternative spelling of anti-labor. Anti-lats, of or relating to a statute that abrogates the common law rule that if the person to whom property is willed were to die before the testator, then the gift would be ineffective. Anti-Lebanon, a mountain range that forms most of the border between Syria and Lebanon. Anti-legalism, alternative form of anti-legalism. Anti-LGBT, against or opposed LGBT, lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, transsexual people or rights. Anti-liberal, alternative spelling of anti-liberal. Anti-liberals, plural of anti-liberal. Anti-life, alternative spelling of anti-life. Anti-lifer, alternative spelling of anti-lifer. Anti-lifers, plural of anti-lifer. Anti-lock, preventing something from becoming stuck or jammed, especially applies to anti-lock brakes, which are designed to continue rotating for better steering control while slowing the vehicle rather than locking and causing the car to skid. Anti-lockdown, opposing lockdown confinement as security measure. Anti-lynching, alternative spelling of anti-lynching. Anti-male, alternative spelling of anti-male. Anti-males, plural of anti-male. Anti-marijuana, alternative form of anti-marijuana. Anti-marketeer, someone who is opposed to Britain or Ireland joining the Common Market European Union. Anti-marketeers, plural of anti-marketeer. Anti-Markovnikov, contrary to Markovnikov's rule. Anti-martingale, a reverse martingale betting strategy that increases the bet after a win and reduces it after a loss. Anti-martingales, plural of anti-martingale. Anti-masker, alternative form of anti-masker. Anti-maskers, plural of anti-masker. Antimatter, alternative spelling of antimatter. Antimatter rocket, alternative spelling of antimatter rocket. Antimatter rockets, plural of antimatter rocket. Anti-McAuliffe effect, a weaker variant of the McAuliffe effect in which the perceived color of the after effect is the same as the inducer's color. Anti-meme, alternative form of anti-meme. Anti-memes, plural of anti-meme. Anti-merger, alternative spelling of anti-merger. Anti-metaphysicalism, alternative form of anti-metaphysicalism. Anti-metaphysics, alternative spelling of anti-metaphysics. Antimicrobial, alternative spelling of antimicrobial. Anti-Microsofter, an opposer of Microsoft or its products. Anti-Microsofters, plural of anti-Microsofter. Anti-migraine, alternative spelling of anti-migraine. Anti-militarism, a doctrine that opposes war relying heavily on a critical theory of nationalism and imperialism. Anti-militarisms, plural of anti-militarism. Anti-mineralocorticoid, alternative form of anti-mineralocorticoid. Anti-misogynist, alternative spelling of anti-misogynist. Anti-misogynists, plural of anti-misogynist. Anti-misogyny, opposition to misogyny. Anti-MLM, opposing or opposed to MLMs and their practices. Anti-monarchism, the fact or principles of being opposed to monarchism, opposition to monarchy. Anti-monarchists, alternative spelling of anti-monarchist. Anti-monarchists, plural of anti-monarchist. Anti-Mormon, against or opposing Mormons. Antinomian, that inhibits the function or development Mullerian ducts. Anti-Mullerian hormone, a hormone that is produced by male fetuses early in development and causes the Mullerian ducts to atrophy and disappear. Anti-Mullerian hormones, plural of anti-Mullerian hormone. Anti-muon, alternative form of antimuon. Anti-muons, plural of anti-muon. Anti-Muslim, opposing Islam or Muslims. Anti-Muslimism, the practice or attitude of opposing Islam or Muslims. Anti-Muslimist, one who exhibits anti-Muslimism, Islamophobe. Anti-Muslimists, plural of anti-Muslimists. Anti-Muslimist, the quality or state of being opposed to Muslims, Muslimphobia. Antinatalism, alternative form of antinatalism. Anti-national, alternative spelling of antinational. Anti-Nazi, opposed to the Nazi ideology. Anti-Nazis, plural of anti-Nazi. Anti-neutron, alternative form of antineutron. Anti-neutrons, plural of anti-neutron. Antinode, alternative form of antinode. Antinodes, plural of antinode. Antinovel, alternative spelling of antinovel. Antinovels, plural of antinovel. Anti-nuclear antibodies, plural of anti-nuclear antibody. Anti-nuclear antibody, an autoantibody which binds to the contents of a cell's nucleus. Anti-nuclear factor, anti-nuclear antibody. Anti-nuclear factors, plural of anti-nuclear factor. Anti-obesity, alternative spelling of anti-obesity. Anti-object art, conceptual art. Anti-organizational, opposing organizations. Anti-ozonant, alternative form of antiozonant. Anti-ozone, a substance that prevents the breakdown of ozone. Anti-ozones,